Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda, and that was Nisi Poo. So that was Nisi Poo, T. Christopher. So that's another original. So I'm just so proud of you, engines. Y'all know how to lay down that original music. So yes, that is Nisi Poo, She Who Walks Among the Mist, T. Christopher. So it is so beautiful and peaceful. I really, really love that piece. So peace and love, family. This is Rhonda. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. And we are on part 5 of our series, The Black American Revolutionary Wars, plural. So what this series I am attempting to do is to go through the different wars that happen in America and show you the level of participation that Black folk played in it. So this is going to be shocking to some it's not going to be, because you are going to get the real history behind who was really whom and what parts folks were really playing. So we're starting out this series talking about the Indian Wars. Okay, so we're talking about the French and the Brits warring over American territory. Okay, and then we're also going to get into the American Revolutionary War and the Civil War. Okay, and we do know in between there, during the French and Indian Wars and the French fighting the Brits, there was, and somebody dropped it in the chat, the 7-Year War, which was really a worldwide war, a European worldwide war, as they were fighting over empires as well. Okay, so what we have in store tonight, and that's if Brother Odel, our brother from the UK, from the other side of the pond, he's supposed to drop by tonight and give us a drop on the spiritual side of the financial system. So we're expecting him to drop by tonight as well. So let me send a shout out to the chat. So shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to Brother G Major. Good to see you, brother. Shout out to Sis Thelma. Shout out to Sis Tanya. Shout out to JBP. Peace and love, beloved. Shout out to Stephanie Cook. Shout out to TPTV2 Live. Shout out to Brother Lance. Good to see you. Shout out to Sis Gwendolyn. Shout out to 7 CPS. And Sis Sandra's in the house, so shout out to her as well. And shout out to all of the YouTube family that's watching us as well. Fam, before I forget, I want to give a shout out to another content creator. She's actually a researcher, and some of you are familiar with her. Somebody put me up on her. I think it's my sis that stays in the background who be giving me bomb information, but she doesn't want to be publicly recognized, and I respect that and I understand it. So I think she put me on to Dr. Tracy McCarthy. Check out Dr. Tracy McCarthy's work. Brilliant lady. Hell of a researcher. She does solid work. So check out her channel as well, and check out her content as well. It's interesting because she put something out, and I'm literally working on that same something that she put out. So shout out to Dr. Tracy McCarthy. She puts out excellent work as well. And I do want to send a shout out to someone. They don't want to be recognized, and I'm going to honor and respect that. But the last podcast drop that I did about the transatlantic slave trade, that person, that sister, gave me the breadcrumbs. Okay, so I'm going to honor and respect them and keep them anonymous, but they know who they are. Shout out to you as well. That was very, very powerful information. And we're going to continue to put out with the podcast different historical information And it's going to be coinciding with not only the Black Revolutionary Wars series, but it's going to coincide with all of the rest of the historical stuff that we have been talking about over the years. Okay. All righty. So we are going to go ahead and get started. I know Sis Sandra is in the house. There we go. I'll go with not having this record on. Let me get this
Recording
on.
in progress.
Okay, so let me let Sis Sandra in. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love, Sis Rhonda.
How are you?
I am great. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm good. That's good to
Peace and
hear.
love, Brother Scotty. Good to hear your voice as well, sis. Peace and love to Brother Scotty and Brother Sean. If he's not here yet, I don't think.
Yeah, he hasn't got
And family. He's not yet here yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, and into the family as well.
Okay.
You know, Brittany stopped messing with us. You know that, don't you?
Well, I mean, this is still a colony of Britain.
Yeah, I know. Hey, that's what I was going to bring up in my stuff tonight.
Okay, I ain't going to get in your stuff, but go ahead, sis.
Well, you know, the Prime Minister, well, first of all, we didn't win the war of independence against them. I don't care who says we did, it's not truth. Because they went away with their guns in their hands when they got aboard the ship. They got a picture of it somewhere. And I also read a book about it, how all these systems they set up is for us to do our thing with them. And also the Queen, you know, I mean, every time them people get married or something, they stump their toe, we got to know about it. So, you know.
Right. And that's a sign right there. I mean.
Yep. That is a good sign, a very big sign. But one of the things that is the really big sign is what we're doing right now. The Prime Minister over there says, no more of this, no more of that, no more of this. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
No more of this, no more of that. And I don't even know if it was 2 days later, they start talking about this Homeland Security. They're going to stop it with them 80,000 workers because they realize they're going to have a job shortage of people to work. Duh. So what about everybody else's jobs? They're not concerned about that. But as soon as he says no more of this, no more of that, no more of this over there, then they follow suit.
Because it's a worldwide system.
It is a worldwide system.
It's the same worldwide system. Exactly.
It's a worldwide mess that they done put together.
Yeah, it's always been a hot mess. As we're going through these wars, just the little time that we've been on this series, all of this back and forth, up and down, around the corner, it's always been that way. Because let's say if you take the Americas out of the equation, they was fighting each other and knifing each other in the back. And child, they family members. Those different empires, they're literally family members. They marry within each other's families. And they cool 1 minute and then turn around. Well, I can't stand your guts. I want this territory. So they've been doing that crap for centuries.
Well, I listened to Dr. Valentine. And it's the advantage of the elite or the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them things.
Right.
And the black, gray, and white Pope are running the show. You see, because
I say the hidden Pope / because supposedly the black Pope is the hidden Pope. Is really the one running the show, but you know.
You know, he said it was the gray one. So he's the one who controls even the queen over there.
Absolutely.
So, that's what he was saying in his documentary, with Magic. I think that's the name, Magic.
Yeah, because that's what Brother Odel was showing us when he went through all of that back end financial stuff. He showed you how the money rolls up and where the money ultimately rolls to. It rolls up to the Vatican. So that
Right.
tells you who's running stuff. So, if he come through tonight, he's going to show you the flip side, which is the spiritual side. But no, you're absolutely correct, sis.
So they're running the hoochie coochie. And, they're backing off of it because of the fact that they're over there saying no more. So you may see more of the back off because, they take orders from over there. And so I know they didn't change colors and they didn't change the history. And Dr. Valentine.
You mean the race, as far as the race when you say change colors?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they didn't change the race because old Popey Dopey said, get them out of here. We're not talking about them no more. That's what they did. And so when we
Well, you know why? You know why?
Why?
Because, see, what had happened was, and then this is just my opinion of what had happened was, I just use deductive reasoning. It's just how my mind works. Now, I ain't found it in no book where nobody done admitted this is why they changed history from black to white, okay? They did that to hide the hand on who's really who.
Yeah.
That's why they did it that way. So when the dust settled and indigenous people around the planet wake up and see that they have absolutely nothing, they have control of nothing, they are slaves, indentured servants, under labor contracts on their own land, they're going to be pretty damn pissed off.
Right. You got that right.
So they're going to be looking for somebody to blame. Okay?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
See what I'm saying? So this whole concept, this whole system of white supremacy, it's based on that. It's a front to hide who really did what.
Exactly. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, it can't get no more clearer than that. And especially over in the Americas. Especially. The white man is the big bad wolf over in the Americas, but yet the records say the white man didn't start taking the seat of power until the late 1800s.
The 1800s, that's right. That's why.
That was to hide who stole the land.
Mm-hmm.
Who stole the resources.
And the more people we destroy, or they destroy, or we destroy each other, the better off they are with the control mechanisms they want to exercise against the populace.
Absolutely. And the race wars is a huge part of it.
Exactly.
It is a huge part of it. So it profits them. It benefits them.
For us to hate each other.
Yeah, to have the white man as the boogeyman, because that keeps the indigenous population around the world pissed off at the white people. And it benefits them to have white people thinking that they were the conquerors, which white people, if you're holding on to that as a sense of pride, child, that's on you. Your soul, and your karmic debt. It benefits them for it to be set up that way.
Right, exactly.
Okay? Because if white people, and some white people do know this, if they realize really the position that they started out in, they would be pissed off, hurt. All of that pain and stuff that Black Americans feel with the label of slavery,
it'll be switched.
It would also be for the white people.
Yeah.
They would be upset and see how their particular legacies was stolen and taken away from them taken away from their families, etc., etc. So
Yeah,
if you had a population that truly knew what went on, that everybody was getting shipped around the world based on labor contracts, if you want to call them slavery contracts, whatever the hell you want to call them, indentured servitude contracts, it don't matter. If everybody around the world realized that, there's no way that these people would still be in power.
no, that's true. That's true. They probably try to get humble and ask for forgiveness, but
It ain't no forgiveness to be asked. They're not supposed to be in the positions that they're in.
yeah, they're not.
You go scream that to the universe. Ain't nobody trying to hear that forgiveness that you're talking about. Which they ain't talking about it, but I'm just saying. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
No, I'm agreeing with you because it's all about commerce, and Brother Odel is talking about the spiritual side whenever he comes on, and it's all back to the Pope and how he didn't set up government, commerce, religion, just to enslave people to be humble and submissive to different things. And of course, Albert Pike, he had his playbook out there too, and they honor him in DC. So he talk about the wars that's going to happen, and the religious wars, the race wars, all kinds of stuff they had set in motion. And that Guidestone, Georgia Guidestone in Georgia, they have what they're wanting to do is to limit the population to 500 million. So, I mean, people run and get their little things from them if they wanna. I don't see nothing that they offer that I would trust. I don't see it. Because when this system offers you something, you need to say why.
Side eye. Exactly. And, again, all of those people, the Albert Pikes, all of that, all you have to do is look at their background, just a teensy bit, and just look at the way they're dressed, look at their hand signals. You already know that they're in some type of secret society order. He didn't come up with none of that. We didn't already talked about that.
Yeah.
He was given an assignment to do what he was doing. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Especially in eugenics, they're given an assignment to limit the population too.
Yeah, and it's interesting because they only concern about population control when they think that the populace is waking up out of this nightmare. So when they feel the population is waking up from all of the brainwashing, all of the false history, that's the only reason population control is underway. So and you're going to catch them contradicting themselves.
Right.
Because you can't convince me that you want to talk about population control, but yet you're turning around and you're putting out numbers about birth rates. And when they do that, I believe, although they don't say it in the article, I believe when they're referring to birth rates, they're specifically referring to Caucasian birth rates being low. So it is what it is with them. It has everything to do with staying in power.
Right.
It has everything to do with ciphering off energy.
Well, that's why they limit the guns to us too, because they're afraid for us to have the guns, and so they gave them to all of them, the Europeans, so we don't have nothing to fight back with.
Well, hopefully, as we're going through this series, we should see the participation of the Indians. Okay, so prior to the French and British wars, yes, we had many other wars before that with the indigenous Indians fighting the Europeans.
Mm-hmm.
But I am not here to sit up and coddle, because at the end of the day, Indians participated in helping both sides, the French and the Brit, fight their wars to take their land. Now, did every Indian do it? Absolutely not. Nope, they sure didn't.
Mm-mm.
But you did have enough Indians to participate in that dramatization to get us at the state that we're in now. And as I say, because I am a root cause person. So I don't believe somebody can just walk up on you and steal on you and totally take you down unless they were invited in your territory. And see, I'm not going to sit up here and brush over what really happened. Like I said before, the Indians were sitting up, shooting dice, smoking weed, and drinking Henny with them Europeans. You let them in the front door. You were doing business with them. And your business deals went bad. Then you start going to war. And you lost. So it's not as hard as people trying to make it. Because I see the same behavior today. I see the same behavior. So I can't sit up here and say, well, you know, the Europeans did all that and we was just these innocent indigenous people. Bullshit.
No.
Who let them in the front door? And again, I see the same behavior today. Same behavior today. Because it is a mentality. It's embedded in folks' bloodline to be degenerates. It's just embedded. And we have to look at it for what it is. You have to take people at face value of who they are and deal with them accordingly. Your goals ain't everybody's goal.
Right.
We got it in our own family. How many of us had, land in our family or papa at Big Mama's house that they done worked all their life for in that land, and they specifically told y'all this land is never to be sold, this, that, and the third. And as soon as they transition, family members get to fighting. Some want to sell it. Some want to keep it. We have to be honest with ourselves. Massive cleanup has to be done. You cannot break bread with everybody. You can't sit up and drink with everybody, smoke herb with everybody, cheese and grin in everybody's face. You have to know who people are. You have to know how they're built. And most people are not built on integrity. Most people are not built on loyalty. Most people are not built on being accountable, but want to run around as a leader.
That's true.
We allow for this shit to happen. So I'm sorry. Go ahead on, sis.
I'm good. I'm good. You did it eloquently. You summed it up. But I was looking at how this pandemic has been running, and it's something. It seems like they can't seem to think it through before they launch these stupid things. What's the repercussions of what you do with? And one of the repercussions is this breaking their commerce system. And maybe that's what they want. I think that Dr. Phil said that the commerce system, they wanted to go down. But
Mm-hmm.
if their commerce system goes down, who they gonna get to scrub their floors? Who they gonna get to feed them? Because they
Let me tell
probably,
you something. They've been doing this for hundreds of years. You don't think they had that planned out?
yeah, they got it all planned out.
I mean, the last drop, when I talked about the transatlantic slave trade, that was nothing but about labor. They got the labor game on lock. They
Yeah, they
got it
do.
on lock.
They do. They gotta keep their ones in there that they want.
People are still not understanding what immigration is really about. People don't get it. Immigration has always been about labor.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been about labor.
Hey, open the borders. Remember, send me your poor, or send me your sick, send me your whatever. When they opened up that Ellis Island for all the people to come, they took everybody and anybody to dilute the labor that we were able to give to them after the Civil War because we were the trade labor.
But
And
they have been doing that. They actually, again, the drop I did on Monday, it tells you the story.
mm-hmm.
It literally tells you the story on how they operate from a labor perspective. They were transporting people back and forth, even people from Europe to Africa.
For 500 years, I think it was, right? Yeah, I heard it was for 500 years. They did that.
So again, these folks, they know what they are doing. We keep getting confused on what they're doing. And the sad thing about it ain't like the script changed. It don't change. People just, they don't get it because they're still stuck on what they are telling you versus what they are showing you. And I don't know about you, but I base people on their actions.
Right.
You could tell me all you want with your mouth, but your actions show me differently. Your track record of your actions show me who you are. They are the biggest pimps on the planet. And it's like folks don't get it. And they want to sit up and cuss you out and knife you up. Oh, you dumb, you don't know this, you a slave. I'm like, let's say even if that's true. Let's say that that's true. What the fuck are you? You think you put in some better position than me? I'll wait. What were your ancestors doing during that time period? Because I can guarantee you, they weren't no slave overseer.
That's true.
That's the mind fuck that they have played on the populace. People swinging on each other in the population, and you're a fucking slave too. You don't even know who you are. So that's why they're always going to stay ahead of the game. I keep telling you, these people plan centuries in advance, and motherfuckers still stuck on today, yesterday, what they gonna do 5 years from now. When they do resets and rewrite history, they have to do shit in 100-year increments, a minimum of 100 years. So that's why I don't be having time for these petty ass games and this petty ass swinging. Get on your scholarship. Start turning your motherfucking wheels, looking in the future, and see where they're trying to take that based on what they're doing now, based on what they did in the past. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. You can't roll with me on this because you don't know what you're talking about. And you're going to keep getting circles ran across you. All right. Okay, so let me bring on son Scotty, and Nisi Poo is on the line. Peace and love, son Scotty.
Peace and love, peace and love. What up, y'all? I'm good, I'm great. Good to hear y'all.
Yeah, good to hear you. Good to hear you as well. All right. Now I'm going to bring on Nisi Poo. Peace and love.
Peace and love. How y'all doing?
We're good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Let me tell y'all something. Genealogy is awesome, boy. Because I found a long distant cousin 5 minutes from my house.
Woo!
I just dropped the baby off, so I ain't got to hide in the closet tonight.
Oh.
So I got something to put on the fuckery report.
Okay, go ahead. You can start it out.
What in the hell is these folks, these truckers doing? Protesting in Ottawa, then to turn around and say they're going to take it to Washington next. If folks don't think that that's going to disrupt the supply chain, I don't know what they thinking. And, you know, like folks always say, you better have your Campbell soups and your seeds and all that stuff, because once the summer hits and the weather starts to warm up, it's going to get worse. That's just what I'm thinking. What y'all think?
So let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly. You're saying that the truckers are protesting? Are they talking about going on strike, or what's the issue? Uh-oh, did we lose her? Let me see. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm about to unmute you again. I'm not sure if the babies... Raise your hand if you want to be unmuted, because you might have muted yourself, because I heard the babies in the background. So just raise your hand if you're ready to be unmuted. If what you're saying is that they're about to protest...
Oh, she said unmute her.
Okay. All right.
Okay, can y'all hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Yeah, they confused me. They came back into the car to come get something. I'm like, what y'all doing? Get out of here.
Oh, you in the car tonight.
I dropped them off, so I was in the middle about to pull out, and they came out to get their toys. They left their toys in the car.
Oh,
so
okay.
I had to press mute real quick. But yes, so basically there's a whole bunch of them. A whole bunch of truckers decided to go up to Canada, to the border in Ottawa, to protest this whole mandate. And they've been up there for like almost a week now.
Okay.
Hundreds of them. And I finally seen it with my own eyes, where this one guy, he started a channel, I think it's called Ottawa Live. And he actually showed the protest and the demonstration. And then there's a group on Facebook. I want to say it's about 60,000 truckers a part of this group, basically saying that they on strike until the mandates are lifted. And then you got another group of truckers coming out of California that are going to be headed cross country to Washington. Supposedly and allegedly. So I don't know about this whole supply chain thing.
That's going to disrupt it, because it was already disrupted based on the pandemic. they were already behind. So you had remember the stuff was sitting out on sea. Remember the goods was sitting out on sea on the barges. Then when they finally came to ports, the ports were backed up, and I think they're still backed up because it wasn't enough truckers to come to the ports to get the goods to take them across the country. So if you're telling me now that truckers are going on strike, yeah, that's going to put the supply chain behind even more.
Yes. So that's one of my fuckery reports. The other one is I'm almost on a point where I'm just gonna go on strike from social media. I've already, unsubscribed to some things. It's just a bunch of people in spaces talking about shit in this metaverse, because Twitter and all of these online spaces are just the beginning of the metaverse, truth be told. And they're talking about things, and they're not really in the real world in those spaces to, what's the word I'm looking for? To really be a real influencer. And
so can you give us like a simple example? This is interesting what you're saying, because you'll be proud of me. One of my coworkers, she's in your generation, she asked about, what is this doggone metaverse stuff? And I was able to tell her. She asked, what are the NFTs? And I was able to break all that down for her. So,
yay.
Give us an example, like a simple example of what you mean about folks not really being in reality as far as these metaverse people.
So, for example, folks will talk about, we need to be influencing policy. Mm-hmm. That's something that is, between the FBA and that's Foundation of Black Americans, and the arguments between, the folks in the Aboriginal community and the folks.
Yeah,
that,
see, I didn't even know all of that. So okay, I'm listening.
I didn't know all of it either, but I'm starting to catch on bits and pieces of it. Mm-hmm. And then there's some people who do exist in the real world, in the real spaces, and you got folks who are talking about these policies with them, and they're so out of touch as to the work that really needs to be done, because they're just running their freaking mouth on Twitter spaces and stuff, right? And so it becomes an issue. Now, I don't know if you guys had a chance, because there was a show that came out, and Whoopi Goldberg was one of the stars in the show, along with Megan Good. I think it was called Harlem, and it's a little mini series.
Oh yeah, it's actually good.
It is really good.
Yeah, it's about your generation of girlfriends. Yeah, it's actually good. Mm-hmm.
So the part that I'm getting at with this is Whoopi Goldberg told Megan Good that, yeah, you might be popular with your hashtags, but what are you doing in the real world to affect the change that you're talking about?
She did.
And that right there, when she said that, I was like, I wish everybody in the goddamn metaverse, the metaverse 1.0 and the 2.0, the 3.0 is coming out soon, so stay tuned. Mm-hmm. But y'all folks in the 1.0 and 2.0, she is so right in what she said. Like, what's the point of talking about it if you're not going to really be a part of it?
I got it. Perfect example. No, I mean, you're absolutely right. And that's the delusion that you get with these social media spaces / metaverse. That's the delusion that you get, because it is just talk at that point. You have to really, like she said, I think she said you have to have boots on the ground.
Walk the walk.
You really, really have to do that. And so when I get up here talking about what infrastructure have you built, what are you really doing, I think it still goes over most people's heads.
And arguing with trolls online does not count.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
I
it
mean,
doesn't.
I'm guilty. I'm guilty of it too. I'm guilty of it too. And then I have to catch myself because I'll be like, hold on, wait, this person does not exist in real life. It's just online, and just get the hell off, Tamika.
Yeah, yeah, but
Yeah.
no, you're right. You're right, and I mean, it's. I really don't have no words for that. Either people are gonna do it or they're not. But again, if you're not doing it in your own personal life, I know you're not gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? If you're not applying that same logic, those same values that you get online and on social media and scream about and claim what you gonna do, this, that, and the third, four, five, and six. If you don't do it in your personal life, I know that you're not gonna do it. I know that you're talking shit.
Yes. So that was my get on with the fuckery. The internet trolls and the internet bullies. All y'all need to go sit down and don't ever bring that shit my way. Cause like Auntie say, I'm not the one, the two, or the three. I exist in real life and I do real people shit.
Exactly.
And I done been at the bottom. I done slept in my car. I done been homeless because I was hard-headed. And I thought I knew every damn thing when I was younger. And I did it. And I'm learning as I learn and go through my genealogy and I see, okay, my ancestors lived here. They did this. Oh, okay, this one was American Indian from this tribe. What are their cultures and what are their values? Because that's what it's about.
Exactly. Exactly.
Understanding the culture, the values, and then going within. And I asked Colin, the 3-year-old, just a little temperature check. I said, Colin, are you Black? He said, no.
Oh.
I said, what are you, Colin? He said, I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here. So you can learn little things from children sometimes too. He said, I'm here. That's all that matters.
That's cute.
Out of the mouth of babe.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well said, Niecy Pooh. Just the amount of fuckery. I just can't. Me personally, my motherfucking nerves is too bad. I'm not gonna waste time on no bullshit. And to be honest, I'm really, really busy. And I'm busy beyond this channel. I literally got other shit going on. Even other shit going on besides me working a 9 to 5. I actually do put my hands and feet to the ground and grind to make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
So the fuckery, I don't have time for it.
Same. And truth be told, when I was in Atlanta and I had my boots on the ground, I ain't see none of them woke folks next to me.
No, I didn't see them when I was volunteering and setting up programs in motherfucking homeless shelter. I ain't seen them. I didn't see them when I was setting up clothing drives. When the homeless population had gotten so bad and the shelters were so full that women and children had to go in and sleep with the men shelter temporary area. I didn't see no wokety woke people there. No, I didn't see that. I didn't see no wokety woke people. When I had the company that I was working for fund money to go into inner city schools where the black women, the black tech women at my company, we set up programs, tech programs. I didn't see none of the wokety woke people then.
And you ain't gonna see them now. They ain't at the city council meetings talking about policy there.
Mm-mm.
With the people who have the power of the pen. They talk about the pen is mightier than the sword. Well, the folks that got the pen, why you not sitting down with them?
I ain't
Since
see
the
him when
pen is
I was
mightier
there
than the
either.
sword.
I didn't see him there either when they was zoning certain shit. I ain't see him there. I didn't see him there complaining when I personally said, oh, no, you're not going to bring. How many jobs is that company given to this community? We don't know. Well, you need to fucking go find that out. And you come back here and you tell us. And if they can't give an answer where they are employing people in the community, they're not getting no motherfucking tax break. They can kick rocks.
And I don't know how many times I done said something about a water sample. If you live close to water, go find out what the contaminants is in that water. And then backtrack that and figure out what corporations are contaminating the water and go get involved. When they had that lead issue going on in the public schools, I was up there for the first week when the information finally hit the internet, because they had to test the water and they had to put the results of the water test online as soon as it hit, because they were sending letters home to the parents. As soon as it hit, I was up there at that school. I had cases of water and the principal was looking at me like I was crazy. I was like, how y'all got lead in these water pipes and y'all feeding the children and letting them drink out of these faucets and don't nobody care?
Yep.
Nobody cared. Even the people that were in my circle, I had to take a step back and be like, y'all need to get it together. Y'all still sending y'all children to these schools and y'all not concerned about the water that's coming out of the pipes? Do y'all know what lead does? It's just like Flint, Michigan in DeKalb County, and I know they ain't fixed it. I got a homeboy who works for the water department. He told me, he said, you could scream until your freaking lungs are done. These people don't care.
And that's the reality of it.
So I'm tired of people not caring, but when they get on these, internet platforms, they act like they do.
Because it's fake.
Yeah, that's the only time you go and see them now, because it's the age of fake. It's the age of being an influencer. It's the age of the photo op. So them motherfuckers ain't there. They showing up to get their little hashtag and get their little post and their little Instagram story, and that's what it is. Oh, and then they go and monetize it because they want to make money off of their image being used, because that's what it is at the end of the day. They just there for the influence of their image.
That's why the Metaverse 3.0 is going to be successful. That's why.
Yeah, and everybody will sit in their little room with them VR glasses on, with their snacks around them, talking shit. And I don't care what platform they put up. What's the talking one, y'all? Y'all know I always... The Clubhouse.
Yeah.
That motherfucker. I couldn't even bring myself to log on to there. I'm like, so you got people on there just talking shit, so we can't show each other's face, but it's just people on there talking shit. Nah, I pass.
Really?
It's just another platform for people to talk shit. Because that's all people are going to do is talk shit.
No facts.
And I am not exempt from the shit talking. I'm not exempt. I talk the shit too, but I walk the walk, god dang it.
That's the difference, though. You talk the talk and walk the walk. And let's be, honest with each other. People like that smooth pimp preacher style. They like to be pimped. They like that smooth preacher style. But if you get up here saying shit that's uncomfortable, but which to show you how low the populace intellect is and their values are, when you get up here talking about some real shit, like get up off your motherfucking dust ass, go to work, take care of your family, Bitch, take care of your children. Don't nobody want to hear that.
I got a question because I keep hearing this indigenous word just being thrown around, and folks is applying their own interpretation of what the hell that damn word means. What does indigenous really mean? Because the last time I checked, it just meant that you occurred here naturally.
Let's look it up for the slow motherfuckers in the back.
And then folks say, well, if you're indigenous, then what's your language? What?
Motherfucker, what's yours? Them fucking people kill me. Well, if you're indigenous, what's your bitch? What's yours? You're said you're from Africa. Let's start with what part of Africa? Give me the specific time frame and the specific boat your people got off of. Sir and ma'am. Blink, 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 blink.
75 times.
75 times. Because I could fucking tell you when mine got here. And it wasn't from Africa.
That part.
So don't come with me with that bullshit because I'm hurt your motherfucking feelings. All right, so let's look up indigenous.
They don't even know what black means.
Then you got other folks over here, coming into the information, and then they want to start up a channel and call themselves teaching people, and they fucking learning like you don't even know nothing yet, ladies. Sit down. Stop misleading people. Like wherever you got your information from, maybe you should start steering people over there and say, hey, y'all, I learned some shit. How about we all learn some shit together?
Right.
Nah,
because people such haters. They're such haters, and like y'all say it, clout chasers. They're such fucking haters. And you gotta be a pretty fucked up person that you done took somebody's shit. You done jacked somebody's shit. And you can't just find it in your motherfucking heart. You are such a low-level vibrating motherfucker. You can't even credit people for their work. These people done put in the goddamn sweat, their time, and your stinking ass can't even credit them their work. And what fucks me up, you think that we don't know that you fucking stealing. You think that we don't fucking know where you got it from. People that are well-read, we know exactly who's putting out stuff when. We know. We know when they drop their videos and your stinking ass turn right around and call yourself remixing it and be fucking up the information and we just be rolling on your stupid ass. Because you're so low vibrational, you can't even say, you know what? Shout out to thus and thus and thus, so. Because you think it's going to take away from you. When YouTube has billions of people on it, if you're trying to eat off of YouTube, there's enough for everybody to eat off of. And if you're all that in a bag of chips, build up your own motherfucking platform. I just don't understand it, but that's how low vibrational people move. You have no fucking integrity.
None.
It's sickening. All right, so let's look up indigenous. Born or originating in a particular place. 1640s from late Latin and indigenous, born in a country. So they even put native in here from a Latin perspective. Sprung from the land. They also
sprung from the land.
Yep, sprung from the land. Literally inborn or born in a place.
Shout out to I'm born here. I'm born here. That's what makes me indigenous. I was born here. Anybody could claim that, and if it's in the sense of I'm born here, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all labels. And we continuously keep fighting over what label we want to call ourselves today. That's why Colin said, I'm here. Like, I ain't no label.
That
I'm
baby
here.
get it. That baby get it. And that's why Brother Sean be like, I don't want to be fucking bothered with none of them labels because you niggas be pissing me off.
Yeah, because you get some niggas and they want to go by that label, and then all of a sudden you get thrown into the pot of niggas who want to classify themselves as such. And then the minute you classify yourself as such, then you're thrown into that label with them.
Exactly.
I don't want to be thrown into no label with a bunch of degenerates. I'm sick of it.
Exactly. That's why I made the statement when I was talking about the whole Indian thing. I said, and I was just excited that the information was coming out and I could finally put proof to it, to records, and other people were doing it. And we were coming together, sharing our experience. And I'm like, you niggas done turned that shit into something dirty. Because of your fucked up behavior. Ain't nobody trying to be associated with that degenerate ass behavior. So no, you're absolutely correct.
So that's it with my fuckery report. I got something for the land report, but I don't want to take over the stage. So I know Brother Sean is on. Is Brother Sean on?
No, he's not on. So let's Scotty put on his go ahead on with the fuckery. Then we can get to the land report.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can just go into the land report because I didn't have a going with the fuckery.
Okay, no worries. Okay, Nisi Poo, you ready, or you want me to go into my fuckery report and then come back for the land report?
I got the land report. It's quick.
Okay.
So I'm reading from an article from theatlantic.com, and it's titled, "Is California on the verge of a second gold rush?" Gold mines are reopening in places where mining was once thought to be economically unfeasible. On the outskirts of the Northern California town of Grass Valley, a massive concrete silo looms over the weeds and crumbling pavement. Nearby, unseen, a mine shaft drops 3,400 feet into the earth. These are the remains of Grass Valley's Idaho, Maryland mine. Pay attention to that, Idaho, Maryland mine.
Okay.
I'm going to pause for a second and give why I'm saying that. A lot of these mines were owned by states. So you had the New York mine over in Virginia City, Nevada. And several other states made claims to those mines. All right. A relic from the town's gold mining past, numerous mines like this one once fueled Grass Valley's economy, and today gold rush artifacts are part of the town's character. A stamp mill once used to break up gold-bearing rock now guards an intersection on Main Street, and old ore carts or other rusty remnants can be spotted in parking lots and storefronts around town. Gold still exists in the veins of the abandoned mine, and Rise Gold, the mining corporation, so the name of the company is called Rise Gold. They purchased the mine in 2017, and they have reason to believe that reopening it makes financial sense. When the mine shut down in 1956, it wasn't because the gold was drying up, it was because of economic policy. The 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement, Bretton is spelled Bretton, had established a new international monetary system to create stability in exchange rates. As part of the effort, the price of gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Gold mining became unprofitable at that point. Today, the price of gold is no longer fixed, and prices have risen in response to the economic uncertainty wrought by that corona. At the start of the pandemic, the Federal Reserve lowered interest rates in an effort to stimulate the U.S. economy and encourage borrowing money. But those record low rates decreased the returns on bonds and savings accounts, making gold a relatively more attractive business investment. Now, with rising inflation, demand for gold remains high, even despite some recent dips. In 2020, roughly 43% of gold consumed globally went towards exchange-traded funds and central banks.
Read that last part again.
43% of gold consumed globally went towards exchange-traded funds and central banks. As prices have risen and mining technology has become more sophisticated, mines are opening and reopening in places where mining was once thought economically unfeasible. Now, keep in mind, the people who let these leases happen on the land for that company, for example, I think I said it was called Gold Rise, they have to go through the Department of the Interior and the Bureau of Land Management, because the Bureau of Land Management manages all of the leases dealing with mining. That's how the foreign companies are able to come onto the land, through those departments. All right, I'll continue reading. Still, mining isn't as simple as it used to be. The U.S. Geological Survey estimates that of the world's known gold, roughly 63,000 tons are still in the ground, compared with roughly 206,000 tons that have already been mined. And the world's unmined gold is generally unmined only because it's deeper underground and thus less accessible. To obtain it, companies have to figure out what to do with huge amounts of mining waste, some of which contains heavy metals and other toxic substances. Rise Gold has pledged to mitigate the environmental impact of its new mining operation, in part by employing a technique called paste backfilling, which involves injecting a mixture of water, mine waste, and a binder into mining tunnels. The practice helps provide structural support and reduces the amount of above ground mine waste. There is some science to support the benefits of this approach, but it's only a partial solution, and there are lingering uncertainties about its long-term impact. Though Rise Gold reports that the project has strong support throughout Nevada County, where Grass Valley is located, some local residents remain skeptical. Among other things, they are concerned that the new mining operation will not be able to adequately contain its waste. The article continues talking about this company and how they plan to basically mine in a clean manner. And then there's one more part.
So,
I was trying to find the last part that I had wanted to read, but I'm not seeing it. Okay, here it is. Underground mining operations also intersect with the water table, which means the existing tunnels have to be dewatered, and the water that's pumped out of the tunnels has to be treated before it's released above ground. The water coming from these mines that they are dewatering is full of arsenic, manganese, iron, and other heavy metals, says the biologist Josie Crawford, the executive director of the Wolf Creek Community Alliance, another local group that opposes the mine. It will be treated, but it needs to be treated forever. The water also has to go somewhere after it's been treated. Rise Gold plans to flush it down nearby South Fork Wolf Creek, a move that Crawford fears could cause damage to the riparian habitat. It is a trout stream, So it is sensitive, she says. If the dewatering starts scouring the creek, they could lose a lot of those invertebrates and ruin the trout habitat. So as these people are pulling the gold and the minerals, they are destroying the waterways, which a lot of people, like our ancestors, were moved off of those lands because they had to be, because it was contaminated.
Yeah.
It was contaminated. So I'm going to yield on that if anybody has anything to say.
Yeah, child, I got a lot to say on that. So, first of all, you said that they stopped mining, which this is very, very good information. You're saying that they really stopped mining out of that particular mine, and I'm assuming probably a lot of other mines for gold, because Bretton Woods set the price for gold. And at the time that dropped, they set the price of gold for $35 an ounce. I think that's what you said, right?
Right.
Okay, so today, as we sit here, the price for gold an ounce is $1,813.60.
Right.
So
and the
go ahead.
Bretton Woods, just to put the context on the Bretton Woods agreement, it established a system through which a fixed currency exchange rate could be created using gold as the universal standard. The agreement involved representatives from 44 nations and brought about the creation of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So go ahead, Auntie.
No, thank you for giving that background. So, which makes sense why they're getting ready to re-switch the financial system again, coming up off that dollar and going to a digital platform. Okay, so that's that piece. So now it's becoming back profitable to mine gold. So now they're going to go back and dig back into the earth, because that's basically what they're doing. And so either they're digging ancient tree roots and they're redug stuff from when they originally came and not colonize, would terraform the planet when they cut down them trees and all of that, because that toxic waste that they talk about that's underground, that's a part of that original terraforming. Okay, so the original terraforming. So when I say original terraforming, I'm talking about cutting down those ancient trees, excavating the tree roots, which have all of those minerals and precious metals and crystals that they're talking about. And because those ancient trees were so big, their root systems were humongous. So like they do in any mining operation, when they're finished mining, what do they usually do? There's two things that they usually do. As they're mining, they create the waste piles, right?
Yep.
And then the second thing they do, they backfill it with water. Okay? So when they talk about this contamination underground, I'm telling you all, that's the remnants from the original ancient digging that they were doing.
Just quarries everywhere.
Exactly. The planet.
And you could see them in your local areas.
Yeah.
When I was living in Georgia in Henry County, there's a huge quarry right there by Eagles Landing Country Club. A huge quarry.
Yeah, and that's just one example. These places that they're calling deserts, those are old quarries. If you
Yep,
look at
big
them with
old
a fresh,
facts.
yeah, if you look at them with fresh eyes, you can see, oh my God, this is a quarry.
I was talking to one of the Paiute Indians out here
Mm-hmm.
on Monday, and me and her was talking. I was telling her my background, and her eyes got so big. She said, I knew that you had to have some Cherokee. You look just like my niece. And so long story short, she goes in at telling me how much water was here. She said that you could look at the marks on the rocks and see the water lines. And I told her, I said, I noticed that. I said, was it that full? She said, it was so full of water here. She said, this place looked totally different before the mining. And she said they were mining this area way, way, way before they're saying they did it.
Absolutely.
Why they have so many dams? To keep the water back so they can do their thing.
Yeah. So
and she said that there's underground tunnels here that go all the way to Japan.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because do we understand how huge and big those trees were? So that means how big the root system had to be. That's huge. So think about it. Anybody that has a big tree in your backyard, which that's one of the things I look for. I don't buy a home where there's a big tree in the backyard because chances are, depending on how close that tree is, that root system is going to start growing towards the house. And then it's going to start hitting them sewer lines
Pipes
and then backing up in your house. But nonetheless, those that have big trees in your backyard and you try to go plant something and you hit on them tree roots, you ain't breaking through them tree roots without no equipment. So think of how the scale of those ancient trees have to be. And when they're excavating the underground craters that they are creating. And it was in one of the groups, a Facebook group. I think it's like called Ancient Trees, something like that group. And I remember one of the guys saying, the planet did not have this much water originally. And I was shaking my head trying to figure it out. And I asked him, I said, well, why would you say that? And he said, well, because the water was backfilled. And then as I started learning more about the ancient trees, I said, wait a minute. That's what they do when they have a quarry. They backfill stuff with water.
Mm-hmm.
So absolutely. That's why when you look at the oceans and all of that jazz, you're going to more than likely see what they're calling cliffs and mountains and all of that. Because that was backfilled with water from all of the mining. We know that sand is silicon. That's the remnants of them ancient trees being cut down. So mining has been going on for quite some time. So even when we talk about the Europeans coming over to the Americas, or if they're coming over to Africa, they're still mining old stuff that's already been mined. Just like they're mining for lithium for the quote, quote, electric cars that are supposed to be green and good for the environment. And I say, bullshit. How's that good and green for the environment when you're still digging in the land?
Right. It's all an investment issue. Most of these things are investments or political, because something's tweaking my little brain about the goal. When they have gold and on the gold standard, then the people take control of the country.
Okay, so go up another level from that, because that's here. Go up another level. What is gold?
Well, you said gold was us. We're the gold, but what they could make.
I want you to go up another level.
It's metal.
What is gold?
Well, the last time I checked, I don't really know except for a metal.
Ancient tree roots.
Thank you.
Oh, it's a tree root. Ah. Well, so that would put us back in control and get the trees back in position.
But why would we need gold to be in control?
I'm saying it was written in the Constitution.
But I'm saying go up higher than that.
The frequency of the gold?
What I'm trying to get at is we are in the position that we are in because we continue to stay tied with our consciousness to a system that requires excavation of natural resources. Why would you need that? Who told you that you needed that?
They did. They have killed presidents for wanting to change it to the gold system. That's what I'm saying by it being political.
We understand all of that. But what I'm trying to say, I get that point. We know that point. I'm saying think about it from a higher frequency level. Do you understand how low we have sank in our consciousness?
Oh, yeah.
That we feel we have to live on ancient tree root system that's been excavated out of the land to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And not only do we feel we have to live on it, we will kill, steal, lie,
destroy,
do whatever we need to do for said resources.
Right.
So now, how do we expect to have any good come to us when we have such a mentality? How can you expect that universal law is going to be on your side when your consciousness says, I have to take, excavate? When the planet itself is set up to keep regenerating and giving. There's no need for you to excavate resources out of the planet that can't be replaced.
Right. Well, we used to not have to do that. We used to walk around and just pick it up if we wanted to, but we didn't. And that's what brought the Europeans here to do all that kind of stuff.
And what did we do? Instead of keeping that mindset, I want to eat, I get my ass out there and grow something. Or, hey, this tree provided me fruits, whatever the case may be. The fish out there, okay, whatever the case may be. Whatever I need is here. What made the people of the land trade that way of living for gifts?
I don't know.
What was going on with their consciousness
Being
to
loyal.
trade with your opinions for gifts? To allow them to come on their land, to not only take over the land, but also to excavate from the land.
Their consciousness was changing, especially when they were drinking that Hennessy.
That's the point I'm trying to make. And we see the
Lazy.
same behavior today. No matter how much we tell people, you keep fucking with these people's paperwork, they're going to lock you up. It's their system. What are you trying to get out of their system that is an oppressive system? Well, sister, if you turn to the Bouvier/Black Laws Dictionary /did-dot-dot-do-dot-dot page, this and that. Okay, so you still don't get it. It is a mentality.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nisi Pooh.
No, I was just agreeing with you, Auntie. It's just at the end of the day, folks got to stop being lazy. And, folks feel like their ancestors was wronged and, they deserve something out of this system. And I'm not saying that they're not right. Some of our ancestors were wrong, but that was all by design. So are we going to get justice out of a system that was set up to wrong our ancestors? I hear the debates and I hear, folks saying, they feel like they deserve something.
And that's fine. Go on and get your deserved, what you feel you deserve. But realize you gonna dance to their music.
And you're going to wait a whole long time because if they was in the business of giving justice,
they would have been
then we wouldn't be having this. Thank you. Exactly. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. And the crap that happened with Dr. Carmen wouldn't have never happened.
Exactly.
And if niggas cared so much, they would have been up in arms about it.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm just tired of all this conversation about what they owe us.
Exactly, because they would have been already done it. And again, we don't want to be honest with ourselves, majority of us. You're looking for benefits in their system. And if that's what you want, cool, just say that. But to come out here and try to pretend you want something different, but your actions are showing otherwise, you could fool everybody else, but you're not fooling me personally. Because if you want something, you have to fight for it and build it.
And that requires real skills besides conversating and debating. That requires for you to use your hands, get you a hammer, power drill, screwdrivers, get you a big truck.
Can you swing a hammer?
Then you got a CDL. Can you drive some shit?
Exactly.
Bigger than your car.
Exactly. But folks want to talk all of this big game, be all of these intellects. And most men, you can't even change a fucking tire. You talk about a turnoff. Fuck you doing calling AAA for, bruh? Get your back into it.
Manly man.
But you want to sit dainty online. Like I got my nice Starbucks water thingy that I got that I sip on throughout the day and when I'm on air. You want to sit on air like me with your motherfucking pinky finger up talking shit. and you haven't built anything. And the saddest part about it, your ancestors wasn't even like that.
No.
Just go back a few generations now. Papa knew how to break some shit down. Your uncle with the motherfucking cigarette dangling out his mouth knew how to work on cars, goddammit, and still had that cigarette dangling. Whatever you could bring before your uncle with that cigarette dangling out his lips, he knew how to fix. But you ninjas want to sit online with your motherfucking pinky finger up. To me, you think you cute.
Oh,
That's bitchification to me. The way I grew up, that was bitchification. What have you built?
oh, I see what you're saying.
What
And
can
shout
you build?
And shout out to the artists, you know, because there are some people who are just artists, and that's okay too. You know, you might not know how to swing a hammer, but raise your vibration, artists. Change the game, because we got some horrible ass music out here for these children to listen to.
Yeah.
So get on your damn job.
Y'all gonna have to do something. And women, I mean, I don't know what get you going, but a motherfucker like this don't do shit for me. That don't do a goddamn thing for me. Well, sister, you the queen of the now, you the this and you the that, and I'm a this and I'm a that. Oh, okay then. Motherfucker, what have you built? Run me the list. Where are your credentials? What have you done?
And if you got some children, where they at?
Right. Oh, yeah, you know that's the question. And I ain't taking your motherfucking word for it. Because I'm talking to the baby mama, the ex-wife, nigga, I don't play. She did now, I don't want to hear what the fuck you got to say. I'll talk to her woman to woman, and I'm already gonna know. Matter of fact, I know I ain't gonna get to that stage because you're so fucking dumb and low vibrational. You're gonna tell on yourself anyway. Because you always do. Because you used to half-assing it. Because women let you get away with that weak-ass shit, being a weak-ass nigga, laying up on your ass. You used to running that weak-ass game. So you gonna tell on yourself any fucking way. Before I get to that point to get in your motherfucking background. We have allowed degenerates to cross their motherfucking legs. And tonight I'm specifically talking about men with your motherfucking pinky fingers up. Nigga, you think you're cuter and prettier than me. And I'm fucking turned off. You are a degenerate. You ain't built for manhood. You're pussification. You're not a doer. You're not a builder. You sit up online all day and whine about what the white man ain't doing to you, what the white man ain't giving you, what your old lady supposedly and allegedly done, what your baby mama supposedly and allegedly done. Nigga, your bitch like men solve problems. We have allowed degenerates to run rampant. We have allowed degenerates to be the voice and face of the community. And it's fucking sickening. And when real people step up and say this shit is unacceptable, they get crucified. Oh, you a man hater, nigga, you could call me whatever the fuck you want. What I won't be with is a bitch ass nigga. Nobody is coming to save you. Not no HR bill, not no HB bill, not no A to the D to the O to the S. Not no check, not no PPP, no Elemento P. I keep telling y'all, nobody is coming to save you. You have to get up and make it happen.
Yeah. You
have to make the right choices for your life. And dragging degenerates alone is not gonna get it. So I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for the background noise. Chase
That's
done let
okay.
the dog in the house, and now he making up all this noise. Get this dog out of here.
That's okay. All right, so that's the anti-scarf moment. Shit. All these niggas sitting up on lounge, they motherfucking pinky in the air, talking that bullshit. Ain't built a goddamn thing.
And ain't gonna.
No.
just read the book.
Right. Fuck out of here.
I built my house, and I had lots of contractors, melanated, Mexican, white, it didn't matter. And they said they could do it. You know, they couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it,
Nope.
sis.
They couldn't do it. They couldn't do it.
Wait a minute, child. I'm sorry. I was blowing my snout. Who couldn't do what now, child?
The contractors that I hired to help me build my house or to build my house couldn't do it. And I lost so much money.
It's hard finding contractors.
Oh my God, I lost so much money.
It is so hard. When I was in Atlanta, I couldn't tell you how many contractors I had to go through when I needed some work done. It is hard.
Yeah, and you lose money because they do it wrong and you have to do it again.
I've repaid.
Yep.
I hired a brother.
Yep.
That nigga messed my shit up so bad. Next thing I know, it was a rental. I wound up renting it out. I got the tenants calling me because the bathroom he worked on, motherfucking ceiling leaking because this bitch didn't do it right.
Ooh. Well, I finally had to read a book and do it myself.
And see, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't even that tight. I can't do that. I know my strength. I really, really am just much respect to sisters that can do that. I ain't finna lie now. I ain't one of that. Now I get out in the yard. You ask me do that other mechanical stuff? No, I'm not finna do it. No, I can't do it.
Technical stuff, I'm limited, but I got the book out. And so they kept making fun of me every time. So they said
they should be ashamed. See, that's the shit I be talking about, sis. I know, you and I in the same age group. I just don't motherfucking play that, nigga. If I got to break out a book to fix this shit, you ain't got the money. And I'm not saying you got to know how to do it. Lord knows I'm not. But nigga, you gonna have the money. But what you not finna do is have me have to do it myself or ask one of my partners or whatever to do it. No, you the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it was tough.
I don't give a fuck if this is your crib. You finna get out until I find something else. That's not manhood. Men fix problems.
Yeah, they do.
And men today are fucking comfortable. Don't know how to do shit. I'd never forget. I'm not gonna say her name. My cuz know what I'm talking about when I say this story. My cuz was married. She got a flat tire. She was working night shift. She had got a flat tire. So she was at work. Got a flat tire. Called her husband. He was asleep. And this nigga had the nerve to tell her he not coming.
Mm.
Now, my cousin, our grandparents had a working farm. Her parents were blue-collar working people, truck drivers. I know for a fact they got at least $1 million worth of assets. I'm saying that they're hardworking people. Pick cotton, all of that. So you ain't fencing to, what you're not fencing to do is tell them, including my stepdad who raised me, that's his lineage, about no motherfucking hard work. That you not finna tell them.
Mm.
That's the lineage she comes from. And this nigga gonna lay his big fat greased ass in that bed up there talking about some, he ain't coming to get his wife? And she said, cuz it gets even worse. The child, you know, I had to get some, oh wait, on this motherfucking conversation. She said she goes back up in the job because she's stuck. So this was before the Uber days. This was even before, I don't know, AAA may have been out then. I don't know. It really is beside the motherfucking point. So she goes back in the job, and it must have been a look on her face. She said, because her manager said, what's wrong? And she said he not coming. This was a white man, her manager. He went out to her car, said, come on, take me to your car. Changed her tire. And you know what that man told her? Get rid of him. He doesn't deserve you.
Wow.
So I'm on the ooh wee, and I look over at her, and she said, cuz that motherfucker didn't even sleep that night. I threw him the fuck out. I said, that's what you were supposed to do.
Mm.
I fucking dare him. It's not acceptable. Men solve problems.
Problem solvers.
If you want to complain, you want to whine, that means you want to be in a woman's position. And nigga, what you not finna do, what you're not finna do with me is turn up your motherfucking cup like this and talk shit. That's my job. I'm the cute one in this motherfucker. Not you, me. You get on your man business, or you get set out and left out in the street. You are a degenerate. Nobody wants to hear no excuses about what somebody done supposedly and allegedly done to you. Fucking figure it out. Man up. Or sit out in the cold with the degenerate that you are. Nobody gives a fuck. So I'm sorry. Go ahead. All right. So is that it for the auntie moments? There go Brother Odel. Well, you know what? Before I'm getting to you, Brother Odel, that was right on time. That's it for the auntie scarf moment. So I hope y'all get the moral of the story. You ain't never gonna be prettier than me. So you might as well wake up out of that motherfucking dream, you low-life degenerate. So let me bring on, I think I know this person. Okay, I'm going to bring you on, brother. Hopefully, I'm doing the right thing. Okay, so let me bring you on, brother. Then we're going to bring on Brother Odel. Peace and love. All right, they dropped off because I already said hopefully you're doing the right thing because I was going to snap and tear into you if you came on with that bullshit. All right, so we're going to bring on Brother Odel from the UK and get it popping. Uh-oh. Maybe it's Zoom. Okay, because I'm trying. Okay, there you are, Brother Odel. All right, hold on. So, Brother Charles, are you on? Okay. Well, I tried to bring you on. I don't know what's up. Okay, let me bring on Brother Odel. Brother Odel, you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me, Sister Rhonda?
I can hear you. How are you?
Well, I'm absolutely fine. Had a couple of things I needed to sort out, but I'm glad I managed to get in a reasonable time. How's everybody across the pond?
We're good. You got a lot of static.
Right, let me just see if I can sort this out.
Okay.
It's not normal about this. A bit of a trouble with the mic. Normally I'm okay. Let me just see what's going on here. Like I said, that now better to do it now and make sure we're all sorted out. Sometimes it can be a bit like that. Connection can be a bit funny.
Okay. Okay. Just let me know, brother. Okay, brother, you there? Uh-oh. All right, so let me try to unmute him again. All right, I'm finna try to unmute you again, Brother Odel. Okay. I think you're on now. Uh-oh. We can't hear you. I know, Brother Jeremiah. It's like, yeah. Mic check, check one, check two. Yeah, sis Shape, Pink, peace and love, sis. You said something back up there. Dang, let me go back. You said something that I wanted to put something up on it. That cigarette, you got me rolling. Y'all know that drunk uncle that had the cigarette that work on cars. You be like, Unc, I heard this side. I heard the sound, this, that, and the third. They like, come, bring it on around there. So you get around there, he still got that cigarette thing up under the hood, looking at it, get up under the car, but he know how to fix whatever your problem was.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that we didn't have any more shop classes, and that's exactly what happened. They took all of that out of the class because they didn't want us to learn stuff like that, and they just made pretty much a useless society when they don't learn how to do things.
Yeah, but before shop classes, who do you think that was teaching you that?
Your parents, your daddies.
Exactly.
Yeah, my mama taught me how to cook. Even
right, because I think the last of the shop classes and stuff, it was either my generation or the generation after, because we had shop classes, home economics classes.
Everything.
And but I took home ec because it was just an easy credit for me. I knew how to cook walking in that bitch. Matter of fact, the teacher gonna try to argue with me that sweet potato and pumpkin pie was the same thing. It's a Caucasian teacher. I said, oh no, baby, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. I said, oh no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. I said, oh no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. I said, well, I'm gonna bring you some sweet potato pie in. So I brought her a slice, and she was like, "No, it's not. How did they make it? With sweet potatoes,
You know, it was years
not with
before they
pumpkin."
realized the difference. It was years before people realized the difference.
People from the South,
No.
how you gonna convince? Child, that's like telling me grits and malto meal are the same.
God.
And you know how I feel about that goddamn malto meal. No offense to you people up north. I want to vomit. I can't do it. That's trying to tell me that grits and malto meal are the same thing. Pumpkin pie tastes different than sweet potato pie. Sweet potatoes is a potato. Pumpkin is a squash. They ain't even in the same family. Now, they may have the same ingredients when you make it, but the taste is different. So I walked in those home economic classes knowing how to cook. That was an easy A for me. So my point being is your parents taught you those things. Fathers taught their sons how to work on cars, how to do carpentry. But because homes are so broken, men aren't getting those particular skill sets. And we don't want to be honest about that. Mechanics is a hell of a way to make an excellent living. A plumber is an excellent way to make a living. Being a carpenter or a construction worker, that's a hell of a skill set. So we shouldn't have even been relying on the school to teach our children what we should have been teaching them in the first doggone place. Because now folks are relying on an economy that's a service economy.
Right.
So not working and building things with your hands, and then people want to get pissed off about the Hispanic men coming over taking the jobs. Okay. Or the Mexican men. Okay, I feel you on that. But do you have the skill set to walk on that construction site and do that?
Right.
We're not being honest with ourselves. So the point that I was trying to make, Sis Shay Pink said, when we were talking about Indigenous, she was saying that she was really pointing out that the root word of that is indigent, mean poor and needy. That's what I was trying to bring out. Okay, so let me see here. If Brother Odel is waiting. Brother Charles, you could try to come back. I don't know what. I tried to unmute you. So come back if you want to come back. There you go, Brother Odel. Let's see if that's better for you.
All right, I went to go. Can you hear me, Sister Rhonda?
Yes,
I had to upload.
Yep, you're clear now.
Yeah, that's why I had to upload. It was playing up. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, that's good.
How are you?
Yeah. I'm fine across the pond over here. I'm doing all right. I've had a good week.
Good.
Everything's been going well. I've been watching a couple of the things that you've been putting out recently. It's been good. You do some good joints as always, as ever. When you get the chance to put out the short stuff, it's always full of information. The transatlantic stuff from Africa, definitely a good thing that people should be listening, because that whole thing you bust that myth open. That got busted open comfortably, and the numbers mathematically have never added up.
Never added up.
Nope. And it becomes more obvious once you spend a little bit of time, just like you said, just doing a little bit of due diligence, and it becomes obvious that that something's not right here. It's easy to question it once you you know, you really start to just dig a little. It's not even that hard, you know what I mean? But your jump was really good.
No, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Okay, brother. So you ready? So brother Odel is the brother, our brother from the UK, and he did. If you go to the second episode of this series, he laid out from the inception all the way up to how the financial system is ran today. Truly how it's ran, okay? And now today, the part 2, he's going to connect how spiritually said financial system ties in a spiritual manner. So with that said, brother, I'm going to turn it over to you. So we're glad to have you back. I'm assuming that you're going to, are you sharing tonight? I'm assuming that you are.
Yes, I always do here. You know what I'm like. I'm not sure I do it properly here.
Okay, so try
Like
to you try to go head on. You should be able to do it. Let me know.
I'm gonna get ready now. All right. Yeah, you've got to let me do it as normal. Whatever you did last week, Sister
Okay,
Randa, please.
so literally,
Thank
I
you.
always have to see multiple participants. Okay, try it now.
Yeah, you've probably done it. Let me have a look. Okay, that's one. Let me just see if I can do the screen share. Yep, thank you, Sister Randa. You always get it right.
You go for it. No, I struggle every time because it seems like it'd be different. It's me. It's not them. It's me. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. No, you've got it spot on. It just takes a little bit of time, and then you just think, yep, you get it sorted out. So I'm going to.
As soon as you get it to that point, I'll share the screen with the family.
Yeah, you do it to YouTube. Yeah. All right, thank you. Let me just make sure this is ready. 1 minute. I should be here. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, share sound and ready. Just make sure I've got the right one up.
Oh, and while Brother Odel is doing that, don't forget, fam, check out Brother Kui Mayo. He put out a couple of hard hitters. So shout out to Brother Kui Mayo. Shout out to LTC, Brother Legendary Top Cat. He put out a couple of hitters as well. I'm not sure because I'm even behind. I'm behind on my lectures, y'all, with the fam. I'm not sure if Top Cat has moved his last Sunday lecture. I couldn't even make it live, y'all. I was so worn out. I literally had 3 meetings on Sunday, child. So I'm not sure if his Sunday lecture is still up there, but he got 2 drops that he put out earlier this week. So check those brothers out too. Brother Kui Mayo put out a couple heavy hitters, Brother Legendary Top Cats, and check out Sister Dr. Tracy McCarthy. Shout out to her. She does excellent work. You know, I love her style. So for those of you that don't like my style, be like, can you stop being loud? No. So she's not loud like me and MF and NSBN. So you'll really like her flavor. So check her out as well. All right. So wait a minute, brother. Let me show the screen. Share the screen. All righty.
All right. Is everything all right, Sister Rhonda?
Oh, yeah. Yep, we can see.
All right. Well, we'll get started. We'll have up and running. So yeah, we go for everybody to chime in. Obviously, we've got Nisi Poo and we've got Sister Sandra. Is that correct? And Brother Scotty.
Yes.
All right. Hopefully they'll all chime in and add in. Where Ashan and Nuwire this week? Are they kind of doing
Brother
stuff?
Sean is MIA. He probably got tied up with some stuff. And Nuwire, I saw him in the chat. Was it last week or the week before? But Nuwire, he'll do that. He'll come in and out.
All right. Well, we'll just see how it goes. Hopefully, if they might turn up, it'd be interesting to have their take on things. It's always good to see, hear everybody's take on the panel. It's always good to hear them.
Yep.
All right. So just going to go through, I think I talked about this briefly last time. We got to the end of one of the last talks that I did, and we touched, I think it's Clout Committee. I remember last time we struggling with how this is tied to the soul. So I was going to read some text, and you were like, nope. We're going to do it properly. We're going to do it properly. So I was like, all right, Sister Rhonda, no problem. We'll do it properly. So I'm going to kind of tie this in a much more in-depth way, just because of how the sister wanted to get down with this and do it properly. So I've done this in a more concise way in regards to how this whole thing is set up. So now I've kind of come at it, and in fact, I'll let it open up as it needs to open up as I read through it. There's a couple of things we could get in on some deeper stuff, particularly with the cult of Saturnalia and the Baal stuff. We can go deeper if it needs to do. I've got some other text for it, but I've touched on aspects of all of it, and we'll just see how we go. But if we need to go any further, we can do if we need to do. But I'll let you, judge that one. So we just got here, we've got papal bulls and soul contracts, and everything's tied to the souls, as we all know when we're down here on 3D Earth. So we've got my story, or mysteries, because it says, and his story, and obviously got our story, and it's always in the words. It's all about programming with these people, because obviously it's connotative linguistics with these people. It's about how they've been programming us, even that language we use in English, which I call I call it an acidic language, because most of the tones are taken out of it, and on top of that, the words, a lot of the words, tricky words and stuff like that, they don't make no sense, and it's because it's not meant to do. The words, it's a language that's been butchered. It's been done deliberately. So, and that's due to they've done due to the Capitis Maxima issue, what they've done with the language, and obviously that goes back to the Oxford Manual of Styles of the English Language in the US version, and obviously the Chicago Manual of Styles, which is very clear when you go through them and you read through them. It's very obvious that the language have been deliberately been butchered on purpose. So we're speaking through the tonation, we're speaking a lower form of language, which has been done deliberately to program people. And that's why I like to get into etymology and things like that, because you get into the science of how words work, cut like swords and live and evil and stuff like that. Just makes a lot more sense to why the world speaking the Babel, the English language, it's done that deliberately. So we'll run into this now, and we'll get started up. You ready?
I'm ready, brother.
All right, let's go. So we're going to start us off nice and easy with this. So Jesuits, who are the ones who are the military arm of the Roman cult, and this is where most of this nonsense we're dealing with right now is coming from. So can a man serve God, governance, ordinance, department faithfully and possess slaves? Brother Joseph Mobley asked in his diary in 1818. Yes, he answered. It is then lawful to keep men in servitude. Yes.
So notice he said, I'm sorry, brother, just real quick. Okay. Notice he said use slaves and servitude interchangeably, but keep going.
Yep, exactly. Servitude, a bunch of servitude is slavery. That's what they've been doing with us all. And that's due to what we're going to get in on tonight. We're going to show aspects of this and how the bonds work and everything. We're going to get in quite hard. But yeah, I agree. Just chime in whenever your sister on. It's fine. Yes. The Jesuits of Maryland province had always relied on plantations to support their ministries. The estates were extensive, totaling 12,000 acres on 4 large properties in southern Prince George's, Charles, and St. Mary's counties, and 2 smaller estates on Maryland's eastern shore. In 1634, when the Jesuits arrived in Maryland, Lord Baltimore awarded them quasi-estates. Remember what the sister's been saying about these trusts and everything that's been set up? You've been doing the joints on the walls of 1812 and everything. So it's all related to what we've been going on in these series, in which they were permitted to live off the rent of tenant farmers. However, as University Dean Hubert Cork explained, the system was totally antiquated and romantic, Rome's antics. Not related to, you know what I'm like, Rome's antics, romantics, Rome's antics. It's all breaking down the words. Not related to reality. And they realized they were not going to make any money. So the Jesuits turned indentured servants, English men and women. I'm going to say that again. So the Jesuits turned to indentured servants, English men and women.
Tell it now.
Yeah, exactly. The Slavs. Where did the word slave come from? It's over here in Europe, Czechoslovakia, Slovenia, Slavs. The first slaves were over here. And I proved that last time with the history of corporations and the publicane. English men and women who worked the land for set terms. I'm going to say that again. English men and women who worked the land for set terms in return for passage from England to Maryland. Remember what the sister's been talking about with the transatlantic trade. Who were the slaves? Who were the slaves?
English.
Okay. Just like the sister's been saying, the judge has been proving. If you go to listen to the sister's judge she's been doing during the week, she's been breaking down the Atlantic slave trade. Who were the real slaves or Slavs? Becomes obvious. English men and women who worked the land for set terms in return for the passage from England to Maryland. That's key. But as working conditions improved in England, so my slaves were over here. Remember, I talked about 1213 in the first talk I did with the Sister Caveat, which is going to be touched on aspects of that in this talk anyway. It's all interlinked. So let's keep going. So, but as working conditions improved in England, the supply of indentured servants dropped, and the Jesuits once again found a new way to work the land. By the 1680s, they relied upon a fully developed slave system. And I'll stop there and let people make comment as they need to do. But go ahead.
Okay, so just to recap. So peace and love, Brother Sean. We see you, beloved. Be safe. He's on the road out west traveling. So peace and love.
Sean.
Be safe.
To love.
Yeah, peace safe. Be safe, Brother Sean.
Okay, so just to be clear, again, they turned to indentured servants who were pretty much put on a contract to come over to work, a labor contract, to come over and work the land.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But as working conditions improved in England, the supply of indentured servants dropped. Okay. So in other words, I'm guessing as they were able to make more money working in England and the jobs became better, it made more sense for them to stay in their homeland and to work than to go over to any of the newfound lands. So it was more than about just coming over to the Americas. It was going over to any one of the other colonies.
Yep.
Okay, then. All right. I'm just making sure.
Yep. That's relates to your joint that you did on the transatlantic slave trade about who the real slaves are and who was in servitude and how they've been in servitude. So it just backs up where you're coming from. It's a little opener there. So we'll get into some of the aspects of this. So there's the only governmental on the planet. Okay, all the governments are all corporations due to the Publicane and the history of corporations. I did the talk last time on this and explained it in great detail. So this is the only government that exists on the planet that controls all the other ones, and I'm going to explain about it now. So the Roman Curia is the company of officials. I'm going to say that bit again. The Roman Curia is the company of officials. Keep in mind all the Joins and Sisters been doing, and all the stuff that all of you have been doing, explaining the trust and everything that's been going on, stuff that we've all been talking about. Okay, so I'll read this little bit and get your take. The Roman Curia is the company of officials, advisors, and clergy employed by the Roman Pontiff through the papal chamber or curia in the governmental of the public face of the Roman Catholic Church by the Roman cult. And I'll stop there and let everybody chime in if they want to say anything.
Oh, okay. Roman Curia is the company of officials, advisors, and clergy employed by the Roman Pontiff through the papal changer of Curia in the government of the public face. Oh, wait a minute. So are you describing how the Roman government system is set up? It's
That's
set up
right,
as
we're
a
gonna do-
company?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Child.
Gets back to what I was showing to you exactly with the Publicani. I was showing to you last when I came. I think it was last time because we talked about bona vacantia last time. You learned a new term last time. This time I'm talking about the structure of the history of corporations that I showed when I came on probably the time before, and now the Publicani were set up and they enslaved the Roman people, and it gets back to 325, and I touch it in this talk as well. 325 AD when the church was changed to what's called a body politic, and obviously that's where they set up the first corporations, which is what I'm going to in the talk in the history of corporations.
Okay.
So yeah, I am all about that.
So just to reiterate, really the first corporate structure set up on the planet was the Roman Catholic Church.
Yes, that's correct, and that's where all the corporations come from, and where we've got all the problems to do it that we're dealing with today under Unum Sanctum. That is correct, sister. Yes.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you want me to continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry.
All right, that's
So-
fine. I'm just checking. Just go on.
Well, in 325, you said, right?
Yep, Council of Nicaea, 325 AD.
The Nicene courts set up, and that's when they set up the body of Christ or Jesus
Yep,
and everything, and then that's when it took off to be part of the church, right?
yep.
And then there was one pope that didn't want that. His name was Arian, and they hunted him down
Mm-hmm.
because he said it wasn't fair to the people.
That's correct. That's when I talked about history of corporations last time in the Publicani when they kept rebelling. I mentioned it last time in history of corporations, where it talks about Rome and its decadent population, those who wanted it, and then there's those that didn't want, but those who were decadent were indulgent. That's a good, and I use that term, indulgent, deliberately. There's a reason why I use that term.
Because they started paying indulgence to get favors from the church, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's go. So the Roman Curia, also known as the Curia Romanum, was the first formed as the highest, listen, this is key here, as the highest judicial and administrative body. I'm going to say that bit again, this is clear here. The Curia Romanum was first formed as the highest judicial and administrative body of the Catholic Ecclesia, Catholic Church, in 742 CE by the eldest son of Charles Martel, named Carloman, and Vicarius Christi Vicarius, 742 to 752. This is all just after, obviously after the Council of Nicaea. In the announcement of the administrative structure of the new Christian Church in opposition to the Holy Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantines.
Oh,
There you go.
wow.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
No,
we didn't know that.
You do now. That's why we're doing stuff. Go ahead.
No, because the Christian church is the Catholic Church, but right there at that time, the Christian Church was the Roman Empire, in opposition to the Roman Empire, and known as the Byzantine. Wow.
Yep, there have been splits all over the place. People wanted it and people didn't. So you're always seeing the chaos that I was talking about.
Gotcha.
All right, so they know. Okay, so it's just just give you a bit of an aspect of what's going on, because the church originally, and this gets back into the religion stuff, but we're not talking about that's too specific tonight. I do have stuff on it, but we might not get time tonight. Depends on what's going on. We'll see how we go. But it gets back into the Christianity when its original form was Gnostic. It wasn't a body politic. Its original form was Gnostic. They've been taking the books out of the heliotext. Basic instruction before leaving Earth. We today know it's the Bible. Basic instruction before leaving Earth, because in its Gnostic form, with the Book of Ruth, the Book of Enoch, Book of Eli, Denzel Washington did that film, Book of Eli. You should watch that. Gives you some clues in there. We know that it was Gnostic in its original form, and that gets back to what originally happened when the three Christ beings, and I've talked about this in the Great Sine Wave, I've briefly touched it, we haven't gone in depth in it. It gets back to what really happened and what Christianity really was, and its original form, when it gets back into what was really going on back in those times. And the three kings, and I've mentioned this previously, the three kings are about the information about the Templar and the inner earth and what was really going on down here, where it gets back into what the black sun, Saturn, and what was implemented down here, where it gets back into the Piscean construct. But we'll leave that tonight, because we're going to talk about aspects of it tonight.
Yeah, we're going to get there, because that's your next drop, is that astrological wheel / clock. But yeah, we're going to get there.
When it's time. All right. So in 1215, upon the first official recognition of the Roman pontiff by Frederick II, 1194 to 1250, of the House of, and it's Hohenstein, so one of those awkward, the Venetians and the Pisans claimed the right to use the term Roman Curia as the highest judicial and administrative body of the church. And I'll stop there and let anybody come in if they want to come in and chime in.
So when they say they claim the right to use the term, did they have that? To me, that makes me think of them having to get permission to use that term from the Roman Catholic Church.
That's right. Yep.
Okay,
because they copyright everything now. They copyright back in those days. Yeah, they copyright everything, just like your birth certificates. Go ahead.
Right. So that would be like me. I can't come up here and call this Amazon. You know what I'm saying? Right. I can't call my show Amazon, because that's Amazon's copywritten and trademarked name.
Yes, correct.
Wow. Okay, then.
It's also judicial, which is also the judge and jury.
Right. Yep, that's the legal side of it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Judicial.
You're covering both sides. Yeah, gotcha. Exactly. There you go. Yeah, so keep covering it, and it explains more as I keep going into this.
And I actually have a picture of Frederick on a coin. So this is very, very interesting.
Is that Germany, Frederick the Second?
I will have to go.
Hohenstaufen. That would be German, right?
Yeah, but remember you're talking those times when we was over in Europe back then. You know what was going on in the ecumenical councils, and who was really doing what back then, and that bloodline that you lot talk about. Keep in mind what was going on back then in Europe back in those times. Just keep in mind who was really there and what was really going on, and the fights that were really happening over in Europe, and which bloodlines they were fighting with. So it goes back to bloodlines, like you've always been saying. Go ahead, sorry.
No. I said I'm in agreement. So no, I'm good. You could go ahead, brother. I'll try to find that coin. But yeah, I do have a coin of blood of Frederick. But go ahead, brother.
One more thing I want to put a point. Is this when the Constantine? I mean, not Constantine. Alexander the Great, when his kingdom split, and the Byzantine and the Ottoman and all those were given out.
Yep. All that's all related. Yep. All the Ottomans, the Venetians, all of it's all related at that point. We was over there doing what we were doing. Yep, spot on.
Oh, wow.
So, papal bull. In Roman Catholicism, an official papal letter or document, the name is derived from the lead seal, bulla. Traditionally affixed to such documents since the 12th century, it has designated a letter from the Pope carrying a bulla that shows the heads of the apostles Peter or Jupiter. Okay, Jupiter, because the Pope wears a fish up that with Pisces, so that's why he sits on the throne of Peter. It's Jupiter. It's all cosmological in its origin. That's why I just want to point out. And Paul on one side and the Pope's signature on the other. I'll stop there for a second. Just let you comment if you want to.
Do you know how they say that about Peter or Jupiter is that he was the first Pope of the Catholic Church? That's what they say in hermeneutics, in Christianity.
That's right, because it's all representing the Piscean construct, because Jupiter ruled Pisces.
So that's age, right?
That's correct, sister. Keep going.
Age. That's telling you this is the seal. This seal represents the age or the energy of
Pisces.
Exactly.
Thank you, sister. Keep going.
No, you said it perfectly. And don't Pisces, ain't that the fish? Unless I'm not remembering properly. And don't Jesus represents the fish?
Correct. The vesicle of Pisces, that's correct.
Okay.
Jesus.
And the Pope wears the hat of the fish?
The Pisces.
The papal tiara, the Piscean construct, the papal tiara. I've got some pictures of it in here. You'll see it later on. But keep going.
Wow, very good. No, that's all. This is deep. I got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep. You told me. You give me my excitement. Don't worry, sister. I came in good.
I knew you was gonna come. That's why I didn't want you to rush it. I'm like, nope. Stop right there. Come back.
I have one question though. So Peter is the first apostle of the church, and Paul and Christians love Paul. I can't stand it because there's something like I found out he was Pope Augustine.
Yeah, that's what the name. The months after again, Julius, July, August, Augustus. Yeah, keep going, and then the months after them. That's right. Keep going.
Yeah, I figured it out because his and also Pope was it Leo the 10th, because they write really, especially Augustus, write just like Paul with the papal bull, because the papal bull had slavery in it, and so does the Gospel of Paul and all those stuff they call, for the slave to obey their masters.
That's correct. Yep. It's all the doctrine that is going to get talked about later on in this talk. That's right. It's that doctrine of faith. I'm going to kill that later on. Don't worry, I've covered you there. I've got you there. You'll love it when I start reading from it. You'll become obvious what I'm talking about.
So somebody has a question in the chat, brother. I'll read it to you. They said, this is from Jeremiah Dream. I heard King Jesus may be Genghis Khan. I heard some wild shit like that yesterday. So have you ever heard that, or is there any correlation?
No, I've not heard that. No, I've not heard.
And it's probably just either somebody renaming that. So if that is supposedly and allegedly true, what I noticed, even just reading through like King James stuff, I noticed how he gave himself multiple titles.
Yes.
So a lot of those leaders back then gave themselves the titles out of folks out of the Bible. So that's the only thing I could possibly think that they were talking about.
No, Serapis Christus was Constantine, because he was the first Christ. He was the first Christ figure. If I recall that. Yeah, he was known as Christos.
Yeah, Constantine, Emperor Constantine is the first one. Yeah. And that's why I talked about, and I will briefly touch in this talk about the Council of Nicaea, because the reason why they give him the most revering is because the Council of Nicaea 325 AD because that was a 300 years after when the Piscean construct came up. It was a 300 years after when the church was set up, well, Constantine set it up, so the church became a body politic, which I mentioned earlier. And that's when it first was into its corporatization, when they took the Gnosticism out of Christianity and they made it corporate. That's correct. So, yeah, that's why he gets revered in the way he does, because what we're dealing with now is the next aspect to the Council of Nicaea, because they took the real knowledge out of Christianity and corporatized everything, and that's when it started to get down this road with what we've been dealing with today.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Jeremiah Dream says, watch Tartarian Christianity Part 1 on YouTube. There's a whole history written that connects Genghis to biblical narrative. Yeah, I'll give it a watch, but I do know just by the King James stuff that I went through, and looking at all of those European kings, they take on the titles of these biblical characters, because at the end of the day, once you peel back the layers, as what Brother Odel is going to show you, they're tying themselves really to the ages or the energy.
Yes, that's correct.
Because they're ruling under that particular energy, astrological / energy. That's really what they're doing. So, but I'll shut up. Okay, I'm done, brother.
No, you're fine, sister. You're spot on. That's correct. No, that's correct. It's all cosmological in its origin. That's the thing. It is. That's what I found out with and all these leaders. They all do it. You know, whether it's Genghis Khan, whether it's Constantine, whether it's Justinian, you know, whether it's Carloman or Charles Martel, they all do it. They all do the same thing. Yeah, do you know what I mean? They all do it. It's quite normal. Whether it's a prophet Muhammad, whether it's a prophet of all the religions, because they're all linked back. Whether it's Moses or Musa or Moses, they all do the same thing. Do you get me? Yeah. It's all interlinked anyway. So that I'd agree with where the brother's coming from. Who mentioned that is right. So all right. So by the 13th century, the term papal bull was being used only for the most important documents issued by the Pope. Yeah. These included canonizations of saints, dogmatic pronouncements. Okay, so there you go. Dogmatic pronouncements. Dispensation to marry, and this is dispensations to marry. So go on.
He got that from them to divorce one wife.
Okay, so this was Henry VIII, which we have pictures of him.
Right.
Yep.
So disposition, that means to get a divorce from, what do they mean? Disposition.
Yeah, disposition. Yeah, that's right.
Divorce from her so he can marry somebody else.
What's her face? Anne Boleyn, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it was in Catherine of Aragon, and by the way, Catherine of Aragon is important because Aragon is rising Knights Templars, so it's somebody who's again an important title is the Aragons. But yeah, because it's when the Church of England split from the Catholic Church, it didn't split. It's still an appendage because he couldn't get married because you weren't allowed to have multiple wives with Henry VIII. But
wait a minute, wait now, you telling me it didn't really split, brother?
No, I've got evidence of it. Not in this talk. I've got evidence of it in the. Yeah, I've got evidence. I'll prove it. It's in the in what's called the. I forgot what it's called. You've got Code of Canon Law, and then you've got the Church of England's version of it. I've got it anyway, but I'll pull it up at some point, but probably not today. But I've got it anyway.
Worries. That's make sure you get it done. Too. I didn't know that, so it didn't.
I'll show you.
It just became a subsidiary of.
That's correct. It's in the appendages. I think it's in 11 and 17, but I've got it anyway because I've read it. I've read through it. If we get a chance, if I find it, I'll pull it up and you can read it.
Okay, yeah, we don't have to do it tonight, of course. It's just, that's good to know. Okay, brother, I'm done.
All right. His brother's widow. The restoration of the Society of Jesus, that's key because that's under what we were under with the Jesuits. In 1814, and the announcement of December 25th, 1961, of the forthcoming Second Vatican Council. That's key because I'll mention that later on. Both Pope John Paul II and Pope Francis issued papal bulls to announce the years of Jubilee. Keep in mind with this global currency resets and these years of Jubilee and what's going on at the moment. Mm-hmm. The Great Jubilee from 2000 to 2001 and the Extraordinary Jubilee of Mercy from 2015 to 2016, respectively. So remember, it's all part of the thing, and that's when they did, and they issue paper bulls to issue those documents, as you know. So this is. I'm going to give some points for people to go and look at some stuff. So here are reference points to study of your own due diligence. So if you want to find out what they've been controlling us and all the rest of it, I'm going to give people reference points. So you've got the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD, which I've mentioned. The First Council of Constantinople, 381 AD. The Council of Ephesus, Ephesus, 431 AD. The Second Council of Chalcedon, 451 AD. The Second Council of Constantinople, 553 AD. The Third Council of Constantinople, 680 to 681 AD. This is another key one here. The Second Council of Nicaea, 787 AD. The Fourth Council of Constantinople, 869 to 870 AD. And this is another key one here. The First Lateran Council, 1123 AD. That's an important one. And the Second Lateran Council of 1139 AD. They're all important stuff that you can go and look at. If you look those up and go and study those, that gets into how the corporate structures of the church were set up, and they've been doing bits and pieces and adding stuff on as they've been going. And I've mentioned some of that in the history of corporations and public accounting last time when I talked about corporations. So it's just a bit of a... Now, go ahead.
Well, the first council, the first one they had was the major setting stone to kind of like cheat the people of their freedoms back in the day by making them Christians. And then, it made the split in the church at that point too. So the Council of Nicaea gave everybody Jesus. That's when he was created.
That the first one? The 325 one?
325.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Was the first one that they created the concept of Jesus.
That's correct.
And when they did that, they wrote it for you to know that, because they wrote it in the second chapter of Ephesians that they found Jesus. And so the second chapter tells you that they found Jesus, and he was founded in 325 AD.
So now this is me. Oh boy. So that had to mean, this is just me, when they got together and did the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD and put together Jesus, that means they were ushering in the Pisces era.
Right.
Correct. That's right. Because at the start of the ages, when obviously when Yeshua or the three kings were here, and I talked about this briefly. Again, it's all in cosmological. The three kings brought the original information. I've got some alignments on this that are sick, and this may seem wild out in my middle of my talk when I did one in England. And I showed the alignments of 9/11 and what it meant and the significance of it and where the planets were and everything was aligned. And it gets into what happened originally when the three Christ beings were here, that came here, that gave the information. It was because of what was happening here with the Earth's Templar. It gets back into how they set the... it kind of touches an aspect of the change of the ages in terms of the Piscean construct, but it also relates to the Saturnalian stuff that they're doing with us as well, and the Black Sun, and how it's related to this realm as well. It's all interlinked to that as well, but I'll let you continue, but it's all interlinked to that. And the what it talks about is the original glass plates, the Templar, the glass plates were the original plates that the Yeshuas, the three kings, left behind. And that gets back to the high level Freemasonry, instead of mother and son or Masonry, and it gets into the information that the degrees that were left here, and it gets back to where what's it called, the Talmudic dynasties out of Hikkupta, today call it Egypt, which is where they can trace their bloodlines back to Hikkupta or the Talmudic dynasties out of Egypt that came to Rome, and it's when they first set up the Rome stuff when it left. And I talk about it, a little bit aspects of it in this talk, and the voluntary eunuchs and these people, and it gets into the Cabal and the Baal and stuff like that, into the Roman cult. It gets back into originally what was going on when they were setting up all the structures. It's to do with all the dark arts and the dark magic, or the black sun, meaning Saturn, and the realm and the control of the souls down here. It gets into all back of that. But I'll stop there and let's you comment.
No, you're good, and I think that just goes into the next drop you're gonna do when you come back and you talk about that astrological clock and how that's connected, that is the ages, and how that's connected to the black sun. So when you come back and do that drop, we'll wait for that. But okay, it just hit me that now I'm just getting, wait a minute, so the Council of Nicaea, when they instituted the concept of Jesus, they were really saying, okay, y'all, we're going into the age of Pisces. So we have to have the populace
on board.
On board, exactly. We have to have their consciousness and their energy focused in this direction as well. So
I believe the age of Pisces, I'll be like to Eve's children, I believe. That's why they've all got the mottos. Like the age of Aquarius is I know, which is what's coming in now. They're trying to bring the third version of that in now. And that's what in 325 AD, what they did was they got together and corporatized the church and the doctrine of faith, and it's where they programmed everybody into this construct, which is what you've just been talking about, and that's correct. And the dark arts are mother and son, masonry, Hikupta, the Ptah means father or pope, and that's why they took those titles back, because it gets back into that times when they knew what was going on and how they was going to set up this Piscean construct, because it's based on the story of Heru, and it's the story of mother and son. And they put original procreation from its natural standpoint, but obviously they've corporatized everything and turned it upside down. But I'll stop there and let you comment.
Yeah,
that's what you think.
I want to say too, this is when Constantine became, was the king after he killed his mama, and he had that so-called dream of the cross. And he went out conquering under the cross with the Catholics' permission. Right around the time of the Council of Nicaea. So this is where the cross came in. You think they were waging not only war with people, but with different people groups, but they were waging war with the scripture too. Because they substituted anybody else's religions and they destroyed books and everything and put in the cross as the main focus of their leadership across the planet.
Okay. Nisi Poo has a question. She put herself on mute. She said, ask Brother Odel, does he know or have info on the grand solar minimum? I would love to hear a drop on that from his perspective.
We have, well, when you get the end of the ages, you have different cycles of how the, I do talk about it, and it gets back into electrical was what really went on down here. I will touch an aspect of it, maybe in that other talk where I've got the great sine wave. Yeah, because that's what we went in 2012 to 2017. It gets back in. I'll drop that in. With that talk in terms of the next, not this one, but the next one we're doing. Yes, I do.
Yeah, because it fits in.
And explain it fits in with the galactic core of the Milky Way and what's going on right now with this advent of Aquarius, where we're changing from one construct to another. So I do have some information on the electrical
your
stuff
stuff,
like that.
Brother Odel. You know your stuff for sure. Okay, I'm done.
They used a lot of their symbols, didn't they, brother, to deceive the people into believing a supernatural leading of the church.
Yep. And they use the cosmological principles as sort of mother and son masonry, or Freemasonry, because originally it was all came from its cosmological in its origins. They know that, which gets back into all the stuff about vibes of cosmos, or Sisters of the Church, and back into the black sun, the electric was, and how the realm is controlled. It's all interlinked. That's correct. Everything is interlinked.
Now, this is a good question, brother. Chubb Jack says, is the cross a Roman symbol? I know you already know that, but that's a good question.
Yeah, the cross. all of it's cosmological because
Boom.
all they've done is pull the polar axis. The polar axis is up to represent all the original. Most of the world's religions, and I did this in another talk, and I might have to touch this in the next one. Are all cosmological in origin, and what they're using is the original ancient mother. This is why I keep saying masonry. Ancient mother and son symbolism. All that was all we had. I mentioned this last one of the times I came on before. When it gets back to the Moors and those ancient bloodlines, where it gets back into all the original symbolisms and what it all meant, because it's all cosmological in origin, and all the world's religions today have taken all those symbolisms on and used it.
Exactly.
Where originally it was all our stuff. Originally with the study of mother and son, which is mother universe, and the sun is in the sun, as in the sun is in the sun sun, and being the black sun, and our sun is in Eden, and then gets back into Ma. So you've got mother and son and the mother universe, which is all cosmological.
Exactly. So in other words, the answer is no. It's not a Roman symbol.
No, it's not.
It's really a symbol. They say the most ancient use of it is the symbol of Earth. And if you want to get technical about it, it's the axis.
That's correct. Yeah. Right. And it gets back into, and it represents the church or circle or church, and it means wheel, and it gets back to that astrological clock that we keep talking about.
Clock. Exactly. Boom. Exactly.
Once they took down the Black Irish, they used the symbol of the cross, and the people were familiar with the symbol of the cross. And that's why they let him in, because this is what Carameo was saying in one of his videos, because they use that symbol and people were used to it, and they thought that they were on their side and they were not conquerors. And so that's how they got taken down in Ireland, using that symbol, because it's our symbol.
Yep. Okay, Brother Odel, we ready.
All right. Yeah, whenever you're ready, we can take as long as you need, like you said.
No, we're ready, brother.
All right. So we'll get into this now. So I'm just going to go some stuff for people to do their own due diligence on, as I always do when I'm with you lot. So we've got some paper bulls up here now, and another paper bull is Memphis Datum Optimum, which endorses the Knights Templar. I'm going to read from that properly because I've got that. I'm going to read from that. I've got a proper text for it. That's coming next, I think. I've got Militaris Templi provides clergy protection to the Knights Templar and encourages contributions to their cause. Wow. All right. I've got Lacet ad Capimendos marks the start of the Inquisition by the church, and that's what's going on to where they keep killing everybody and doing all the madness that's been going on. Then we've got another one, and again, because it's Latin, ad expedenda is 1252, authorizes the use of torture for eliciting confession of heretics. You know what the heretics were during the Inquisition, and executing relapsed heretics by burning them alive.
They just wanted their property. That's all that was.
So would that be also the witch hunts, or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all of it. Okay. All of it, going after the women, because remember, it's all about, remember the women, the melanated women had the land when we held the records.
Exactly. And they were the oracles. They were the oracles. They had that spiritual power. Got you.
That's correct. That's what was going after. That's right. And this is one that I always mention, and I've read from the text on here previously. Unum Sanctum 1302 declares there is no salvation outside the church, and that the church must remain united. That's a key one there. Here comes another one. Dum Diversis 1452 authorizes Alfonso V of Portugal to reduce any Muslims, Moors, pagans, and other non-believers to perpetual slavery.
Stop! Baby! What you say?
I'm going to read that again. And I think I read from this text.
Baby, read that again.
Dum Diversis 1452 authorizes Alfonso of Portugal, Alfonso V, to reduce any Muslims, any Muslims or Moors or indigenous people, original people, shall I say, pagans, and other unbelievers to perpetual slavery.
Stop right there, baby. So you means to tell me when Portugal or the Portuguese were in North Africa, They were warring with the Moors.
Yep.
And they were putting them in slavery, and they started shipping them to their different colonies.
Don't forget the Jews too.
Yeah, the Jews are originally, remember, because Yahudi gets back to the original kings of who we really are. And the original Jews or Yahudi is it was a sub branch of people that look like us. So it's all about us.
Because we knew they was definitely doing that to the Jews or the other original people of the land.
That's correct.
But I did not know that they specifically, Dom Diversus was specifically a part of them taking Muslims into perpetual slavery. And we can follow the transatlantic slave trade and know how Portugal had ports over in Africa, specifically North Africa.
Yep.
And was shipping people to different colonies.
Yep.
And Brazil in America was one of them. Child.
Yeah, and Brazil, that's why they still speak Portuguese or Portuguese.
That's why they still speak Portuguese tonight.
Oh, you're going to learn some more tonight as well. Learn some more tonight as well. I'm not done yet. It gets better. I'm not done yet. It gets better. Keep going. Sorry, go on.
On the coast of Portuguese, there is a monastery. Remember, Oprah Winfrey did a special on it? And in that monastery, they had a library on the coast of Africa, west coast of Africa. And in that library is tons of books of all the ones they shipped on the good ship Jesus.
So the records basically, and that's that same good ship Jesus that they claim, and that every black person in America came. It started with that they're telling you who they shipped, who they put in slavery. They're telling you who they put in slavery.
Piscean construct. Whoa. And where did they bury their lies? They bury their lies in a library. That's where they buried their lies, in a library.
They have a whole big library full of names. And they had two ships, but one I know remember is the good ship Jesus.
Wow.
And our people just Jesus themselves crazy.
Well, and the thing of it is, even with that good ship Jesus stuff, and even with them, the Portuguese putting folks into slavery, because like I said in that transatlantic slave drop, I told you the Portuguese were the first to do it.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Even with that said, the records themselves tells you that still wasn't all, that doesn't cover all of the numbers. So it still don't add up. Now, the Portuguese shipping out people to Brazil, that was the largest of the group of people. I'm talking just the Americas right now, slave trade.
But these weren't bush people. These were people that had homes and palaces and whatever. And
exactly.
They stripped them of all their worldly goods.
Exactly.
Traded them into slavery.
Yeah,
exactly.
Inquisition by the church. I mentioned it earlier on with 1233, and the Inquisition by the church with Lasset.
Exactly.
So I mentioned it earlier. That's what I'm saying. And obviously, you've got the other one I mentioned, where it talks about the torture and confessions from heretics. Again, during the Inquisition. So that's what they've been up to. So yeah, keep going, sister. I've got more bombs to drop.
Okay,
yeah,
no, you go ahead, because that just beat me over the head with that. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'm ready. Go ahead.
All right. It gets better. I keep getting better. And I'm going to read some for the text as well. I've got more text for you to read as well. Romanus Pontifex sanctifies. Listen, you're going to like this one. Romanus Pontifex. So people should look this up. Now, that's why I'm quoting it first. You can look it up. Romanus Pontifex sanctifies the seizure of non-Christian lands.
Wow.
I'm going to read that again. Sanctifies the seizure of non-Christian lands discovered during the age of discovery and encourages the enslavement of natives. 1455.
So stop right there again. So what they saying is, and correct me if I'm in any way not getting this right. First of all, this proves that the natives or / indigenous people / original people of their lands, however the heck you want to say it, they weren't Christian. Or am I lying upon what it's saying right there? They weren't Christian.
No, that's correct. No, they weren't.
They were not Christian.
And they took their land and put them in slavery.
Perpetual slavery, that's correct.
Forever and ever.
Yeah, dumb diverses, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm just making sure I didn't want to lie up upon what was being read there. Okay, I'm good.
All right. This is another one you might want to read, people out there. Intercarrera 1493. Okay. Divides the New World between Spain and Portugal. It is called for indigenous peoples to be subjugated so the Christian empire and its doctrines will be proclamated.
Okay, so stop again.
1493.
So just to make sure that I'm understanding properly, that means Christianity was not on the land of the New World.
Correct.
Which I'm assuming in this particular instance, New World is referring to the Americas.
Yes, where you are right now. Where you are right now.
I'm just making sure. So they first came over to the South America area, right?
Yep.
In the Americas. So just to be clear, Christianity was not there prior to 1493, right?
Correct.
Okay, so basically they came over and took the indigenous people's stuff and then put the Christian doctrine.
Yes.
Okay. So the Christianity hit the American shores 1493.
Yep. Again, what happened in 1492? Christopher Columbus was allegedly discovered the Americas.
Allegedly,
even though we already know it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, allegedly and supposedly discovered America. It was already there. Okay, I'll read another one. Apostolic Regiments, 1513, concerning the immortality of the soul. All right. Now, Regimen Militaris. Militaris Ecclesiastes in 1540 approves the formation of a Society of Jesus. I'm going to finish this last bit and I'll let you jump in. This is just key. Inter Gravimas establishes the Gregorian calendar. This is key. And this is another one. This is one of my favorite ones I'm quoting now. Eterni Emen Sadai. I've quoted that one before. 1588 recognizes the Roman Curia establishing several permanent congregations to advise the Pope. And I'll stop there and let you all jump in and make comments.
Okay, I'll let Sis Sandra go first.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sis.
So Christopher Cologne was a Moor, right? But he worked for Spain, for the Queen of Spain. So
that would make sense if
he changed.
They got their butt kicked. The Moors got their butt kicked in 1452.
Right. So what it means that he changed to Catholicism because
he was jumping all over the place.
Yeah.
Because he was also a Sephardic Jew. He didn't have the most labels. Like, I'm not even sure if this motherfucker was real at this point.
That's how I feel about it at this point, brother, son Scotty. That's how I feel about it. But keep going, sis.
That's correct.
But what he brought to the land was Spanish soldiers, to indoctrinate the people to Christianity as well.
Well, they came to the land to take the land.
Exactly.
They took the land. Now, if I'm reading Enter
Catera
1493 properly, they came to take the land and put the people of the land, the original people of the land, into slavery and put the Christian empire there.
Yeah.
Correct. That's right. That's what it says. That's what I read. That's correct.
And I bet his name was not Christopher Columbus, nor Christopher Cologne, or whatever the name is they gave him.
But the point should be made, it ain't about that one person.
No,
it's about the empire.
Exactly.
Correct.
And specifically, it really wasn't even about Spain and Portugal. It was really about the church.
Exactly.
Correct. There you go, the church. That's what I was making very clear. Keep going, sister.
Okay, so now let's get down to this 1513 situation. What are they talking about? The immortality of the soul? That they set up some rules or something?
Yes. And they know what the soul is real. They know that the soul is what matters. It's what everything that's down here is all tied to the soul. So they recognize the immortality of it. That the soul cannot die. The body might pass away,
right?
But the soul cannot die. And they recognize that the souls down there are what power this realm. They know it's interconnected. They realize that.
Okay.
I think that's when they start talking about purgatory and people paying indulgences.
Yes, it gets into sin, self-ignorant nonsense. Yes, keep going.
So then I see in 1582, they put the Gregorian calendar in, which separates the indigenous people
from their timetable,
from the natural phases or cycles of the planet. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
That's why I mentioned. That's why I put it there. And I've got six. Yeah, I've also got a sick drop on that, and I can show you how the God calendar was set up as well. I've got some sick drops on that.
Yeah, because we already know the months that they're telling us they're not, accurate, because they're telling us October is 10 when Oct is 8.
And September in Latin means 7.
Exactly.
December means 10. Yeah,
exactly.
So it's
so
totally
we
different.
already know
I'm
the
gonna drop on that.
Gregorian calendar is straight garbage. But they did that to separate the indigenous people from the natural cycles, the natural vibration cycle of the planet, because they need your consciousness to be tuned in to their particular artificial false clock in order to rule.
That's correct. That's why I mentioned it here. So that's here. Everything you mentioned there is specific. And so many more paper balls I could have mentioned, sister, but these ones are all relevant.
They're very, very important. I mean, it's all here. You done set up here and talked about how they done set up the slavery. Well, let's start out. Let's back it up, because you took it way back it up. You talked about how they pretty much had to shut down the women.
Yep.
Because the women were the rightful landowners. Or caretakers, because we didn't have concept of owning land. It was just caretakers of the land to be passed down from generation to generation. So they had to shut down the women. Plus, they knew that certain women had natural psychic / whatever you want to call it, oracle abilities.
Supernatural.
So they had to shut down the women. Huh?
It's the natural energy of mama. They channeled that energy.
And they channeled the energy. Absolutely.
Yes.
So they had to shut them down to start putting this false concept in place to get the world to follow it.
Yep.
And so
control the realm.
To control the realm. So in 1588,
Jesus came supernatural.
They just started making subsidiaries of that original Roman corporation known as Roman Curia.
Curia, that's correct. Yep. I'm going to talk about the atonement, so that I've got the text on it. I'm going to explain it. That's where it gets into the sacraments. Gets into the sacraments. It gets into how they've been programmed. I've got a sick text on it tonight that you're going to be able to hear and listen to anyway.
Go ahead on, Brother Odel. I done learned me something new tonight.
You're going to learn some more, something new tonight. You're going to learn part of my task you gave me. Says, you're going to learn even more tonight.
This is excellent, brother. Excellent. Go ahead on. And brother, do you have like a Cash App? I don't know if y'all have Cash Apps.
No, I don't do anything like that. Me and you on a level, sister. Don't worry about that. I provide this information. I'll make sure you get anything that you need. I'm just supporting the work that you're doing.
Okay.
All I will say is, it's those in the chat. If you're enjoying what's going on, please support the sister and the platform. That's the first thing I will say. So if don't got no donations my way, put the donations into the system. What the sister's doing. We've got to support the mothers out here. What I like about this platform is we've got women on the platform. We've got it natural here. We've got men and women. We've got a balance here. A balance here. So please, if you like enjoying the information, you really appreciate what's going on, please support the sister and the work that she's doing, the information she's putting out there. Please support the sister. That's what I'd like you to do with this. If you're going to support anybody, support the work the sister's doing. So, Rhonda, you put your cash up in the chat, and please give to Sister Rhonda to support the platform. That's what I would like you to do.
Nisi Poo says, meanwhile, these ninjas keep questioning they mama, keep being disrespectful with pushing the narrative of what suppress the women worldwide. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the indigenous people or the original people following that doctrine of suppressing women have paid dearly. And they still don't get it. But I'm sorry. Okay, I'm ready, brother. Go ahead on. Woo! This is fire information.
All right, well, if you think this is good, it gets even better. It gets even better. Don't worry, sister. I'm not going to be. You'll enjoy it more and more. You'll have more to comment on. The more I get into this, the more. I mean, I'm only giving reference points here so that other people in the chat can do their own due diligence. Mm-hmm. But to be honest with you, there's some of this I'm going to cover tonight. Some of these paper bulls I've got the text for, and I'm going to read them specifically, just to let you get in more on it. It goes more in a bit more in depth.
Got you.
So we're going to explain what a paper bull is and stuff like that. We're going to get into the histrionics of it and stuff like that. And just so we're getting very bring context in. So in their notion of libertas, ecclesiae, church immunity. Remember, we've talked about this before. Church immunity from secular control and jurisdiction. Again, church immunity from secular control and jurisdiction. You know what we touched on last time, remember? But the weakness of the empire also led the papacy to seek support in northern Italy. Let's get back to the histrionics of it. And the insistence on libertas or liberty of the church. The insistence of liberty of the church. The freedom to accomplish its divine ordained missionaries' mission, without interference from any secular authority. I'm going to read that again. One more time. For
the slow ones in the back.
Okay. Liberty. So, insistence on libertas or liberty of the church. The freedom to accomplish its divine ordained mission without interference from any secular authority.
So stop just right there. So what he is saying, family, if y'all want to know why Catholic priests, bishops, and them cannot get prosecuted by these different governments, either at the federal level, the state level, for crimes against humanity, crimes against children, this is why. Because they're saying they are above any of that authority. Or am I not getting that properly, Brother Odel?
You are getting it. You're getting it absolutely correct. Totally correct.
Okay, so that's why they never drag them into court. That's why you never see it happen.
Correct.
Okay. They're a jurisdiction unto their own selves.
Yeah, it says church immunity from secular control and jurisdiction. So if to me that's saying I don't care what government authority you are, you don't have jurisdiction over me. Isn't that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay, I'm done, brother.
No problem. Keeps getting better. Okay, church secular became the basis of the reform movements that took shape during this period. Most of them originated in reforming monasteries in Transylvania Europe, which cooperatively patrons. So we'll keep getting now. So we've got Sicut Judacis is Latin, as the Jews were papal bulls which set out the official position of the papacy regarding the treatment of Jews. Which is getting back to
wait,
Yahuda.
Stop. Did I see you mention the J word
Yes.
with the S word, and
Yes.
you connecting them with the Catholic Church. Are my
Yep.
eyeballs
The treatment
reading
of-
this correctly, and my ears hearing
Yep.
what you just done said up out of your mouth correctly?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I'm just making sure. So
Well, they have-
the Catholic Church controls it all.
Correct.
Right.
Oh, okay then. I'm just making sure.
Well, remember Jesus was a Jew, right?
But remember, supposedly and allegedly, based on the Council of Nicaea's introduction of Jesus into the story, that he separated all of that, right? He was creating a new church. And it really
That's
wasn't
right.
creating no new church. It was really just one of the same. The Jesus concept was introduced to say that
A new
we
covenant.
we were in the new age, a new age,
Yes.
which was the Pisces age. That's all. It's
Exactly.
all the same.
But they
Yes.
can't persecute Jews. Well, what they did eventually. They can't persecute Jews if Jesus was a Jew, you see. So they had to cover it up.
I don't know about that one. I
But
got to think on that.
see, Jesus brought in Christianity.
Right?
So they had to give him his kudos.
Okay.
So they set up a treatment that how they're going to treat Jews because they use the Jews to bring in Christianity. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
So-
I see what you're saying. Okay.
The New Testament means new covenant.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Right. Got you. I'm with
So-
you now, sis.
So they got rid of the real covenant and got their covenant set up, which is the New Testament.
Right, but it's still the same covenant. It's just a sub covenant because the original covenant rose up to the Catholic Church.
Well, the original covenant is the melanated original covenant of the indigenous people.
What covenant is that?
Well, whatever, the covenant with the land and to the environment.
Okay, yeah, because I want to be clear, because people will be like, oh, well, our bloodline ties to the Hebrews and the Hebrew. Well, my bloodline don't tie to that.
Well, it's the covenant of.
But you're right. The original, authentic, natural
exactly.
covenant is with the planet.
Yeah. And the vibration of the universe.
Exactly. All of this, the rest of this stuff that was orchestrated by the Catholic Church, which is just to control the realm.
Exactly. Because they made God, supposedly, into man.
Absolutely.
And
Agreed.
Jesus was the God they made into a man.
Just like the Pope.
Yeah.
Agreed. Although the Pope bows down to him. To whom? In
Yeah.
privacy.
A melanated.
Right. A melanated
Yeah.
woman.
Yeah, that's correct. The black Madonna.
The Black Madonna.
Madonna.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got the melanated Madonna, but keep going.
Yeah. Okay. Nope. I'm done, brother.
All right, we'll keep going for a bit longer. So at least you've looked at something even more, but it gets better. I barely even got started. It gets really good. I barely got started. It gets really good towards the end because I've got the soul stuff coming towards the end. I'm setting all this up. The first bull by the name was issued in about 1120 by Claxtus II and served as papal charter of the protection of Jews or Jews. It was promoted by attacks on Jews by the First Crusade, during which over 5,000 Jews were slaughtered in Europe. The bull forbade Christians on pain of excommunication. Remember I talked about that with King John of England and all that stuff last time. From forcing Jews to convert, from harming them, or from taking their property, from disturbing their celebration of their festivals, and from interfering with their centenaries. So yeah, you go again. Mhm.
That's interesting. Okay.
All right. So this is one of the paper balls. So it's a one I mentioned at the top earlier.
Of Christ. Yes.
Yeah. So Onum Datum Optimum, the bull Ornament Datum Optimum issued by Pope Innocent II in 1139 indicated the official approval of the order by the Holy See. It granted many unique privileges and set some guidelines for the order's operations. This bull was soon followed by bulls Mitus Templi, Pope Celestine II, 1144, and Militia Die, Pope Eugene III, 1145. Bishop Innocent served of the servants of God or Governance Orders Department to his beloved sons Robert, Grand Master of the Religious Order of the Temple, which is situated in Jerusalem, and his followers and brothers both present and in the future forever. Since you are known by the name of the Knights of the Temple, Knights Templar, gets back into the original Templar, the original Temple of the Earth, the original gates of the earth, and this gets back to the Black Sun and Saturn in the realm. You were appointed by the Lord to be defenders of the Catholic Church and assailants of Christ's foes. It is indeed lawful that you may exert in your pursuit and laudable devotion in such a holy deed with all your heart and all your mind.
Okay, so the
that sounds like some.
I'm sorry, go ahead, son Scotty.
Oh no, because just going off of that last one, militia, but I just read it as militia. I'm like, so that's just setting up the military. So they just like, we gonna go to war for this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I looked at that Militia Day or Pope Eugene III. I'm like, okay, that's militia, like military. But so the Knights of Templar,
I thought they were doing the money. But I see
they still did the money and the gold, but hey, that's all of it rolled back up to the Pope anyway.
Yeah, it does.
So that makes sense. So, but the point of the matter is, Bishop what's his face?
Innocent.
He had sons.
They to make this simple, Knights of Templar was set up by the Catholic Church, basically.
The supported, the Knights Templar had the original knowledge, had some original knowledge, and basically what they did was the Catholic Church realized this, so they supported them in terms of spreading that message. And you can see here, can you see the symbolism I've got here? You can
I was looking at that.
And that's the pineal gland. This is all about the high consciousness. That's the keys to the earth. Can you see the keys to the earth there? And I'm going to get in on that maybe at some point as well, but keep going. I don't want to disturb your flow, but go ahead.
Who was the French king that had him killed on Friday the 13th in France? Because they were all killed on Friday the 13th. That's why they celebrate that.
Yep. There's done all sorts of
just in
rituals.
that instance, though, I'm sure, because I mean, Knights of Templar is a high secret society today.
That's correct.
And
that's
some
right.
say it's one of the highest orders.
It is. Yeah, it's that. It's. I've got the structures for it, and I can, but not. It's not in this talk because again, I'll be here forever if I did because it's just so long. I've got the structures of it. You've got the, and I'll give you a brief overview. You've got the Archangel of Atlantis with the fate and probability of bloodline families, and then below that you've got the Knights. The basically the Jesuits had to revive Aragon Templars, and that's because when the Knights Templars were disbanded by the Jesuits because they took over. That original knowledge, it gets back into the original earth knowledge, which I talked about with the 5 cloister race, and I talked about the original CDC plates. Yeah, the original CDC plates, original knowledge, and that's in the Vatican, the Church of Jesus in Rome, and that gets back to the knowledge that they took back from out of Hiccup to Egypt and all the ancient knowledge. It gets back to what happened with 325 AD with Constantine, and all that knowledge was part of the original knowledge that we had here, the study of mother and son, and it's them hoovering up all that knowledge and with these secret societies, and they're keeping all that knowledge about us in their secret societies. That's basically what about in a nutshell sense.
Gotcha. Okay. So and just to add, just to make sure we're clear on that, even when they talked about the massacre that happened on Valentine's Day, that did not wipe them out. They are still a very powerful organization today.
Correct.
They
Yes.
just don't be out in the scenes known like the Masons are, but they still exist today. Trust and believe.
That's
and they
correct.
are a high order.
Yeah, it's called and the link to the sovereign military order to the Knights of Malta. The link to them, and the issue is they are still there. The issue is they were suppressed by the Jesuits, and the Jesuits have got the Aragon Templar knowledge. So the Jesuits says essentially the Society of Jesus took over that, and that's what's running that now. So they've got all the knowledge. It's City London Corporation. I've seen it all. It's just that it's controlled. High level Freemasonry is true. You've got the UG Lodge, and I've been to this. And I've visited it as well many times.
Ooh,
The
wow.
UG Lodge is in London. Again, if you ever come over here, I'll take you because I've done all the
Yeah, I
halls
am going to
and
do a
stuff like
trip
that.
over there when this stuff dies down. We're going to definitely connect.
Well, you can meet up with me and I'll take you through all the secret halls. I
Absolutely.
know where they all are. I'll take you down. When I come to London, I'll show you where it all is. I've took a couple of people on these tours who are aware of this knowledge. Not many, because a lot of people don't get this far to learn what's going on. But I'll take you to the Inner Temple, the Outer Temple, the Middle Temple. I'll take you to the City of London Corporation. I'll take you to the Temple Bar, and I'll take you to the London Stock Exchange. I'll show you all. I know where it all is. It's in the square mile of London. I'll take you to all of it. I know where it all is.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely planning a trip. So, cool.
Yeah, I'll show
Okay.
you. I'll expose the whole thing. That's not a problem.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm done, brother. Man, this stuff. Woo!
It's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a lot, but we got to know this stuff.
I know.
All right. I'll keep going.
But did
So
you
this is
see that Pope Bishop, whatever his name was, had children, right?
Yeah, I just spoke
Yeah,
back to
they
you.
didn't
You
start.
did.
I don't know when. Do you know, brother Odel, when they started that crap about they couldn't have children or couldn't? They had to be celibate because what I saw in the records, they were getting it in. They had multiple children,
That's correct.
spouses and stuff. So I don't know when that concept started where they had to be celibate.
It's always been there, but in the background, they were still doing stuff, having children in the background. The thing is,
okay.
yeah, the thing is, what they made them do is more recently, they stopped them from marrying, but that's a lot more recently. But back then, they weren't doing that. But the thing is, the titles and all the issues of the land and stuff like that were held in trust by the church. So, as I explained last time, the church kept all the lands and everything else, and the bishops were just looking after it. Their sons never took anything. The only way they could get anything was to work underneath the church. Is what they did. They worked underneath the church.
That makes
again,
sense.
So
So they were
power,
putting their children in these different positions
Yes.
within the church, which is really a corporation.
Yeah, and the bloodlines, and that's their bloodlines still run that to this day. So that's correct.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
So pro region Johann, this is another purple. He purple bull annulling Magna Carta. See, Magna Carta. You always talk about England being a commonwealth country, the Magna Carta being here. No, you got to know. The purple bull annulling Magna Carta was issued by Pope Innocent III, 1161 to 1216. On August the 24th, 1215, it was written by a scribe in the papal chancery and is authenticated by the Leiden Bulla seal of the Pope. King John, remember I talked about Treaty of Rhoda 1213 previously, had probably sent his envoys to Rome during the council, which met at Oxford between the 16th and 23rd of July 1215. He was infuriated by the arrogant behavior of the 25 barons elected to enforce Magna Carta because they knew what was going on in this country, because they knew they were getting the lands taken away under the security clause, and by the continuing challenge to the authority of his local officials. John had hoped that the charter would bring peace and order and then become no more than a vague symbol of good government or governmental. Instead, his opponents had refused to disarm because they knew the truth, and they were insistent that the charter should be zealously enforced because they knew what was going on. The overlord of the kingdom and protector of a king who had taken to the Crusaders' vow, Innocent III had already sent a string of letters to England. Remember, it wasn't United Kingdom PLC, it was England back then, or the land of Angles, the Angle land, or the Angles, berating the barons. Now, he explained how such violence and fear, false evidence appearing as real, as might affect the most courageous of men. They had forced John to accept the agreement illegal, unjust, harmful to royal rights, and shameful to the English people. The Pope declared Magna Carta null and void of all validity forever, a judgment which reached England in the following month. This is why this country is no longer a common law country. It's a public corporation, because this is how the Project Johanna is how they did it. They got rid of the Magna Carta and the common law here. They got rid of it and they corporatized everything.
Okay,
That's 1213.
So if you don't mind, for the people that talk about, they hear the term Magna Carta, but they don't know. Matter of fact, the famous rapper Jay-Z running around talking, he even throws in his little music Magna Carta. So if you just want to give the family a high level of what the Magna Carta
really
is.
But basically, on a nutshell, says the Magna Carta, basically, because of what happened in 1213, when the people had the lordly title to the land, the original people here, and basically, due to what King John had been getting up to in beds with the different popes, and basically the Pope made England bankrupt. So what he did was he installed Archbishop Stephen Langton to rule England. And also the English people, the 25 barons and the English people didn't like that, because they knew their land was taken from them, and they knew it was going to become converted from the living into the dead, and the common law was going to go, and then they started to corporatize everything and put into perpetual slavery. And they knew what was going on in Europe with the Catholic Church and how the Publicana, and how people were being enslaved, and they didn't want that here. So the Magna Carta basically was basically to reintroduce the common law and the people to keep the lordly title to the land and not to get into any debts with the Catholic Church, in a nutshell sense. That's to do with Article 61, where you weren't supposed to pass any debts down to your children, because they knew that the usury was all a crock of fraud. So they didn't have that. The unusual is forbidden because it creates involuntary servitude, which is slavery.
Right.
So just to make sure we're clear, fam, the Magna Carta was basically a document that was going against the usury crap that we have today, and going against you not being able to truly own your land, being separated from church and state, and ultimately, quote, quote, government owning your land. And of course, we, could get into the whole birth certificate stuff and all of that. Okay? So when they talk about common law, it's associated with this Magna Carta document. Right. And they really, really covet this Magna Carta document.
Yes.
If you pay attention, they'll even bring up in the news media anniversary dates on this Magna Carta document, and they'll say it is that the United States laws are based on the Magna Carta document. But what they're not going to tell you is how Brother Odel just broke it down. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
So
yeah, and I was going to say to you that the thing about the Magna Carta as well, because it was common law, in its original form was based more on how people treated one another in terms of the barter and trade, and have proper rules in place in terms of you didn't no harm, no injury, no loss, but on a basic level, and people knew this and they knew how to operate properly. So, but when the Magna Carta was taken, was removed by Project Johanna, when it was removed, it took away that original common law. This is why people keep over there keep banging about common law, because its original form it was fine. Yeah, they do. That's right. In its original form, it was good, but because Rome's corporatized everything, the common law that you see is not the common law that people refer to. So, the original common law is not bad. It's actually good because it dealt with more natural law, but it's still not as good as what we had how we had stuff. But it was still all right. But compared, and it was, but the issue is because when Rome corporatized, when they did this and they corporatized everything, they voided the Magna Carta, and the Magna Carta no longer existed. And so the common law you've got is a corporatized version of common law.
Exactly.
And that's what you're seeing under what's born of vacantia, which is what they've been doing under the doctrine of discovery and what we saw about the Inquisition of the Church. But go ahead, sister.
Okay, so I'm just sorry. I'm sorry, sis. Just bear with me, because if I don't get this out, I'm gonna miss it. I'm so sorry. So what he's saying, family, those that's out there screaming common law, you do understand that they're still not getting it, Because when they be screaming common law, they be wanting to go to the Constitution, they be wanting to go to the Declaration of Independence, and that's still not organic, original common law. The Magna Carta is the original organic common law. That's what he's saying.
Yes, that's correct.
And it was voided out.
Yeah, exactly. By this document here, I'm providing the evidence. Go read it if you need to do, but I've provided the evidence here.
Okay, I'm sorry, Sis Sandra. Go ahead.
Is this the King John?
Yes.
Gave up all of his people to the Pope.
Correct. That's right. For the Treaty of Verona of 1213. That's correct. Yes.
Tolling them down the tubes.
This is deep. Thank you for that, brother. I'm glad you broke down that Magna Carta because I know folks didn't truly understand it. And the common law stuff. I know they didn't understand it.
I believe this led up to the War of the Roses, that 100-year war, because they were doing battle with the kings.
Correct. That's right. They were still battling because once they knew what was going on here with these documents from the Pope and they lost their ties to the land and they knew what was going on, there was battling. And that's what the Protestants did. Protestants dancing. That's what they did. Protestants danced against the Catholic Church because they knew what was going on back then. They was aware of it.
That makes sense. So the Protestant or the protesters, it was more than just protesting about King James and them getting kicked up off the throne. More than likely, it was really about the Catholic Church corporatizing everything and voiding out this Magna Carta.
Yes, that's right. That's what the Protestants did. And that's what's called the Reformation. That's why they've got the Reformation. That's what the Reformation is about.
This is deep. Now, that makes sense why they would get all of those people and ship them up out of England.
That's right. That's what I showed you earlier.
That makes perfect sense because those people that they shipped up out of England were the indigenous people of England.
Yes, and exactly. And that gets into what I was showing you earlier on. And that gets it. This is why I'm showing you it. And that gets into with the people that are over there, the Europeans. That's why they were sent across. They were sent all over the world because what happened here.
They weren't with that foolishness.
Exactly.
Whoa. And that's why at the black nobility / king level, they were forcing like the people in England at that royal level to marry Catholic.
Yep.
Woo!
All corporatizing it. You see it all now.
It makes sense. It makes perfect sense.
You've been doing. All related to the joints you've been doing with the transatlantic slave trade. So you know who has been the original slaves were. You know where they're being transported, and you know about the Portuguese and how they were transporting them. I'm going to get in more on it later on, but yeah, keep going.
No, it makes perfect sense. And that's why I was telling people over here that you can't be sitting up here just mad at Black Europeans that came over to the land that were, number one, they were exiled over here to the land.
Exactly.
It all lines up. They were being kicked off of their land.
Right.
So they were basically in the same position that the indigenous people of the Americas were in.
Right.
Wow. So that would also make sense why the indigenous people of the Americas started partnering up and marrying them. Now, that does not take into account some of the other sects that came over here with the money. Those that came over here with the money and the wealth came over here connected to these same ruling bloodlines. And they came over here to set up shop to run the colonies. So let's not get them confused.
Exactly. And I've got the information on that. Don't worry, it's coming, sister. It's on its way.
Wow. Thank you, brother. I'm done. This lines up.
That's crazy.
It is. It's a mess. All right, I'm ready, Brother Odel, whenever you're ready. Wow.
Okay, so let's get into it. Dum Diversis and Romanus Pontifex. I'm going to get more of that. In 1452, Pope Nicholas V issued a papal bull entitled Dum Diversis, which authorized Alfonso V of Portugal to conquer the Saracens or Muslims and pagans in a disputed territory in Africa and consign them to perpetual servitude. It has been argued that this and the subsequent Romanus Pontifex issued by Nicholas in 1455 gave the Portuguese the rights to acquire slaves along the African coast by force or trade. The edicts are thus seen as having facilitated the Portuguese slave trade from West Africa and have legitimized the European colonization of the African continent. I'll stop there and let you comment. I'll let you comment.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this. This lines up with the Portuguese being the first slave traders, because we do know that they also had a colony over in North Africa. So that means they were doing business over there. And again, that's why we can trace the quote, quote, slave population of Brazil coming through that Portuguese slave trade.
Right. And you see there were Saracens, right? That was a huge population of people. It was a kingdom, actually, the Saracens.
Oh, wow. And when I was
Sarah.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sarah in the Bible.
Oh,
interesting. And just to remind the family, when you look at their official transatlantic slave trade records that they're given to the Americas, the largest numbers come from this particular slave trade. So meaning the Portuguese slave trade coming from Africa over here. And I think that number in total was 1.5 million, but that was the highest out of the bunch. And even in that 1.5 million, that does not mean all of them were pure Africans, because you had to take into account they could have been sending English people,
right.
People from
Irish.
Ireland.
Yep. Italy, wherever the
Italy, exactly. You had to take that into consideration as well.
King John was the king of Portugal at this time. And what happened for him, he didn't let the Jews or the Muslims get into ships to be, because they were given an edict to get out, right? Mm-hmm. And he broke his promise and didn't get them transport. And so when the parents didn't, I read this out of from Babylon the Timbuktu. Mm-hmm. When the parents didn't give consent, and they would not change into Catholics, they took their kids, 700 of their children, and shipped them to St. Thomas Island without their parents.
Yep, you see, all this madness was going on back then. Again, and it says it here, made it very clear here. They could make trade, they could do trading, they could do it by force or by trade. It says
it says it. They're telling you, in other words, you gonna let us do business on your in your area, and you gonna let us do business the way we want to do business, and that's the end of the story. Now, let's be clear. I'm assuming in the case of Portugal as well, that they also took other people from other colonies over to Africa to run their factories, because they said they had factories, and to build those ports.
Yep.
Probably so.
So they had, because we know England did it. We know England did it without a shadow of a doubt. So for folks to sit up here and say the transatlantic slave trade was just about slaves coming up out of Africa to America, to Europe, you either are uneducated, or if you do know the knowledge, you are choosing to tell blatant lies.
Right.
Which is what the whole thing about you jointly did in the week, is exposing the crock of fraud.
Exactly.
Which is, we all know. And this is what we're doing now with some of this stuff as well. We're exposing it, as I've exposing earlier on. We're exposing it continuously.
Right. It all ties. It ties back. We're just using their information. We ain't made up a that blaming thing. We using their information.
Wow.
So I'm done, brother. Continue. Woo, baby, this is good.
Okay, you'll enjoy more. I've got more for you. So, Attorney Regis, this is another one. On June the 21st, 1401, Port Sixtus issued a papal bull, Attorney Regis, which he approved the Treaty of Alcovas. It's a hard one to say that one. Arthur said King and Queen of Castile of Aragon. You see, they're getting the Templars. I remember Aragon. Remember I mentioned about the Jesuits and Knights of Aragon and Sicily. Willed and resolved that this peace shall be firm and stable and everlasting. And they promised henceforth and forever that neither directly or indirectly, neither secretly nor publicly, nor by their heirs or successors, will they disturb, trouble, molest, in fact or in law, in court or out of court, the said King and Prince of Portugal, or the future sovereigns of Portugal, or of their kingdoms, in the status in possession of quasi-possession which they hold over all trade, lands, all trade, lands and barter of Guinea with its gold mines, or over any other islands, shores, sea coasts, or lands discovered or to be discovered, found or to be found, or over the islands of Madeira, Porto Santo, or Desatia, or over all the islands called the Azores, that is Hawks, and the island of the Flores, nor over the islands of the Cape Verde, the Green Cape, the Green Cape, nor over the islands already discovered, nor over whatever islands shall be found or acquired beyond the Canaries. Now, so that's near that's near Europe, and that's near the coast of Africa, the Canaries. So now we're getting to beyond what's beyond there, which is where you lot are now. And on this side of the vicinity of Guinea, whatever has been shall be found and acquired further in the said limits, shall belong to the King and Prince of Portugal, and to their kingdoms, except only Canary Islands, Lanzarote and Palma, which is still to this day, which is what it is now, Tenerife and the Gran Canaria, and all over and the other Canary Islands acquired to be acquired, which remain the possession of the kingdoms of Castile. And in like manner, they will not disturb, trouble, or molest any persons, whomsoever, who under any title or in any way or manner whatsoever shall trade or traffic in or acquire the said merchandise or trade of Guinea, or the said lands, shores or coast, discovered or to be discovered in the name under the authority of the said lords, King and Prince of Portugal, or their successors. Yeah.
He got a lot out of that, didn't he?
Yeah. So basically, blood. I don't want to lie up upon nobody. Pope Sixtus. What is that? The fourth.
Sixtus the fourth. Yeah.
Okay, the fourth gave. This is a treaty, but this is describing land territory, and hence where they set up the colonies, rather.
Yes.
Off of the coast of, this is still West Africa, if I'm remembering correct. Is that right?
Yeah.
Guinea, of the coast of Guinea. Yeah.
Okay, off the coast of Guinea. Oh my God. So they're giving you the boundaries and everything. So when we thinking that Portuguese or Portugal or the Kingdom of Portugal had colonized part of Africa, it was really the Catholic Church authorizing them to just run that business.
Yes.
You know what they used to do in addition to this, go and take the people's land? They would dig up bodies They would dig up bodies and in perpetuity take their lands from them.
Absolutely. So all that stuff. I'm just gonna read the last part of this and then
Yes.
let you
Yes, sir.
jump in. On the contrary, by these presents they do promise and assure in good faith, religious, in good faith without deceit, the said lords and king and the prince of Portugal and their successors, that they will not of themselves or through others order or consent, but rather forbid any of their people native or subject, in any place or any time, or in any case imagined or not imagined, or any other foreign people who might be within their kingdoms and dominions, or who might be equipped or provisioned in their ports to go to traffic in said trade, or in the islands or lands of Guinea, discovered or to be discovered, without the permission of the said king and prince of Portugal. Neither will they give any occasion, favor, opportunity, aid, or consent, direct or indirect, for such trade, nor permit the equipment of earning of such we'll find this hard to read, expeditions for those regions in any manner. And if any of the natives, again, any of the natives or subjects of Kingdom of Castile, or any foreigners whosoever shall set about trafficking in or obstructing, injuring, plundering, or acquiring by conquest the said Guinea or its trade, barter, or mines, or lands, or islands, discovered or to be discovered, without the express license.
Woo!
Express license, licenses, and consent of the said lords, king, and prince of Portugal, or their successors. All such shall be punished in a manner of place and form ordained by the said article of this new revision of treaties of peace, which will and ought to be observed in maritime affairs against those who land upon shores, bays, ports, in order to plunder, commit depredations, and or do evil, or shall do such things on high seas. And I'll stop there. That covers that in depth.
So they own international waters too.
Yes. All of it.
All of it. And what they basically saying, I don't give a doggone who you are. If your people been on this land for thousands of years, millions of years, because that's what they saying when they say the natives, or if you are the subject, so meaning you done came from one of the other lands over to this colony and work. I don't care nothing about that either. You ain't finna trade nothing without permission. You ain't finna own nothing. Period. You not gonna own nothing. You cannot do business of any sort unless you get approval, and that approval, you have to have a license.
Yep.
So that's including land and sea.
Right.
Yep. Or any kind of part or not part or whatever it is, anything. And it's also talking about this. Remember, it talks about the discovery. So it's also meaning that the lands. This is before they got over to where you are there. So then once they applied that to you over there, now that's how it applied to over there as well. Because this is what for lands to be discovered. Because remember, they haven't discovered things yet. Apparently, we all know that land existed over there. Obviously, it existed. It gets into what happened into Katera in 93, which is what I think I cover next. Wow. All right, that's true. I'm going to cover this. This is the demarcation line. So you can see here the demarcation line of West Africa. You can see it there. Look, the demarcation line there.
Okay, gotcha.
That's the demarcation line there. And then you can see that obviously you are here, and then you've got the west here. So they did the demarcation line. This is where Guinea is. So you can see what they're doing now. The Treaty of Alcavacos, also known as the Treaty of Peace of Alcavacos of Toledo, was signed on the 4th of September, 1479 between the Catholic monarchs, again, between the Catholic monarchs of Castile and Aragon. Remember I talked about the princes of Aragon, the Jesuits being of Aragon Templars, right? So the Catholic monarchs of Castile and Aragon on one side, and Alfonso V and his son, Prince John of Portugal. Remember what the sister said earlier, on the other side. So I'm going to read that bit again. Was signed on September the 4th, 1479, between the Catholic monarchs of Castile and Aragon on one side, and Alfonso and his son and Prince John of Portugal on the other side. It put an end to the war of Castilian succession, which ended with the victory of the Castilians on land and the Portuguese victory on the sea. The fourth peace treaties signed of Alcabacus reflected the outcome. Isabella was recognized as the Queen of Castile, while Portugal reached the hegemony of the Atlantic Ocean. So there you go, you can see it. So I'll let you comment.
Okay, so, child. All right, so they basically came to a truce.
Yes.
After they was warring each other, so you got the Catholic monarch on one side, and the Aragon. Is it safe to say that we can associate them with the Knights of Templars?
Yes, and all this, it's all to do with that.
Okay, yep. And then Portugal and them on the other side.
Yes.
Okay, so now what I got a question on is this land of demarcation. So we know that Portugal was running slaves, whether you want to call them indentured servants, whatever the case may be. I like to say prisoners of war, because to me that's more accurate.
That's
prisoners
correct.
of war to South America. So does that demarcation line, does that represent where Portugal was in control of?
Yeah, that's right. And the Spain was in control of the other side. And then what they did was agree to sort it all out. So this is why in South America, to this day, they speak Spanish and Portuguese.
Yeah.
Yes, because to this day, if you go to South America, what do they do? Brazil speak Portuguese, and in what's called Brazil now, they speak Portuguese. In Argentina or Patagonia, they speak Spanish. So that's when they agreed to stop arguing with each other and share it all and have the conquest between each other. But the Catholic Church benefited from the whole thing.
Hey,
I'm sorry, you go
That's
ahead.
why in Mexico they speak Spanish, don't they?
That's
Mexico,
what I was going to ask. So,
yeah, that's correct.
Are you saying?
And if you look at the demarcation line, you can see that most of these countries speak Spanish and Portuguese below here, don't they? And then you've got this other side here where we speak mainly English and stuff like that.
Get out of here. Shut the front door. So at this time, who was controlling North America, or they hadn't got over there and started with us
got over
yet?
there yet.
Yeah, I didn't think so. They hadn't got over there and started with us yet. I'm with you.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Sis Sandra.
I was just looking at that line. That's coming across Baja Cali, and looks like a little bit of Florida too.
That makes sense. Show is, sis. Very good catch, sis. That show is Florida with the little leg. Show is.
Well, that's Baja California. Florida is to your right there.
Whoa! So that means Gulf of
places,
Mexico, all of it.
Yeah.
So that's why the Caribbeans speak Spanish to this day and all of that.
Yeah. And again, you've got the French involved to some degree in that way. We talked about last time with Creole and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're all involved with it. Yeah, but go ahead, sister.
No, I mean you pretty much explained it. So they're talking about this land also represent how they carved up Africa as well.
Correct. Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now again, family, do you all see what this man is saying? So how can the transatlantic slave trade be all about everybody coming up from Africa when we're telling you Portugal and them back in the 1400s, they had carved up Africa and started shipping people out over to what we're calling today South America. And North America wasn't even involved in none of that now.
Brazil was one of their big territories.
Yeah, that was one of the big territories because of the sugar.
Yeah.
So now help me to understand how millions of slaves came up out of Africa. The 12, 13 million slaves, when even their own official records don't even say that. So the English wasn't even into the game at this point.
This was the Inquisition.
They weren't even in the game of transporting slaves over to the New World at this point. Because the bulk of those, really, they were prisoners of war. Really, those slaves were prisoners of war. And then later put on indenture serving contracts, all of that jazz. But they didn't come until later in the game, and they were shipping out indigenous European people.
They were all doing it.
Also-
Spain and Portugal, they were all doing it. They were all
Exactly.
doing it.
Also,
Looking for a better life. Because of how they were treated over here due to what happened with the Publicana, which I explained last time when I did much talk about the history of corporations and the Republicana. But go ahead, sister.
so
Yeah.
also,
I'm sorry,
that
go ahead,
leads-
sis.
That leads to the Spanish-American War, because Spain was in America, especially in Texas. Remember, Texas is Mexico?
Yep.
And they owned that land. Well, they had taken it from the indigenous people, and they gave Texas back to the indigenous when they were ran out by the Americans when they had the Spanish-American War. So they kind of broke this up with that war.
And so Jeremiah in the chat says 90% of Europe was black pre-1700s.
Right.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, that's-
Benjamin
yeah.
Franklin said so. Yeah. Benjamin Franklin went around and pretty much named all of the continents, and he said all of them were black. He said
melanated
swarthy.
people.
Yeah.
Yep, so exactly. Because it's only the Europeans are very, like I said, they're new. It's only because we had a mental mud flood in the 1740s and the foundings, and we've had them to take over. This timeline, the timelines is not right, because I think they've added time to the calendar on a bit of that than the top that
I agree.
Because I think the timelines I think this is more recent. I don't think this timeline is incorrect. What they've done in terms of the treaty is correct, but the numbers on it in terms of the timeline is not correct, because I think they've changed the time. Like Delbert Blaze talk about that all the time as well, when he used to mention about how they changed the timeline. I think this has been since the 1700s. This has happened.
You know
all this
what?
stuff,
I would agree
because
with
of my mental
you.
mud flood.
I would agree with you. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with, over here they're calling it the mud flood community.
Yeah. I talk about the mud flood. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, because they say it's just something, this timeline, this isn't right. And even they say that they believe a hard reset happened. I've heard some people say in the 1700s. I heard some people say in the 1800s. But yeah, I believe that all this stuff is recent. I really do believe that.
Yeah.
I absolutely do. And that's why in the United States, once we go back and look at the actual census records and stuff, it starts to get really hard once you get into the 1800s. So that lets me know that I'm agreeing with you that a lot of this prisoner of war / slave trading activity was going on around that time. I would agree.
Yeah.
Didn't you say they had it in the books of when they shipped them, and they said prisoner of war in it? Wasn't they listed some of them as prisoners of war when you were looking at the?
Yeah, they were calling them exiles or something like that. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, I mean, in England's defense, now I didn't look at Portugal's records or none of that, but England, they made it clear that they kicked folks out. They sure did. They gave the records of folks being kicked out.
Right.
Just like when I went over to Stewart's and pulled up the list of all of them stewards coming over to the Americas. They even created a record for King James Stewart, although we know he didn't come over here. So yeah, absolutely they did. Okay, I'm ready, brother. Wow.
All right, I keep going. You'll have enjoy it. We keep my. You'll have. I've got more. This
Yep, we ready.
my task you gave me. You gave me my task, so I've got more for you.
This is excellent.
So you can see the demarcation lines. So that's the Spanish bit, and then you've got the Portuguese bit. So show more of the demarcation lines here. Obviously, you can see where over here, and obviously you can see more of it. So I'll just keep going.
Where's Brazil? Isn't Brazil at the top?
No, it's you can see it. The Spanish control this. Brazil's there. Brazil's about here.
Okay,
and,
yep. Okay, yep.
Patagonia, Argentina's there.
That lines
so Brazil's
up.
there.
I'm with
Yeah.
you. I'm with you.
Alexander, Bishop 7 of the servant kings of God, to the illustrious sovereigns, our very dear son in Christ, Ferdinand, king, and our very dear daughter in Christ, Isabella, Queen of Castile, Leon, Aragon, Sicily, and Granada, that's 1492, Granada. Health and apostolic benediction, benefit, trust, Lord, all trust gets back into the among other works were pleasing to the divine majesty cherished in our heart. This assured ranks the highest, that in our times, especially the Catholic faith and the Christian religion, be exalted and be everywhere increased and spread, that the health of souls be cared for, and that the barbarous nations be overthrown. Again, the barbarous nations, barbarous nations be overthrown and brought to the faith itself. Wherefore, insomuch as by the favor of divine clemency, we've, though insufficient merits, have been called by the Holy See of Peter, Jupiter, Pisces in construct, recognizing that the true Catholic kings and princes, such as we have known you to always be, and as your illustrious deeds, already known to almost the whole world, declare you not only eagerly desire, but with every effort, zeal, and diligence, without regard to hardship, expenses, dangers, with the shedding even of your blood, laboring, and that to that end, recognizing also that you have long since dedicated this purpose your whole soul and all your endeavors, as witnessed in these times with so much glory to the divine name, in your recovery of the kingdom of Granada, from the yoke of the Saracens. I'm going to read this bit importantly. I'm going to read that bit again. Divine name, in your recovery of the kingdom of Granada from the yoke of the Saracens. Remember what I said earlier? We therefore are rightly led and hold it as our duty to grant you, even of your own accord and in your favor, those things whereby with effort each day more heartily you may be enabled for the honor of God, or governments, or the departments, or God himself, and the spread of the Christian rule, Christian rule, to carry forward your holy and praiseworthy purpose, so pleasing the immortal God. I'll stop there and let you make your comments.
Okay, so I have to admit, I'm confused on the part where they talking about as witness in these times with so much glory to the divine name and your recovery of the kingdom of Granada. Oh, so they're just saying they talking about some recovery. You mean with them taking Granada from the Moors?
Yes,
Right.
yes, that's right. The Saracens. That's correct.
Saracens. Yeah,
that's why I said it.
Yeah. So when Alexander the Great divided all the lands to the Ottoman, the Saracens, and the Constantinopolitans, and all that kind of stuff, they went back out there and took it.
Yep.
He gave it to his 3 or 4 generals.
Where is Granada located, y'all?
In Spain?
Okay, so
Granada is in Spain.
Where's Granada located?
Al-Andalus, it's in Spain.
Spain.
It is in Spain.
Yes,
okay.
Spain.
All right. I didn't want to lie up upon it. So ain't that when the Moors got kicked out of Spain?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, then. Okay. So let me ask you this then. Was the Moors also trafficking in slavery / prisoners of war? Prior
it was done
to
by the days were doing it. The days were doing it. I think that's the tribe that did it. The Moors, it was the days.
Right?
okay, so they were doing it too. So
Barbara.
were the Moors originally the original inhabitants in Grenada?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
That's why it talks about getting it back from Grenada, from this yoke of the Saracens. That's where it says it. Okay, immortality of the soul.
Okay. Ooh, we ready, brother.
A bull issued on December 19th, 1513 by Leo in defense of the Catholic doctrine concerning the immortality of the soul. Its object was to condemn twofold doctrine, then infecting many minds. I'm going to read that bit again. Okay. The object was to condemn the twofold doctrine, then infecting many minds, that the soul of man is of the nature mortal, and that it is one and the same soul which animates all men. Others, presiding from the teaching of revelation or age of revealing, which we're in now, held and from every point, held at the doctrine to be true according to the natural reason and philosophy. Leo condemned the doctrine in itself and from every point of view. He refers to the definition of the Council of Vienne, 1311, published by Clement V, which taught that the soul is real of itself. The soul is real of itself and essentially the form of the body. There you go. So it's very clear. And then declares that it is of its own nature immortal, and that each body has a soul of its own. His doctrine is clear from the words of the ghost spell, or ghost spell. But he cannot kill it. Listen, but he cannot kill the soul. And he who hates his soul in this world preserves it for eternal life. Moreover, if the condemned doctrine were true, the incarnation would have been useless, and we should no need for the resurrection. And thus, those who are the most holy would be the most wretched of all. The bull enjoins on all professors of philosophy in universities to expound for their pupils the true doctrine, and refute the false one to prevent such errors in the future. The bull makes it obligatory of all ecclesiastics, secular and regular, in holy orders, who devote their time to the study of philosophy and poetry for 5 years after the study of grammar and dialectic, to study also theology of canon law.
Okay, so stop. You're going to have to break this down because my head is spinning.
That one.
So, all right. So we talking, they issue Pope Leo X. That's
Yes.
the 10th.
Yes.
Pope Leo the 10th. In 1513, he issued another Catholic doctrine regarding the immortality of the soul.
Yes.
So what I'm confused at is what was really the natural law? Was he overthrowing that the soul was immortal?
It was acknowledging that the soul is immortal, whereas before, due to all the papal bulls, because if you listen to the papal bulls previously, they were killing everybody, weren't they? And obviously that karmic debt was going to come back on the church.
Baby, stop. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Let me wrap my head around this.
He's the one who said, what great things we have worked by the name of Jesus. So they're harvesting souls with that name. And he was, he he wrote it. He wrote it.
So let me make sure, because when you said about the karmic debt, so you're saying the previous pope or whomever's doctrine was saying that the soul wasn't immortal, so meaning forever and ever and ever, and the justification for that was so they can say we could go around the world colonizing folks and killing them, and no karma is going to come back upon us for doing that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what I'm saying is when they issued the previous doctrines of the Inquisition, they could do what they wanted.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, whereas not, they're now saying they have to be aware of the issue of the soul and the energies of the realm and how it was affecting the realm at this point, and they knew that it was coming back on the church. So therefore,
because they knew they were breaking universal laws, and they were going to suffer karma. Pay close attention, family. That is why they have to get you to consent.
Yes.
Because they don't want the karma to come back on them.
This is why everything is done through the system of canon law, through contracting. That's why they always study canon law.
Boom. Do you understand what he's saying? When you're skiddy you just in agreement with the system. That's why they're not getting any karmic debt, because you're consenting to it.
Yep.
But when you take back the sovereignty of your soul and you declare, I am sovereign within my soul by default, and I don't consent to any of this, and whatever you are doing to me and you force me to do, you are going to suffer karmic debt behind it. That is universal law.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Why do you think the Supreme Court turned around and said the hoochie coochie, you cannot force people to get it?
That's right. Because
they understood if they did that, they have to suffer the karmic debt.
Yes. This is
so all of them people that lined up to get it, you did that by consent.
Exactly.
Didn't matter how much they was pressuring you, threatening you, all of that. You did it by consent. And when they were trying to force it by law, supposedly and allegedly, that's when the Supreme Court jumped in and said, you can't do it. And I told y'all then they were going to do it because it was going against universal law. That's why you must know and understand universal law.
Yes. And they understand that, and they hide it from the masses of the people. Yes, and they understand it, and they overstand it, and they understand it.
That's
and
right.
Most people in this society understand it because they stand under it. They don't realize, they don't overstand it, they don't understand it.
Wow.
You get me? And you can see here.
Exactly.
Yeah, it gets better. I've still got more to come. It still gets better. I'm not done. It gets even better. I've still got a lot more to come. But yes, you can see here the pineal gland here. You can see the keys to the earth. You can see the gold, the high consciousness. You can see the silver, meaning the moon. And you can see, obviously, the high consciousness here. So the pineal gland is the seat of the soul. And that's why the Pope has the keys to the earth. Because that's what it's representative of. It's representative of claiming souls. And they've got the keys to the earth to stop you. So that's what it's recognized. That's why I put the seal on there.
And they claim souls in the name of who?
The church.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's their talisman.
You brought this, brother Odel. You laid this out. Do you understand me? You laid this out. You tying it all in. Okay, I'm done.
It gets better. It gets better. I'm still getting there. I'm on my way, sister. It gets even better. Regimai militanis ecclesiastes. So with the founding of the bulla, let me just move this thing down a little bit, just so I can see. Oh, I've gone too far here.
Oh, you trying to see over that
Here we go. The
picture.
final number of the Warring Church on September the 27th. Yeah, September 27th, 1540 by Pope Paul III. The Jesuit order was confirmed. This is the one that confirmed Jesuit order. Okay, order the basics. On May the 3rd, 1539, had the companions of Ignatius Loyola. This gets into Aragon Templars and all this stuff because they took over the Knights Templar. Ignatius Loyola, after she had decided to live in a religious together, summarized the results of the deliberations. The congregation called himself Company or Compomeyezed, the Company de Jesus, and their religious founders put the end of June 1539 Summa Instituti. It's all Latin, obviously.
Yeah.
The Urentsworth of the order statutes together. The approval put Paul III commissioned the Dominican Tommaso de Badia with the examination of the rules of the order and confirmed in 1539 orally, according to the advocacy of Badia, the founding of the order and its rule. But not until almost a year later, the Cop Regimi Militaris Ecclesiasti at the Palace of San Marco was made out in her. The Summa Instituti was recorded. So that's when the military order, he can see the military order of the Jesuits, or the Company of Jesus was set up. And that's the ones who are currently running this corporation to this day.
You know, I had a dream. Remember, I had that dream before I passed. They killed me on the table, and that man had a book that I saw, and that book contained the names of people who believed in Jesus, and what I'm saying is they were going to stay in that place where they were held, because they were waiting for Jesus to come, and he would never come. So what these people obviously have the right to do, once you consent and give them your soul, is to trap you in wherever area they want you to be trapped for eternity, because they take your soul.
Well, it's not, they can't take it for eternity.
Yeah, they just claim it.
Yeah,
Put a claim on
they
it.
can't take it for eternity. Now, you can keep cycling back in through the different ages based on what you're consenting to.
And they would own it. Because you consented to the jab, so you consented to the stuff they put in you, right? So when you consent in religion, you're consenting to give your soul to their God.
Agreed.
And that's what you do. They say, well, I'll give my soul to you, well, my all, my all, my all, my all, you know?
So, agreed, sis. Agreed. So, Brother Odel, I'm trying to understand, what are they talking about with this company of who now? They saying
this is a site of Jesus to set up. It's the Jesuit order that's running the planet right now. This is the war. This is the war. The religious arm of it is the white Pope is Francis. The black society, or the black side of it, or the dark side of it, is the Society of Jesus, and this is when it was set up by Ignatius Loyola. So this is when they set up the military arm of the Vatican. This is how they set up the military arm of the Vatican.
This is the military arm, okay? Which
yes,
is still
a
company, but okay.
Yes.
They go into Ghana, Ghana and all them kind of places.
They do all the missionary work. Yeah.
They're the ones that go in there and cause the wars where they want war to start.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Okay, so we'll keep going.
We're ready.
So Roman Papa Bulls, Leo X's papal bull Interpla Multiplicis in 1515 finally cleared away all doubt to the legitimacy of charging interest on loans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say that bit again. Finally cleared away all doubt to the legitimacy of charging interest on loans. Monte de Paitia pledged banks what then were the characteristics of the civil market economy as it shaped up beginning in the 13th century. Here the history of the ideas approach is of the greatest assistance. The late 12th century saw the beginnings of the profound transformation of European society and the economy. So this is what they did with interpromoted. It's how they got the so-called the Yahudi, or the so-called Jews. It's how when they got it all together and they started to make what today they call the economy. Even though I think this was passed much later, but it's what allowed them to start charging interest, which right to this day you pay interest on loans and stuff like that. This is what the Buddha did it under.
Wow.
This is what you're going to enjoy getting under interest. So this is the key one here. Now it's another key one: the creation of the sacred congregation of rites. The 16th century saw many reforms that responded to the needs of the church during the time of crisis. Popes began to create various dicasteries to respond to the needs, including the Holy Office of the Inquisition. Remember what I showed you about Inquisition earlier? Mm-hmm. This is key now. However, Sixtus V would break from this piecemeal approach to the reforms when he more than tripled the size of the Roman Curia. Remember what I said about the Roman Curia earlier? Roman Curia on January the 22nd, 1588, with the proclamation of Aeterni Mensa Die. This is key here, Aeterni Mensa Die, bringing the number of dicasteries to 15. 148, the Sixtus V opened this apostolic constitution, with the description of the important work of the bishops who spearheaded their flocks throughout the world. I'm going to see that bit. Sixtus opened the apostolic constitution with the description of the important work of the bishops who spearheaded their flocks throughout the world. You know what the flocks are?
I'm sorry.
Shepherd flocks. Shepherd.
No, I think he's saying, well, number one, they're saying that the business, which is the Catholic Church, which is because the Roman Curia is the business, they were expanding their business.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so they're giving them the authority. So giving these bishops, the bishops
to shepherd all the flock.
Right, which really giving the bishops a subsidiary of the businesses to go across their different colonies.
Yeah.
And spread Christianity.
Yes, and the missionaries. And it gets into how they did it as well. Throughout the world, as well as the cardinals and other officials who served the Pope in an ad hoc capacity within the Roman Curia, turning to the example of Moses, who was encouraged by his father-in-law to divide up the work of governing the people. Was encouraged by his father-in-law to divide up the work of governing the people by entrusting wise men in various responsibilities. He described the need to better describe the work within the Roman Curia, entrusting various dicasteries with specific responsibilities, provided for a more timely and effective response to the needs of the church.
Okay, so they're basically describing not only one, they're telling you that they expanded the Roman Empire, which is really a business, to their colonies. Yes. And they're also describing how Christianity got introduced around the world and into said colonies.
Yes, and I'm going to explain how that happens as well. And I've got a detailed text on it coming in right after this.
Got you. I'm ready, brother.
Wow.
So I'm going to get into it all, so you can see the congregations and the bishops and all the popes and everybody in the bishops dressed in black with obviously the Society of Jesus, as I mentioned earlier, the Jesuits. So the third. So go.
So one of the things I remember about the Papal Bull, and I said it once before, is that they took the skin off of somebody's back.
Yes.
To write the curse on.
That's correct. I'm going to get in on it later. That's right. I've got a passage on it. Yep, that's correct.
Well, okay. But I'll shut up.
No, you're fine. Keep going. Just saying,
No,
I've got a passion.
and that was the spell they cast for it to work for them.
Yeah.
And to own everything on this planet.
So it was probably one of the rituals, but they've been
Yes.
setting up to own everything on the planet. As you can see, this happened over several hundreds of years. So it wasn't like it was just one event.
No, they have several papables, I see.
Yeah, so
that's right.
that was just describing one ritual.
Mhm.
Yes. And that's why I showed you some of the paper bulls earlier, because I listed them so people can go and read them, because obviously we've covered some of them here, but not all of them, but so people can read what they've been up to. So that's why I did that. So yeah, I agree. So this is what we're getting into now. Some of this stuff is where the sister was I was going to go and leave a week, but the sister was like, no, you've got to stop. So this is for Cloud Committee.
Okay, Cloud Committee, this is you. This is for you, Sweet Pea. Yeah. Okay, we ready, brother.
All right. Convocation, from the meaning Latin convocare, meaning to call, come together. A translation of the Greek ecclesia is a group of people formally assembled for a special purpose, mostly ecclesiastical.
So the title, go back real quick. Right. So just the title, the third crown of the ecclesiastical, see slavery on man, woman, children. A convocation from the Latin convocare means to call, to come together. A translation of the Greek is a group of people formally assembled for a special purpose, mostly ecclesiastical. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Church.
I'm going to expand on it here. Ancient bloodlines,
like a coven to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. In the name of the Holy of Paper Bull of Pope Paul III, this is for Cloud Committee now. This paper bull in 1537 in Latin was issued by Pope Paul III, who was Pope from 1534 to 1549. Best known for calling the Council of Trent. And if you need to read that, go and read it, because that's another important document. Council of Trent in 1545. Paul also was concerned with the role of the church in America or the Americas. All right. The bull discusses evangelization and conversion, including the proper way to apply the sacraments, which is what I was just talking about. Those sacraments are issued by under Attorney Mensadai, which I just mentioned previously. That's why they're in line with each other. Apply the sacraments, in particular, baptism. I'm going to get in on this later, baptism, what that is. This was especially important in the early days of colonial rule, when hundreds and sometimes thousands of indigenous people were baptized every day. One interesting aspect of this bull is the discussion of how to deal with local practices. For example, polygamy. After the conversion, polygamous men had to marry their first wife, but if they could not remember which wife was first, then they could choose among the wives, the one they knew which it was. Now, I'm just going to stop there briefly. Sister, because I assume you wanted to make a quick comment on that bit about the baptizing bit.
Yes, because number one, does this not pretty much say once again that Christianity was not on the American soil before, Portugal and Spain came over to the Americas?
Correct.
And specifically, they kind of came up with a plan on how they were going, which is the Council of Trent.
Yeah.
In 1545, which outlines how they were going to institute Christianity in the Americas.
And claiming souls through baptizing. Yep, keep going, sister.
So they were saying in the early days of colonial rule, so again, meaning Christianity was not on the shores of America prior to colonial rule. They were saying hundreds, sometimes thousands of indigenous people were baptized every day. So once again, meaning Christianity was not indigenous to the America culture.
Correct.
So now for you degenerates, I know y'all gonna want to jump on this polygamy stuff. I know y'all want to jump on that. And so they even telling you all that they shut down the polygamy system where the men had to, at a minimum, you gonna have to pick one wife to marry. Now let's be clear. This had nothing to do about morality. It had everything to do about marriage being contract and being a business.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's all I had to say. This is interesting.
All right. Does anybody else want to make
Ooh,
any
wait
comment?
a minute. Okay, I'll let, because you're going to read that last little part. Because
I'm gonna go into
I'm going to let you read it. Woo!
Yeah, I was gonna get in. There's more of it to come. I just wanted to know if anybody wanted to make any other comments before I got moving again.
Nope,
we all
I'm
right?
good. Yep, we good.
Anybody else want to say anything before I move on?
Silence means no.
No, silence golden. Okay, this is key here because again on the land when they claim your baptism and stuff. This is why I mentioned it here. So this is the term, and look up this term, please. Even though I've got it here, Jusole, English Latin pronunciation meaning right of soil. Jusole. Okay, this is two issues here. So Jusole, Latin English pronunciation meaning right of soil, commonly referred to as birthright citizenship, and again citizenship, citizens under jurisdiction of bishop, because ships again is passing in construct. It is the right of anyone born on a territory or state to nationality or citizenship. So again, Jusole is right of soil, but it's not just sanguinis. There's two. There's one that's bloodline and there's one that's born on the soil. So the one that's born on the soil is not is Jusole. Just sanguinis is bloodline, but I think I'll cover it in here anyway. Yeah.
Sanguine.
Yeah. In early form of Jusole.
So just right quick before you go on. So basically, when folks was being baptized,
yes,
they were getting their soul, their immortal soul was in contract.
Yes.
Under the Catholic Church authority. And then in addition to that, they made them citizens.
Yes.
Of their land, citizens of the land, which was really their own land, which only gave them privileges at that point.
Yes.
And not their inherited blood right.
Yes, so it's not just sanguinis, it's just soil, which is right of soil. They do that because once they take all the titles and everything else, they can do that like we've been doing, which is not original. But the people who are just sanguinis, they do it through descendancy, through their bloodlines, which can trace back obviously to ancient times, which is what I'm getting on here. You can see it here. So an early form of Jusole dates from Clestian's reform of the ancient Aflanian law in the 6th century BC. It developed further in the Roman world, where citizenship was extended to all free inhabitants of the Roman Empire by edict of Caracalla in 212 AD. Much later, the independence of the English colonies in America and the French Revolution in the late 18th century laid the foundations for Jusole. With the social and economic development of the 19th and 20th centuries and the massive migrations to the Americas and Western Europe, Jusole was established in a greater and greater number of countries. So Jusole was... Sorry, go ahead.
Just real quick, basically what they're saying is this Jusole, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I think I am. This Jusole,
fine. Yeah.
It's basically giving anyone up under the Roman Empire the right to become a citizen in any one of their colonies. Basically,
correct.
Is that what it's saying? Okay, I'm with you.
Yes, absolutely correct. Jusole was, remember what happened? Jusole was part of the English common law. Remember what I told you about the original? Remember I told you about the common law, the corporate common law after the Magna Carta was voided, right? So Jusole was part of the English common law In contrast to jus sanguinis, which derives from the Roman law that influenced the civil law systems on continental Europe. It as an unconditional basis for citizenship, jus soli is the predominant rule in the Americas, but it is rare elsewhere. Since the 27th Amendment of the Constitution of Ireland was enacted in 2004, no other European country grants citizenships based on unconditional jus soli. Almost all states in Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania grant citizenships at birth based upon the principle of jus sanguinis, right of blood. There's a difference there in which citizenship is inherited through parents, not birthplace. So there's a difference. So one's inherited through birthplace, one is inherited with your mum and dad. Or restrictive version of jus soli, in which citizenship by birthplace is automatic only for the children of certain immigrants. Countries that have acceded to the 1961 Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness will grant nationality to otherwise stateless persons who were born in their territory or on a ship or plane flagged by that country. Jus soli is associated with permissive citizenship rights. Most countries with unconditional jus soli laws tend to give birthright citizenship and nationality based on jus sanguinis rules as well, although these stipulations tend to be more restrictive than in countries that use the jus sanguinis as a primary basis for nationality. So there's a difference between the one and the two of them. So one of them's by right of soil and one of them's by bloodline. So I'll let you comment on that, sister. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing I'm confused on, because the jus soli, I understand. They're basically saying, as I stated before, you know, long as you were a citizen of the Roman Empire, any other colony / empire that Rome had around the world, you can have citizenship, but it was of that colonized land under jus soli. But so are we saying for jus sanguinis that they started giving people citizenship based on bloodline?
Yeah, so basically, jus sanguinis, its original form, because remember they've corporatized it, but in its original form, the people of the land, when it was on the land, they got their nationality from their bloodline, and nobody else could have that.
Got you. So they hijacked it. They hijacked the original jus sanguinis with the jus soli.
That's correct. Yeah, and they messed it all up. But jus sanguinis, the principles of it are based on bloodline, which means you can only get it from your mum or dad, which means everything passes down through the heirs.
You know why this is important, family? That's
because
why
you can't get around the blood.
You can't get around the blood, because that's the way it should be today. But because they got this fake jus soli in place, they're basically saying that the people that aren't indigenous or original, if we want to say original to the land, have the same rights or whatever as people that's tied to the land by blood. Exactly.
And that's what they're trying to do and confuse the two. But as explained here, there's a difference between the two. And I want to set that out very clearly, even though they tried to harmonize it also. It's all similar when it's not. It was totally different, because you have to do that, because then the people who was originally on that land were tied to that land by bloodline. And this is what they've been trying to do when they set up all these corporations and change everything, was try to disrupt all that. That's what all these, that's what you talk about with all the revolutionary wars and all the wars that have been going on, because they've been trying to disrupt it using these techniques. But go ahead, sister.
Exactly. And that's why in the Americas, when we sitting up here telling you week after week after week after week, know who you are, know who your people are. This is why we're telling you this, because you are tied to the land by your bloodline.
Yes.
This is why we're telling you that. And this is why specifically in America, if you do your genealogy, more than likely, if you are Black/melanated in America, you're going to find your ancestry as indigenous to the land, and you are indigenous to Europe.
Right.
Yeah. And also, if you was on the land over there, what it does prove in terms of the transatlantic slave trade that you're talking about, was people was already on that land, already on there before anybody came over there, which means you've got a claim to that land, and the others have a higher claim than you have.
Exactly.
I'm
sorry, go ahead, sis.
You know that with this pandemic, right, they're looking for type A positive gene lines now, because they know that they are asymptomatic without symptoms, but they're carriers, they say. And I said, I was wondering when they're going to get around to the sanguineous people of the land to hunt them out. And that's what they're talking about now.
But they already know, because if they didn't know, they wouldn't work so doggone hard telling Black Americans that you African.
Exactly.
They already know who you are.
I know.
Exactly.
They will swing on you, and now that we know about this Black European stuff, they really shaking in their boots. Like, oh my God, they put it together. Yeah, we know that we got it now. We know who we are. We know we're indigenous to the Americas, and we know we're indigenous to Europe. Yep, we sure do know it. Yeah, we know it.
Exactly. But they wanted to keep it secret, and that's why they keep, that out of Africa stuff was so important to all our children that came up in that year after the 60s to say they slaves. And now
exactly, but our parents consented to it by letting the crap be taught in school, because that's not how our great grandmothers and grandmothers now, though depending on your age, they did not tell you were from Africa.
No, they did not. That was what?
So our parents slept on the job, and they let that crap be taught to their children. That's called you just sitting up letting them do it by consent.
Yeah, it's a mess now. We have to unravel that mess.
Yeah, and we're unraveling it now. That's why you're supposed to be able to stand on what you say, and ain't nobody gonna tell me who I am. I know who I am. I got the records to prove who I am. And guess what?
It's in the mitochondrial DNA.
Exactly.
In the mitochondrial DNA, it's in your blood.
Exactly.
Mitochondrial DNA is in your blood, and they can't. That's what the Poke's about. They're trying to decouple the souls of humanity. This is what the Poke's about. And I know you like having that. No, I'm not certainly going anywhere near, because they try to decouple the souls of humanity, because those who are indigenous to this realm, fundamentally as living souls, we've got a claim here that they can't overthrow. They know that we're coming back up again. They know what's going on. This is why the Poke's coming out there. They're trying to take out the consciousness, and they're failing. Keep going, sister.
Yeah, absolutely, they're failing. They're failing miserably. So bottom line is, nobody can tell you who you are. And if you sit back complacently and accept their official narrative, that means you consent to what they told you. That means you consent. But the brother just read to you, and I want to thank you so much, Brother Odel. You just proved that they understand universal laws, and they follow universal laws, and they understand that they have to move by getting consent from the people. Because otherwise they're going to suffer karmic debt. It's going to come back on them. That's why all of this information he's bringing up to you, that's why it's out there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you got to go seek it out. Once you seek it out, the universe is going to move it towards you and give you the truth.
Yeah, that's true.
They did that on purpose because they don't want to suffer the karmic debt, although they still have a karmic debt to pay, because you have no right to enslave the world.
No, and that's what's going down now with this Piscean construct going down, and they're bringing this fake version of a Christ one in. You know what I mean? But keep going, sister. But I've got some more stuff.
No, I'm done, brother. Go ahead, continue.
All right, this is good. You're gonna enjoy more of this. It keeps getting better. So let's go. The third crown, the ecclesiastical see. So let's keep going. So the what about the first crown was unum sanctum. So they're going to go into second crown. So the second crown was, listen, this is, and I read from this earlier, remember, so I've linked it all in. The second crown was created in 1481 with the papal bull Eterni Regis. Remember, I read it earlier on, meaning eternal crown, by Sixtus, being only the second of 3 papal bulls of deeds of testamentary trusts. This papal bull created the crown of Aragon. The Jesuits have revived Aragon Templars. It gets back to all the stuff that they know about. Later known as the crown of Spain, and is the highest sovereign and the highest steward of all Roman slaves. Remember, I read from it earlier on about the wars we're having. Roman slaves, subject to the rule of the, listen, Roman slaves, subject to the rule of the Roman pontiff. We know that is the Pope. Spain lost the crown in 1604 when it was granted to King James I of England by Pope Paul V. After the successful passage of the Union of Crowns, or Commonwealth, in 1605, after the false flag operation of the Gunpowder Plot, the crown was finally lost by England in 1975 when it was returned to Spain, and Queen Carlos I, who, remember I told you, Juan Carlos III is a Farnese, is one of the 13 palpability bloodline families that were running the planet with the Roman pontiff that I mentioned earlier. Is a Farnese. I know about all this stuff. Where it remains to this day. The second crown is represented by the second Sestitue KV trust. Remember, I've talked about this previously. When a child is born, and by the sale of the birth certificate as a bond to the private central bank of the nation, depriving us of ownership of our flesh and condemning us to the perpetual servitude of a Jude as a Roman person or slave. And remember, we talked about this earlier as well. His Majesty was provider of proper office in London or Westminster, to be called the General Register Office, or the General Register Office, which is in London, for the keeping of the register of all births, deaths, and marriages, Mars and Rage, marriage, Mars and Rage, it's all cosmological, marriage, Mars and Rage, it's all cosmological in its origin. His Majesty's subjects of England. When a child is born in a hospital, ward, or state, or estate, under inferior Roman law, 3 Sestitue KV trusts are created upon certain presumption, specifically designed to deny forever the child any rights to real property, any rights to be free, and any rights to be known as a living, breathing man or woman, but rather as a dead legal fiction or a creature or animal or chattel. The birth certificate is the title to your soul. The birth certificate is the title to your soul and is proof of ownership by the Holy See. The claim of right and the express trust named unum sanctum, where the Pope declared dominion over the earth, is the core of the Holy See's ownership of your soul or claim of your soul. Every birth certificate is a financial instrument lodged in the Vatican Bank. Remember, I showed this last time, system. The Vatican and its franchises hold all titles to all our bodies, including copyright to our given names, our baptismal records, our souls, our property, our lands and deeds, mining claims, patents, trademarks, signatures, automobiles, and more. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I was going to say, please stop, baby, because you didn't went over a lot. Child, so I'm going to go on this side, because what he's doing here, he's tying the financial private side to the spiritual.
Correct.
He's telling you how they mirrored it. So I'm going to start on this side, then I want to jump back on the 1600 situation. But let's get back on this side about when the child is born being ward of the state. So that's the estate being set up.
Yes.
Under their Roman law, the 3 little trusts created, and basically putting that child as property.
Yes.
And stripping that child of being a sovereign soul.
Yeah, living man or woman. Yes, correct.
Now, I'm going to tell you right now, this is where they think that they slick. Yes, yes, Creekside, Yellow, we are the money. This is where they think that they slick.
Yeah.
And as my grandma and them used to say, and my aunties and them used to say, where they think they nickel ass slick. This is where you broke universal law.
Exactly.
Yes, because when you was a child, you'd have no means of knowing what was going on. This is
I
why
ain't made no agreement to a god dog.
Exactly. We didn't. Your mum and dad might have
Okay.
passed you in, but they didn't know.
They made that.
This is due to exactly.
And they did that contract under falsehood.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
it was under fraud. So ain't nobody
Exactly.
made no so-and-so agreement with
Nobody
you.
contracted with
So
Exactly.
you're breaking universal law.
And this is where this Piscean conscious coming down. They try to put this fake version of Aquarius in. But this is where, as higher conscious beings, we can annihilate the fraud that's coming in.
Exactly. This is the fraud.
Exactly.
You don't have claim over a sovereign soul through via your paperwork. You are breaking universal law.
And this
we
is why
did
they
not
this why consent. Exactly. This is why they require consent for everything. We need to use our free will, and again, we need to use our free will against the governments of this world. You use your free will against them. You don't vote. This is why I don't know why
exactly. You're not supposed to be
don't
voting
vote,
in these systems
because that's
with your
agreeing to
legs
the
crossed.
nonsense.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yes, if
You don't use your free will to withdraw consent. This is why I do with the police all the time. I won't give them my name and I won't contract with them. I just claim dominion of myself. They can't do anything. I was done about this last time when I was in 2016. I told somebody in the court, this is how you beat the judges in these precincts on these benches. Just say to them, cease to desist, no contract. Don't agree to your name. Don't do anything to do in there. Just tell them, cease to desist, no contract. And the whole court got shut down.
Yeah, and see, they didn't got, and see, they were getting so good with it over here that they started putting laws into place saying, putting people on terrorist lists and everything over here.
Right.
Yes. Because
but even all of that's okay. All you have to tell them, look, I don't consent to none of that. Go on and do what you're going to do under your statutes and codes. I don't consent to any of this. And that's that's going to put them under karmic debt. Let them go on and do it.
That's what people do.
They fencing to get that karmic. They fencing to get that work from the universe.
Yeah, and that's on its way to them right now. This is why they're so desperate to get the poking, because the souls here will be empowered with this high consciousness and they will be able to come with the earth. This is why I'm going to get in on this. This is part of an aspect I'm going to get in on it. But I agree with your sister, because again, they know that they can't do what they've been doing without the consent of the governed.
Exactly.
They know that.
We don't consent to none of that. Who the hell would consent to this bullshit?
If you knew what it was, but this is what I was.
If you knew what it was, absolutely. Now, if you still want their privileges, like I was talking about early in the program, if you still want to sit up with your legs crossed with their privileges in their system, then yeah, you're consenting. So that's why you have to know the difference. And when you claim sovereignty, you claim the sovereignty of your soul, you have to really mean that. You have to really live it.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, they're not going to suffer no karmic debt and they're going to keep doing what they want to do to you. But when you truly take back and claim your sovereignty and walk that, they're going to walk around you on eggshells. Because it's like, okay, you could go on and do what you claim you're going to do, but I'm telling you right now, I ain't consenting to none of it. And you know that you're going to suffer this universal karmic debt. You know you're going to get that work from the universe. So now that's that part. He's right here telling you on this slide, he's tying the financial system to how they married it to your soul.
Yeah, and there's more of it to come, sister.
Okay, now let me just jump on this side with King James right quick, because I want to make sure I understand his participation in this process. So now, Spain lost the crown, because now let's be clear that the Catholic Church gave Spain that title or that crown.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So they lost it. And it was given to King James I.
Yep. And this is where it gets into. Remember when it talks about this? You know, where Britannia and help everyone, we conquer the world. This is why Britain was allowed to go around conquering the world, because it was doing it on behalf of the Pope. This is what the British Empire gets into. This is what because it's doing on behalf of the Pope.
Boom.
That's a British
that's
Empire.
why Britain started coming up in power, because the Pope basically took it away from Spain and gave it to England. So it really wasn't about all this warring as they were saying. It was that the Pope, and I'm pretty sure he, made them war with each other, whatever the case may be. But ultimately, the Pope made the decision and said, okay, Spain, you didn't had your time to rule. Now it's over to England.
That's him. Yes.
Wow.
And that's what they do. It's a Jesuit technique. It's a Jesuit technique. It's futurism and pastorism. They try to keep you out with the language. They try and keep you out of now-time jurisdiction. So what they do is they play both sides to the middle. So they get everybody warring. This is how they've done it. They get everybody warring. And then when everybody beats each other up, they come in. Problem, reaction, solutions. Hegelian dialectic. They get everybody warring, they come in, sort it all out, and then everyone benefits from it. That's exactly what's going on.
Right, because they knew before the war even started who they was going to put in the position.
Exactly. They had it all planned. It's all part of the Piscean construct.
I think they do a little worse than that. They go in there and kill people and rape the women and all that.
Yeah, they did everything wrong. Exactly.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
They blame it on the other tribe, and then they go to war. I think that's those Congolese wars in Africa. Those tribes are fighting.
The Hitsis and Tutsis and stuff like that.
It's the same script. Make no mistake about it. So,
Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. Hegelian dialectic. That's all they ever do. Go ahead, sorry, sister.
So just just real quick. So in 1975, you telling me that it was returned back to Spain?
Yep, because the Farneses, the Palmer bloodline families is 13. I think it's 13 of them. I think I've got them down somewhere. King Juan Carlos was one of them. He's a Farnese, and his son Felipe is on the throne in Spain now. He's a Farnese, so they're all. It all goes back to the ancient bloodlines you've been talking about. Gets back to those ancient bloodlines, and they're all working with the Vatican.
Wow. So would that make sense why even today England started winding down their territories around the world?
Yep. That's what they were doing.
This is deep. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm done, brother. I know you got other stuff. Woo!
I've got more for you. Okay, so let's keep going. So there's the papal chamber. So that's the seat of government of the world. That's the St. Paul's Basilica, and that's the seat of the Vatican's government of the world. That's where the Roman Curia is, and the ancient Vatican Bank is around here as well, and the Church of Jesuits in Rome, which is owned by the Jesuits. It's all owned by that gets into this one. So the third crown, ecclesiastical see. The third crown was created in 1537 by Pope Paul, through the papal bull Convocation, also meant to open the Council of Trent. It is the third and final, this is the key one here, it is the third and final testamentary will and deed of a testamentary trust set up for the claiming of all lost souls. I'm going to say that again.
Please.
It is the third and final testamentary, testamental deed and will of a testamentary trust set up for claiming all lost souls lost to the sea. The Venetians assisted in the creation of the first Statutory AKV Act in 1540 to use this papal bull as the basis of the ecclesiastical authority of Henry VIII. This crown was secretly granted to England in the collection and reaping of lost souls.
Wow.
The crown was lost in 1816 due to the deliberately bankruptcy of England.
Oh, it was deliberately
and granted to the temple.
Bankrupt.
Yes, the Vatican did it. Yep, Vatican did it. granted England in the collection of reaping of the lost souls. The crown was lost in 1816 due to the deliberate bankruptcy of England and granted to the Temple Bar British Accreditation Registry,
The bar.
which became
So the
known
bar.
as the Crown. But yes, that's right. Bar stands for British Accreditation Registry, which became known as the Crown Bar, or simply known as the Crown. The bar associations, remember the American bars over there? It's over here. The bar associations have since been responsible for administering the reaping of the souls of the lost and damned, including the registration and collecting of the baptismal certificates representing souls collected by the Vatican and stored in its vaults. And I'll let you comment on that.
Wait a minute. I got to put the bomb in here, and then we got to break this down. Wait a minute, because you done set up here and said, first of all, baby, what you done set up here and said that this last trust that they funky behinds then put into place in 1540,
37.
that the church put it together, the Catholic Church specifically, gave Henry VIII to collect souls.
That's right.
That was going pretty much to the Catholic Church. And then they purposely bankrupt England because the Temple Bar became the Crown Bar, but basically became the Bar Association, which is, what is that stands for? The British
Accreditation Registry. It's where they hold all the titles and stuff.
That's the lawyers.
Through the Temple in London, yes. It's in the square mile of the corporation, which is the Knights Templar.
You sounding far away now, Brother Odel.
All right, can you hear me now?
You still sounding far away. You there?
How's this? You hear me?
No, you still far away, and we hear a lot of rumbling with your mic.
All right, let me try this again.
Okay, I can hear you.
Me
Whatever
now?
you're doing now. Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So I lost. I don't know which. All right. So basically, let me get back into it. So British Accreditation Registry basically is in the City of London Corporation. Now it's in the square mile of London. That square mile of London was the original. The original land that's there was originally owned by the Knights Templars. And the Knights Templars. Yeah, shut the front. You can shut the front door on that one. The Knights Templars had that land originally, and that's why the inner temples there, the outer temple, and middle temples are there, and the church. There's a special church that's there, the circle church that's there, and that church is linked to the Vatican and the Temple Bar and this the London Stock Exchange, and it's where it's where it's called the Banco de Spiritual. That's it, the Banco de Spiritual, and it's where they use all their so-called their energy through your tiles and stuff, and that's transferred to the Vatican. It's linked to the Vatican. So basically, the City of London Corporation is owned by the Vatican because the Knights, the Aragon Templars, the Jesuits are the revised Aragon Templars, and so that ancient knowledge of the Knights Templar, that knowledge is what the Vatican uses to this day. The dark arts using the Black Sun and stuff like that to program the planet, and the City of London Corporation is the financial arm, and the Vatican is the spiritual arm. They're both interlinked. That's why the British Accreditation Registry and the Crown is based in the City of London Corporation. So I'll stop there.
Oh my God!
Okay. Let me say something. Why Queen Ottawa has it. So what they do is the barristers are reaping souls. They charge us with crimes, right? We are convicted of crimes, which means we become slaves. They take our bond and sell it on an open stock exchange. And the lawyers work in cahoots. You get this one, I get the next one. You get this one, I get the next one.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, they're getting a cut, but that's just if you're going through the court system.
well,
Because once that birth certificate is made, they're already selling it on the exchange. And
Yes,
what
exactly.
he's saying, the soul part of that is once
Baptismal.
that birth certificate is made, that's also saying that they captured the body and captured the soul.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm
the
talking
birth
about
certificate is the body. The key one is the baptismal one because that's the soul one.
That's the soul. Exactly.
Yes.
But I'm talking
That's why I talked about the third one here because I wanted to make a difference. The difference between what happens is when you. I'm going to show it in this talk. I've not finished yet. I've got three parts
we're
that
gonna
shows
let
the
you
bonds.
finish,
I'll show it in this talk
but the
because
bar,
it explains it. Go on,
okay, because the bar is pretty much administering when you going up in that court. It's serving the role of administering your estate.
Correct. That's right.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So between the bar and the judge, because the bar is AKA the lawyers,
right?
That's why they're all getting a cut.
Yes.
And the judges, the bench is the bank.
Yes, and I said that last time. That's right. That's correct. And the maladministrating your estate through the Statutory AKB trust, the maladministrating your estate.
So the lawyer is the administrator there because they call people that's at the bar over here the lawyers. So they're the ones administering the estate in that courtroom.
They're helping. The judge is administering it because the judge
that's what I always thought it was the judge. Okay, so they just helping. They just helping with the back end paperwork, basically.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, the judges are maladministrating your estate, and the lawyers are helping them. This is why they take a boss called. I've got the evidence. I'll read it at some point.
Okay, I'm going. Well, you're going to get to it then, Odel. I'm sorry. Woo, baby.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I've got more for you. I came with a fire.
We ready. We ready.
No worries, sister. No, whenever you're ready. But I've got the fire. Don't you worry. I've got some sick things to read for you. But go ahead. Whenever you're ready, just let me know.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, you're all ready because then I'll continue. But I'm just letting you know I have covered it. I'm just letting you know I've covered it.
I'm ready.
Is your sister ready?
Oh yeah, I'm sitting here just waiting, rubbing my face. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. All right. This third crown is represented by the third Statutory AKB trust, created when a child is baptized. It is the parents that grant the baptismal certificate title to the soul, to the church or registrar. Thus, without legal title over one's own soul, we will be denied legal standing and will be treated as things, cargo, without souls. Upon the bar, British Registration Registry is now legally able to enforce maritime law or Piscean construct. I'll keep going, it gets better. The doctrine of the faith. This gets back into this. I'm tying into, by the way, this ties into, let me just find it. This ties into this. Okay. So in turning men to die, now I'm going to show you how they administer these baptismal certificates and all these sacraments. I'm going to get in on it now. Okay. So congregation of the doctrine of the faith. This gets into what I showed you with Bulla, Intercater 1492, and it gets into dumb diverses and all the petrol servant. This is where it comes down to the doctrine of the faith. Among the dicasteries which currently comprise the Roman Curia, the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith is able to trace its roots deep into the pages of the Roman Curia's history. Through an investigation into its long and fascinating history is beyond the scope of this current study and has already been presented elsewhere, which I did further on. I did earlier. It will prove sufficient for our purposes to provide a general historical sketch of the CDF with the special emphasis on the historical competency safeguard doctrine in order to highlight relatively recent competency to promote it. This is key here. Authentic magisterial. Remember they're called magi's or magistrate, magistrate.
The magi.
Yeah, the black arts. Authentic magisterial authority of the church emanates from the Lord Jesus Christ, who commanded the apostles to teach in his name. Listen, go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the. I'm going to read that again. Let's read this passage again. This is key here. Authentic magisterial authority in the church emanates from the Lord Jesus Christ, or the Pope in this case, who commanded the apostles to teach in his name. Go forth and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and the Son and of the Holy Spirit. So there's your trust. Remember, legal title, your soul title, and property. Okay, so you've got the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded. Again, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded, and all commanded in you. With
You keep
you
going,
always,
brother. I'll be right back. Y'all keep going. I'm here. I'll be right back. Keep going.
with all you to close the age. In every age, by means of sound doctrine, the church has fulfilled this command. In Pentecost, the Lord Jesus breathed unto the apostles and conferred upon them the Holy Spirit, the same divine spirit which motivated Christ himself and led him in the ministry he fulfilled in perfect obedience to the Father. The apostles, endowed with Christ's authority or the Pope's authority, the sacred power to serve, would themselves proclaim the Father's love or the Pope's love as revealed through his only begotten Son and the risen Jesus of Nazareth. So there you go in the Doctrine of Faith. Who wants to comment on that?
Well, I will tell you straight out, that's a fraud. That is definitely a fraud, because in the Nicene Council of 325, Jesus was created. So they can do all that mumble jumble, Jesus Christ, go out there and baptize in the name of the Father, whatever that person may be, or their Son God. But because they have not disclosed that information, they are in violation of cosmic law, even on that point.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense. You can't baptize in the name of fairy tale. And it's a fairy tale. It's a nice fairy tale. It's a sweet fairy tale. He loved you so bad that he gave his only begotten Son to save your soul. But he doesn't exist.
Whole thing is a proper fraud. Yep.
No, they made him up. All of that is garbage. Every bit of it. And they said it themselves. In Ephesians, the 2nd chapter, they found him. They were the sons of perdition until they found Jesus. And then they took you out to the world. And that's what Ephesians says. They have it in their book that he's a fraud.
So basically, again, it is telling you that the Catholic Church, this business, is given the authority to baptize, and when you get baptized, that is putting your contract in soul to the Vatican.
Yeah.
Yes, as I explained here.
That's what.
Yep. As I explained here, legal title to the soul. Yep. All right, you want to keep going? I've got a little bit more for you.
Go ahead, I'm ready. Child, this is a lot, but it's good.
Papal bulls of the Roman cult, the cult of Saturnalia. So I'm not too far. I'm near the end now. I've got a little bit more left. The instructions for the production of parchment. This is what you was on about earlier with the papal bulls, are getting in onto the skin and thing like that, and the live and the let me read it. It gets in. The instructions for the production of the parchment for the Roman cult through the sacrifice of children, again, through the sacrifice of children, were standardized by the Roman Pontiff Honorius in 1216 to 1227. In his infamous grimoire of the black magic, this is what I get that. Yep. And he's remained for almost 800 years the official method by which leading members of the Roman cults and associated occult fraternities have sacrificed and murdered children, especially to the skin of them to create parchment. Which is what the papal bulls are written on. This is what the sisters on about. God. The historic origin behind the use of parchment for papal bulls and for the use of human skin as writing medium dates back to the occult and black magic rituals in honor of Baal, practiced in Tarsus or with Tarsus at the time of the Menez and high priest of Saul. And the Menez are the ones who come out of Ecupta right now. That's back to those original ones. They're the ones, the Menez who are the ones who are running the planet right now with the Papa the Bet and Bloodline families using that black magic. This is what's going on right now with the Saturn and the realm and stuff. Reputed to have the largest library, or they bury their lies in the library the black magic
Magic
in
history.
history, with over 20,000 books covered by human skin and countless demonic texts
Oh
on
my
parchment.
God.
And there you go, and I'll stop there, let you comment.
So basically, oh my God. All right, you have to let this stay up. You cannot tamper with this information. This information has a right to be up, to go out to the public. The public has a right to know this. So you do not have the right to censor this information. Okay? You will be in violation of universal law. So, what he is saying here, I had to put that out there for a reason. I know you understand, Brother Odel, why I just said what I said. So,
Censoring, yes.
what they basically saying up in here, that the real power of the Roman cult / Catholic Church is black magic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Black Sun Saturnalia. The realm, this realm system, vibes of cosmos, what's going on.
Exactly. So, oh my God.
Children.
They took.
I told you, sister. You told me to tie it properly, sister. I didn't play, did I, sister? I told you. I just told me to go in.
Really, really rough. So they took the children's parts and covered
They're still
it.
doing that to this day, sister. Out there, it's still going on to this day.
Yeah. Which you literally get censored when folks talk about that information. When they talk about those certain type of rituals, they have been censored behind it. And when they were saying they were doing these rituals for black magic and occult. Okay? So those are rituals that they're doing, and then they're taking the remnants of those rituals to cover it in their book of spells.
Yep, and their paper balls and the parchment and writing on the skin. This is what the sister was on about, Sandra's on about earlier on.
They're sigils, and they're invocations.
Yes, convocation and invocating. Yes, keep going. It's all linked tied to the souls and the energy of the realm. This is what I'm showing you, sister. Keep going.
So do you all understand when we talk about having sovereignty over your soul, how important this is? Do you understand when we talk about getting off the board, how important this is? Do you understand when we say you cannot win a physical war, you have to win it in the spiritual world, what we mean? I told you all where the true power is. They're using the indigenous people across the planet's true power that was given to you by birthright by the planet.
Yes, that's correct, sister. That's why they're sacrificing you when they write it on there to use that black magic. That's what I'm showing. That's correct. The cult of Saturnalia. That's what I'm showing. The Baal. Keep going, sister.
And they using the baby's parts to seal
the
rituals.
That's right.
I'm gonna back that up for the slow ones in the back. Because when folks are out here not giving a doggone about these babies,
hate other people, but don't take care of the babies.
They're using that to seal their rituals. And if you would stand up as a divine sovereign being by, number one, taking care of your children, protecting your children like you are supposed to be protecting your children, and not putting them in the hands of the states, and rather that be the physical government states or these churches.
Yikes.
Yep.
They couldn't be able to get a hold of your babies. You have to stand up and take the ownership and sovereignty back of your soul. You have to do it. And each one of these babies that are taken and mistreated in any shape, form, or fashion, do you enter and understand that as parents, you're going to suffer the karmic debt along with these people? You're both in violation. I'm done, brother. Whew.
All right, let's keep going. Okay, so far so good. You gave me my task, and I've done well so far.
Yeah,
Correct?
you're laying this out. It's so much appreciated.
Okay, baptism. Baptism is remember I talk about the sacraments under atonement to die. Baptism is one of the sacraments that's issued through the church. Baptism is a sacrament in regeneration and initiation into the church that was begun by Jesus, who accepted baptism for St. John the Baptist and also ordered the apostle to baptize in the name of the Father and the Son. I've just read from this, and the Holy Spirit, Matthew 28:19. According to the teaching of St. Paul, which draws on analogy with the death and resurrection of Jesus. Remember, that's all a myth, but it's also real. Baptism is the death to a former life and is the emergence of a new person, which is signified by the outward sign of water. Piscean construct. Piscean construct, fish.
That is correct.
Catholic baptism involves pouring water, Piscean construct. And let's read that again. Catholic baptism involves pouring water or sprinkling water over the candidate's head, pouring water over the consciousness, pouring water over the mind control. Baptism is understood, therefore, as a total annulment of sins, which is not. It's the opposite. It's committed to that.
Exactly.
It's self-ignorant nonsense, sin, self-ignorant nonsense, not knowing who you are, once past, and image of a totally innocent person. A newly baptized person becomes a member of the church. I'm going to say that again. A newly baptized person becomes a member of the church and is incorporated. Remember, and is incorporated into the body of Christ.
Yep.
Woo! I keep going, sister. I'm not done. I'll let it get out there. Are we killing this stuff? Just becoming empowered to lead a life of Christ. Nothing but pure, natural water may be used, and baptism must be conferred, as Jesus taught, in the name of the Father, or in the name of the Pope, in this case, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Baptism is normally conferred by a priest, but a Roman Catholic Church accepts baptism conferred in an emergency by anyone. You hear that?
Wow.
Roman Catholic Church accepts baptism conferred in emergency by anyone. The Catholic or non-Catholic, having a use of reason with the intention of doing what the church does in the spirit of Vatican II, which acknowledged the validity of any baptism that is duly administered as our Lord instituted. The restoration of unity. The church has recognized as valid the baptism of wide range of non-Catholic churches. And I'll stop there and let you comment.
It's pretty self-explanatory. Again, he is telling you that baptism is getting the soul in contract ultimately with the Catholic Church. It does not matter if the church, the congregation that you're being baptized under is not Catholic. By default, it falls under Catholic. Catholic has given itself that authority. And they use the water. Of course, it is ritualistic, but water is a conductor of energy.
Yes, Piscean construct.
And somebody says in the chat, hey, brother Antoine, nephew Antoine, he says, they need, I think he said up above, when we were talking about the babies, he said they're doing that with the babies, and I said to seal the ritual. He said they need the babies because they need pure hearts. I totally agree.
That's right. The energy is moonchild. It's called moonchild rituals. That's right. He's right. I
totally agree.
Right. He should come on. Yeah, he should come on with us and enjoy his presence. But yeah, Brother Anton is right, because it's because the soul is coming from the other side universally, and it's got pure energy. That's why they do sacrificing the children, because the energy is pure. And that's because the energy that comes off there is loose. They feed to these beings that the Vatican are in bed with, the Draco, the Anunnaki, and all them lot they're in bed with. The souls here, that Sophie structure in the Matrix, because of the Earth's ley lines and the grid points, they're all set in a way where they put the spin so that you spins off your root chakra in the 55 harmonic.
Yeah.
And it's what's called the metatronic frequencies. And that powers this realm, the cult of Saturnalia. This is what I've been talking about. That all powers this realm, and the feed off it, the beings that the Vatican serve, they're off on and off world, they feed off all the energy. That's what they do. You correct, sister. Go ahead.
Okay, no, and I just want to put out there again, you have broken universal law once again.
Yeah, they have. It's fraud.
You've broken universal law.
It's absolute fraud.
Those babies are divine, innocent beings.
Mm-hmm.
You had no right to do what you did. And you're doing this out the gate to all divine, innocent beings when you're putting them in contract, their physical body and their soul, with your whole system of these certificates and all of that. Again, I don't give a doggone what the parents signed up for.
They didn't even probably know.
Parents paying rent.
Exactly.
They're paying rent for the children that
That
don't realize.
soul didn't sign up for that, and you know that. You're breaking, or you have broken universal law. You continue to break universal law, and we do not consent.
Nope.
Agreed.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
All right, I got a bit more. I'm near the end now. I'm near the end. I'm tying the soul pits for you now.
No, this is excellent information.
Okay, so let's keep going. There's a certificate of life birth. The Statutory KV Trust of Ecclesiastical Property Soul claims the child's soul via the baptismal certificate in 1540 and the creation of the First KV Act, deriving its power from the papal bull of Roman cult leader Pope Paul III. When a child is baptized and a baptismal certificate is issued, the parents or paying rent parents have gifted, granted, and conveyed the soul of the baby to the third Statutory KV Trust, owned by the Roman cult, which held this valuable property in its vaults ever since. Since 1815, the third crown of the Roman cult, known as the Third KV Trust.
Uh-oh, you there, brother?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry. Roman cult, known as the First KV Trust, representing the ecclesiastical property. That's key there. Ecclesiastical property has been managed by the bar, British Accreditation Registry, American Bar, British Accreditation Registry, I'm going to keep quoting it, has reconstituted the gala responsible as the Grim Reapers for reaping the souls. Each statutory trust since 1933 represents one of the three crowns, represented the three claims of property of the Roman cult: real property on earth, personal property, body, and ecclesiastical property, soul.
Dang.
Each corresponds exactly to the three forms of law available to the gala of the bar, British Accreditation Registry, the courts: corporate commercial law, the judge is the landlord; maritime and canon law, the judge is the banker; and the Talmudic law, and the judge is the priest, which is the soul law.
Laid this out.
And then I'm going to let you jump in on it a second. What is the real power of the court to judge? Given what has been revealed about the foundations of Roman law, what is the real hidden power of the judge when we face court? So I'll let you jump in there, sister. So I've made it very clear. Roman cult, property on earth, personal property, body, ecclesiastical property, soul. That is each response to the three forms of law available to the Roman cult, which is going on to this day, which is under unum sanctum, it's under Attorney Regis, and convocation, which claims your soul. So, Clout Committee, if you don't get it now, you never will. But it should be clear as day. I've spelled it out clear as day.
This should be very clear, and this makes sense why in the bankruptcy happened over here in America and all of that. And some of us know this because my grandparents they were not born with birth certificates. And they went back and went around and started issuing them older folks birth certificates. It makes sense.
Yeah, they had to have it.
So only recent since 1933. That's what I mean. It's not even that long ago.
It hasn't been that long ago.
No.
And now, you know, now folks are up on game. And as long as your babies are born in their hospital, even if you tell them you don't want no birth certificate, they gonna create one and tell you have to have it anyway. And the way they've set it up, that you can't even navigate and just try to live life the best you can without their documentation and paperwork, which you're going against universal law, because we're telling you we don't consent. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Brother,
So there's your live birth record. The live birth record is the original one they get in hospitals when they prick the soles of the feet of the child. I'm going to show. In fact, I'm going to show it here. I've got it here. There you go. You can see the picture there.
Mm-hmm.
And they pick the soles of the feet and they put the blood on it. Anyway, I'll read it anyway. So, you know, the three statutory trusts are specifically denial the rights of real property, personal property, and ecclesiastical property. For most men and women, correspond to exactly the three forms of law to the gala of the bar association courts. The first form of law is corporate commercial law, is effective because of the first Sister KB trust. The second form of law is maritime and trust law, is effective because of the second statutory KB trust. And the third form of law is Talmudic or Roman court law, is effective because of the third form of trust of baptism. Okay. Right? That's baptism. And this is key here. The birth certificate issued under Roman law represents the modern equivalent to the settlement certificates. This is what I'll be telling everybody. The Bank for International Settlements. Mm-hmm. The birth certificate is a Roman settlement certificate. I've been telling everybody this.
Wow. The
settlement certificates of the 17th century and signifies the holder as a pauper. I'm going to read that again. The settlement certificates of the 17th century and signifies the holder as a pauper and effectively as a Roman slave or Slavic or Slav, Roman slave, because it's happened over here first. Mm-hmm. The birth certificate has no direct relationship to the private secret trust controlled by the private banking network, nor can it be used to force administration of any state or nation to divulge the existence of the secret trust, which is correct because they don't let you know about it. Birthright theft. Since 1933, when a child is born, the executors or administrators of the higher estate knowingly and willingly claim the baby as chattel to the estate. The slave baby contract is then created by honoring the ancient tradition of either having an ink impression, you can see here, or of the baby's feet onto the live birth record, or a drop of its blood, which all the women will have seen this. Any women on the call will have seen this. Or the drop of its blood, as well as tricking the parents to sign the baby away through the deceitful bits of the live birth record. And that's what I'm showing there. They're claiming the soul.
Yep, the soul of the feet. So the entire thing. From the bottom of the feet to all the way up to
top
the
of the head.
To the crown.
That's where the baptism comes in. There you go.
Damn.
That's where the baptism comes. That's why they do it to the top of the head and then to the feet. She's saying, now this is the last bit.
Damn.
One last bit, sister. One last bit. Last bit.
You laid this out. Go ahead, brother.
Last bit. I'm on the last part now. Now, you'll know this, sister, before I go on to it. So, you know, when you go to courts, what forms do they issue to you when you've ever been to court, or any forms of the birth certificate? What color are they in? Have you seen the colors that they're in?
The judge is in the black robe. Well, that's how they have it over here.
Yeah, that's how they have it over here. But I'm on about the forms that it give you. You know, when you leave the court, what color form do you get?
Oh, I don't be in court, so I can't answer that.
All right, well, I don't be in court either, but I know how the forms work. So you've seen this in general life. Have you ever seen people issuing pink slips? Like different colors?
Yes.
This. I'm going to get on. This is I'm going to get on it now. So this is how they're setting up all you for the live birth record. They set up the Sister KBA trust, and then they issue all these bonds. And this is what I'm talking about now. So here, the white copy, which is the original birth certificate, the red seal is the original bond. The white copy is held as valuable property to the estate and is never released and never registered until some other estate or corporate register. This is the other one. The yellow copy or the red seal is the remittance bond. The yellow copy is granted to the petitioner and is their remittance. It's all going on. It's in the car, in job, in wherever you are on the planet. The blue copy is the black seal and is the black signature, is the underwriter's bond. The blue copy is a copy issued to one or more agents and underwriters that hold public liability and risk management as a fiduciary. This is the key. This is one they give us all the time, the trustee of this day. The pink bond or the black seal or the black signature is a performer's bond. The pink copy is the copy issued to the performer. This is what they issue us with, and the fiduciary, along with any writ compelling them to underwrite and accept the oath and the bond to perform their duties, use it as agents to enforce the writ. That's how they set it up in terms of the whole system. And I end the talk there because that's where it's finished. But that's
okay. Go back to that slide, honey. You can't. Wait a minute. We got wait. I got to digest this to make sure I got it right. So wait a minute now. You say what now? So the white copy is the original bond.
That's right. That's a general executor. So any paperwork that they issue, you always give you papers. So you see the police or anybody, any paperwork. That is the general. Yeah, when you get that paperwork, that is to the first seal. That is the general executor's position.
But aren't they dipping into the estate with that original bond?
That's the one that allows them to be the administrator. The
administrator of the estate.
Yeah, that's right. And then from that one, they create all the others.
So the yellow one, they're saying
is a remittance bond.
So what is that?
So
you guys went out.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was me. I hit my mic by mistake. Explain the yellow copy for me. What did you mean by remittance bond? Explain it to me.
Yeah. So the yellow. So basically, you've got different bonds how they run the estate. So the yellow bond is like you've got the yellow bond. It's somebody who's like for instance, like somebody who works for the bar. That's why I've got here the bar and the section bond. So the yellow bond will be issued to like the lawyers or solicitors or attorneys. They'd have the yellow bond. Okay, because that's granted to somebody in terms of they're doing a job for the Roman cult, but they get paid for it. So that's what makes bond. Okay. Yeah, that's right. You've got the pink bond is a performance bond. That's the bond they issue to us because that's what makes us trustee of the estate. And that's the one, that's why they force you into the pink position all the time. You'll see that as an employee or refugee or trustee or nominee or detainee or bailee. You see the same words come up because they're operating the trust law I was talking about here. They're operating the second trust. It is maritime and trust law is effective because the second trust. So that's that one, right? So that's what they're doing. So you've got the yellow copy is for anybody who is working for the bar associations or employers. They get paid for that position. Then you've got the underwriter's bond, which is a blue copy, which can also be issued to anybody who's involved in terms of payment. And then you've got the pink one, which is the one that I always want to issue to you because anybody who's in the lowest position on the estate, they're the ones who get issued the pink bonds. So anybody who's been a claim against you, they will have a blue copy as well because that's who's bringing the claim against you. So for instance, if somebody's bringing a claim against you, say like the police, they would have the blue bond because they would be putting a claim against you and they'd make you a trustee of the estate. And the attorneys use the yellow bond because they get paid off the yellow bond. And the pink bond is the performance bond because that's the trustee of the estate. So they're the ones who that's us who are the slaves, the Roman slaves, the settlement certificate, they're the slaves. They issue the pink bonds because that makes us pay for all the others. So that makes us the slaves and we pay all the money.
So you pretty much accepting by that pink copy, you're accepting the for everything to be paid out.
Yes, that's right. You're ensuring or underwriting everybody else's payments. So all the debts and all the illusion, all this nonsense the Roman cult been doing, we're underwriting it all. So that's why money or currency, as I explained to you previously, money or currency. We are the money or the currency.
We are the
And when we
currency.
currency, and the only way they can issue that money, as explained through the depository trust company, is we're stood a surety for it all as a bondsman. That's what it's explained here. So we're underwriting all the ecclesiastical debt and all the karmic debt. We're underwriting it all.
All of these transactions, we're pretty much we're underwriting it. So
that's right.
Basically, we're not getting any benefits from the trust that they set up on our souls and bodies.
Right.
Basically,
Vatican
right?
benefiting from it. That's right.
So they put themselves in the position as the beneficiaries.
Yes.
And then they like assigning different trustees to manage our estate that we're not even getting any benefits from.
That's correct. That's
right. But we're signing off as trustees.
Yes.
For them to fucking do it.
Yes, that's right. And that's where the quiet consent be illegal fiction name. What is your name, please? That's why the police was asking for your name, because you're getting into a joint contract, illegal fiction.
You're getting into a contract.
And that gets into what's called penance. And self-ignorant nonsense. And in front of the judge goes, I can read the text. I've got the text. I'll read it in a bit. The judge said, I'll read it anyway in a bit. I'll let you comment. Go ahead. I'll let you comment. Go on. I'll read the text in a bit because I've got it. But go ahead.
Sis Sandra, did you have a comment? I didn't.
I just said when you sign your slip of charge, when you go into the jailhouse, then you accept the charges, and then they start splitting up the bond.
That's right, yes. And it's for any, it's not just a jailhouse, it's for any. If you're a trustee or an employee or a nominee or a refugee, every time they're claiming on that estate, that's what they're doing. Don't matter what, it's not just a car house. It's
Clout Committee. Clout got it. She said that's the slave part. You got it, baby.
That's
you got the gist of this breakdown. Absolutely.
Well, so long as Clout Committee finally got what I was saying.
Yep, she got it. She said that's the slave part. She got it. Yeah.
That's fine then.
Oh my goodness.
So I'll stop here for a second. I'll read some more stuff, but I just need to digest that. And I'll stop there for a second. I've got some more things for you, but I didn't want to go on without you.
Well, I do want to say that people in the chat, they have been asking, number one, brother Odel, you just do not understand how valuable this information is. I have been around for a little bit now regarding this information, but you are the first one to break it down extremely clear. It makes sense, and it all ties back together. So kudos to you. So I ain't ran across nobody that know it like you know it. So kudos to you for putting this information out, how you put it out. Much respect and love to you. But people in the chat was asking if you are going to set up, we have something over here called Patreon, where instead of like being public on YouTube, you can set it up on a platform called Patreon, and then you can have subscribers that have to like pay a subscription, and you get to set up whatever the amount of that is subscription you want to be to put this information, or if you want to give lectures. So they were just asking about that. Now, of course, we're not trying to tell you that in any way that's what you need to do.
All right. I was just going to say, I'll try and put it in the chat at some point. I've done public lectures. I've done public speaking, by the way. I've spoken in front of Europeans. I had 800. Some of the Europeans know some of this information because I did a talk, I think it was in 2017, it's a few years ago now. We're in front of 800 people, mainly most of the Europeans in there, and I was exposing a lot of this stuff about the Vatican. So I've done public speaking over here. I get asked to do public speaking over here. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. You know what I mean? It's just obviously I don't always do it in the public all the time because obviously the Vatican don't like the information out.
No, they don't. They really don't.
No, they don't. They don't want information out there. So I don't have anything set up per se. People just approach me, and if they want me to do a talk or explain something like you've done, I just do something like this. I don't take money or anything like that. I don't do anything like that. So all I would say, if they want to support, then the best way to do it is to support the sister. Support your work, what you're doing, and I'll work with you, sister, and whatever you want. If they support what you're doing, we'll do it for yourself. I'd rather it come because this is your platform. I'm quite happy to support you. So if they want to get in contact with us or they want to do something, then can we do it for yourself and we'll all organize something? We'll do it in conjunction with what you're doing.
That's
what you're
fine.
doing is
That's fine. Because to be honest, I don't. Just me personally, I don't think you need to do anything private, because that does get really, really sketchy and dangerous. You're putting it out here. You're telling them exactly what you're putting out here. To me, this tells everything. Now, this is just me. You've pretty much put it out here, and people can literally take the two, things that you've done with us and do some additional research on their own if they want any more specifics, which I think they should do additional research on their own. You shouldn't have to handhold them totally. So to me, this is enough. Okay, so you've laid the foundation. This is the clearest, and somebody else in the chat said, this is the best law breakdown that they've ever seen. And I'm in 1000% agreement. This is the best law breakdown that I've ever seen. And I've sat through some of the quote, quote, masters on this topic for hours and hours and hours on end over months, and they still weren't able to break it down this well. They did a good job, but it was definitely not at this level. So it's much appreciated, brother. So I'm gonna drop you my email because I do want to send you something. I know, even though you don't want to take it publicly, I just want to send you some. Just go get a cup of coffee or whatever the case may be on me, because this is appreciated. Because shout out, 2 people sent me chats tonight. They sent me donations. So shout out to Kendrick and shout out to Nisi Poo. So I want you to get with me later, brother, on some stuff. Because
if they want to do something specific about trust law, because I know about over here we've managed to set up trusts and we know how to operate them properly. Even if it's in their public system, we've got some registered trusts where we can protect assets, and we can go over some stuff privately. But if I'm going to do it, I'll work with your sister, because it's more important that we've got this platform here is where this information we can come together and do it. Because I'm more about I like you lot's energy here anyway, and I'm more about the unity principle because my consciousness is that way out. I'm into working. I've got to have this principle balanced out properly. This MOUT principle with men and women working together properly. So because you've already got this good platform already, if people want to do something, we can all private Zoom meetings with that's fine. But we'll do it in line with what you're doing, because you're kind of doing this stuff anyway. So I can effectively contribute to what we're all doing, because we're all putting pieces of the jigsaw together. You put some great joints out there yourself, sister. I've been reading and listening to myself. So if we can all work together, multiple minds in unison is better working together. So if you've got a platform which you've already got, then we can do something together where if somebody wants to do a bit more about some trust stuff and they want to get more detail, we can do something privately. That's fine, but I'll just do it for yourself, sister, because people are already in contact with you already. You're already over there, so you can organize something, and I'll quite happily join in with whatever it is you're doing, and I can add any additional information that way. So they can get in contact with yourself, sister, and I'll work with you. You know what I mean? We can do it that way. It's fine. So we can organize it all.
Yeah, and I'm just going to put it out there. And the reason I say that I don't want to do anything privately, because I've already gone down that road, and I know what that means. And I'm not going down that road. I'm not putting anybody in that position to go down that road, because once you say you're going to do things privately and you really start getting into the nuts and bolts, it's not going to be private. I already know that, been there, done that, okay. got the t-shirt. I'm not doing it. And that's for the protection of the other people. I will not do it. I'm not going to do it. Right. So they're going to have to take what you gave them and research on their own.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah. I truly appreciate that, but I already know what that means. So the answer, no, I appreciate it. I respect you on it, but I already know most of the people did not study. They did not do what they were supposed to do.
Right.
They went up in there, they got themselves in jams, got locked up, jumbled it all up, mixed public and private. Got to the point where we had agencies showing up in the meeting. It was a hot mess. I will not do it again. I will not put people in that position. You've put the information out there. Now they need to be big girls and boys and do their own research.
All right, that's fine. It's a shame because, like I said, we operate in trust over here. We've got I'm redoing mine because I need to add, because of the English language. I'm making some adjustments to mine. But our friend's currently operating his, and we can do discharge where every 6 months he collects all the receipts. He has his account.
We went through all of that before.
Yeah, we know how to do all that stuff. Yeah, I didn't realize that people messed it. But you can't mess it up though. You have to do it properly.
Yeah, you have to do it exact. And we were literally holding a private session, and we had different agencies show up at that particular quote private session. Now, I'm not going to put, and it wasn't me personally even running it, but I will never put people in that position again. Because and the main position is, even if you want to take the risk of getting on their radar, because that's a risk within itself. But I'm telling you from experience, they're not going to follow it like they're supposed to, and they're going to get locked up.
Yeah, because you need to be competent. That's one thing about us. Like, when we're over here, we're doing it. We're very competent about what we do. With cars are in the private trust, the police stop us. It's like, no, it's in trust. You can't take the property off. Listen, if you know what you're doing properly, as long as you don't pee them off and you're competent and you don't be arrogant.
But most people aren't competent, and that's why they lock their behinds right on up and they steal packages. And let me tell you something, Big Omega. Let's get something real clear, real fast. Because I don't appreciate you coming up in here asking me why am I telling him to charge people for information. Let's get this real clear. You've set up on my particular live with this man. We in almost 6 hours worth of work. 6 hours worth of work. His work. It ain't even my work. It's his work. And you mean to tell me you don't feel that out of the kindness of your heart, you should give him donations? I fucking dare you. Yes, I said give him donations. Yes, I said he deserved donations. Did you put in the work and put a 6-hour lecture together? Did you do that, Big Omega? Now that's just him 6 hours going through it. I don't even know how much time this man spent, how many years this man spent researching, putting together this information. I know the amount of time I spend doing research for this show and research for this podcast, the podcast that I put out, the equipment that I spend out of my pocket that I never get reimbursed for the computers, for the headset, for the microphone, for the software. And you have the balls to come sit in my live with your motherfucking legs crossed and get 6 hours worth of information and going to accuse me of hustling? I fucking dare you. So I said what I said. And the brother said, oh, you know what? No, I don't want it. But I received 2 donations tonight and I'm going to give it to him. So I fucking dare you. YouTube don't pay my bills. You don't pay my bills. Donations don't pay my bills. Donations don't even fucking cover the cost of my time nor the equipment. So I fucking dare you. Do not ever come to my platform with that foolishness. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, you're absolutely, no, it's absolutely fine. Like I've said, for me, if the donations have come in, I would like them to be put into your platform, because it's more important for me. I'm like you. It's more important for me is to get the information out there. So I'd rather the energy go in to keeping the platform, investing in the platform, because at the end of the day, if you weren't providing the platform, the information don't get out there. It's as simple as that.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll still
That's
get with you
where my head is at.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I know where your heart is at. But I just don't like disrespectful people, because you know,
Yeah.
you gotta have a passion for this.
Yeah.
And you don't get this type of information if somebody in it for money. Because if this brother was in it for money, he would have broke this shit up under 1 hour, and you would have had to hit some cash apps, and I could have turned on the YouTube what's the face thing. So don't come in here on my platform with that bullshit.
Yeah, I'm on here because of the seriousness of the.
That's obvious. The information is it shows itself. But these are the same people that'll turn around and pay for a package and get burnt, because they sell this information and they piecemeal this information that you've put together and turn around and sell it to people for thousands of dollars. We call it a package. And it gets people locked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they don't know what they're doing.
Exactly.
And this is something that's important that I stress to people, that when we learned about, there's a couple. There's a couple recommendations that I can pass on in terms of trust law. You need to really, the Wise Concise Handbook in trust law again is a good one to look into. But you need to be able to have competent trustees. You need to be able to have your trust meetings regularly in a month, at least once a month, and be able to spend time with your trustees going over basic stuff that needs to be gone over.
Yeah.
It takes time to do this properly, but if it's done properly, you can be very effective, even in their system, as long as you
gotta know what you're doing.
You've got to know what you're doing, but you've got to know what you're doing. You've got to know what you're doing. And that takes time. It's not some, like you said, sister. I woke up spiritually years ago. I think it was 2009. We're in 2022 now, and I agree with you, sister. It's taken me a number of years. It took me about 2-3 years to figure it. It took 2-3 years to get myself around what was going on, and then once I got that first 2-3 years out of the way, since then I've been absolutely flying like a nutcase.
I totally agree. That was my similar experience.
Yeah, once I got it, but now that I'm up and running, I can get things what I want quite easily. But initially, it took me a while to get hold of everything. But now I know how to look for things properly and how to research like you. I'm very effective in how I research and what I research and how I research and where I get it from and what I need to get in terms of putting information out there.
It's evident. Your work speaks for itself. And okay, Big Omega Sweetie Pie, thank you for being. I respect that. You like it, understandable. You get it. So no hard feelings, no worries, sweet pea. It's all cool. So, but yeah, no, your work speaks for itself. I know how you move just by your work. It speaks for itself. I know the pureness of your heart. I feel your energy. Based on what you're doing, how you move, how you vibrate, I already know where your heart stands. You don't put this type of dedication into this if you was after some coins. I already know people that have done that. And I am telling you, I've been on this stuff since about 2008 too, when the world economy collapsed and they was sitting on their ass lying. I said, oh no, y'all lying to me. Something ain't right. And that's what made me start digging into it.
Yeah.
So I didn't seen them all of the supposed top gurus. And I'm telling you, they have not put it together like this.
Nope. Not at all.
So this is
Yeah.
excellent work, brother. So now I know
Right, sister.
I gave another assignment. So that's whenever you want to come back, we going to get
Yeah.
on this wheel. We going to get on this wheel, aka Black Sun.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We'll get in on the wheel. I think it's a couple of weeks. I think you said to me, didn't you, a few weeks.
Yeah.
You do
So,
some more. You've got some more 1812 stuff to come.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
a couple
So
of weeks,
whenever,
I'll come
let's
back.
give it a couple weeks for sure. Even if you wanna let us get through this our French and Britain war
Yes, please.
for the rest of this month, and then maybe the first of what they're calling March.
Yes.
We can you could come back and do a spiel on the Black Sun.
All right, we'll do that for the 1st of March. That's fine, sister. I have no problem with that. It's pretty much done already. It's pretty much finished, but I'll just add a few bits of other pieces in that I can add in based on what we've talked about tonight, and I'll add that in and I'll make sure that's together. So yeah, I can be here for the 1st of March, no problem.
Okay, so let me give Brother Odel. Woo, baby, you laid this out. This is excellent info. Man, so much, wow, just mad respect to Brother Odel. And I'm just so glad that you just came into the family and just, blended right in. Sharing all of this knowledge. This is powerful stuff. We love you, brother. We appreciate you much. So we're looking forward to you coming back and getting into this Black Sun. But this is powerful information. We appreciate it. So those of you, if this is your first time catching Brother Odel, he did the part 1 on this. And this particular series, it's the 2nd episode of this series. Okay, so that was part 1. So this particular part, he went over the spiritual stuff. And as you can see, we were still able to tie in the wars. We were still able to tie in the transatlantic slave, because all of it ties together.
Yes.
All of it ties together. So with that said, Brother Odel, you have any last words for the family?
To be fair, I think we've covered everything today. I mean, I had some Roman court stuff, but I'll leave that for another time, because we could have kept going, because it's like this is crazy out here.
I know.
I think we've done, like you said, we've done. I think the most important thing is we tied the source stuff in, because that's what you wanted to do, and explain what convocation is, and explained it all and in depth and enough where Clark Committee got it, which is good, because they were asking how's it tied to you. So well, we all know that now. We know what they've been up to. So because of the exposure on that front, at least I'm glad it's met the threshold of what you wanted me to do. So I'm pleased about that.
You went above and beyond, because like I said, I've been on this stuff since 2008, and ain't nobody ever explained it to me. Everything was clear, was concise, it lined up, it made sense. So it's much appreciated, and the way you presented it, even people that's new to this information, they can understand it and get it. So
that's good.
It's much appreciated. So we're looking forward to the Black Sun when you come back.
Yeah, 1st of March, we'll definitely get that done, and we'll expose that. So we'll expose the wheels and what they've been up to down in the realms down here.
Exactly.
So we'll do that. So no, thanks, sister. And we can. I think just quick question, Sister Rhonda. You know when have you received any emails from me? Because I did email you the documents.
No, I'm gonna put my email back in the chat again. I forgot to ask you about that the last time you was here. I'm like, yeah, he said he was gonna send me a email, and I didn't get it.
Well, okay, Brother Scotty, did you receive an email from me?
Yes. I got the email.
All right, and that's got the stuff in. I want to say, Sister Sandra, did you put your email in the thing?
No, I didn't.
All right, that's interesting. So, Scotty, I know Nuwa did, because he's let me know. So I'm just gonna. What I'll do then, sister, is because I've got to email you that the document for the British East India Company. I've got it, and I thought I emailed it to you.
Okay, so because I would have responded back to you if I got it. So Yeah, if
So-
you could send it again, I'll definitely and I said, Sandra, I think I have your email address.
You have mine. You
Yeah,
have
so
mine.
I could forward it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Can I say something?
Sure thing.
He's a wonderful teacher.
Yes, he is.
You are
Oh
wonderful.
my God.
You have made muddy water very clear.
Yeah.
And I appreciate your time and energy that you've put into this.
And the patience, just the patience. Child.
And the information will break anybody's heart if they have one.
Exactly.
I'm just saying that we need this kind of stuff to set ourselves free. We really do. We can't do it with paperwork because paperwork don't work because they use energy in skin. So we can do the same.
Okay.
And we need to learn how to vibrate up to destroy what they put out here on this planet. And thank you so much for the key to make it happen.
Indeed. Indeed.
Come back.
I know he'll be back.
So much fun.
So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
Peace and love to the whole family. I love your comments. I love the participation. I'm sitting up here just reading it. I'm just reading it as fast because there were so many comments coming tonight. And it was really good. I mean, this is just, it was a blessing, if that's a good word, and I don't think it is. But it was really, it was really exalting. It really was exalting. Thank you so much.
Indeed. Thanks, sis Sandra.
Oof, yes, Sandra. No. I like the fact we've got women on the call. I think the vibration in this when I come to this platform has been fantastic. I enjoy interacting with you both and Scott. It's been I missed Sean tonight, but I've enjoyed it really interacting with all of you. It's been
indeed
our pleasure.
Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
That's what I like about this. I just love interacting with everybody. It's been brilliant.
Yes. We're so glad. We love your interaction. You came right in and blended in with accent and all. We just absolutely love you. Sorry, Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yes, I know. When I see Brother Odel come in the chat, I gotta send him the link. You gotta come on.
Right, come on up, man. Right.
Because I mean, wow, so much. And like I say this so many times every time, like, what the hell do we be learning in these schools? You know, we get these degrees and they send you, and we know it's indoctrination and stuff, but it really fucking blows your mind that someone can come through and, like you said, so clearly and succinctly and like fill in the holes, and there's no bullshit and no coded trying to just, you know, fucking breadcrumb the information and all this weird type of shit that's just like, you know, all of this is a spell. And the fact that you can come in and just really like pull the veil back on the spell.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, people is so caught up that they don't see that the religion is a spell, that the government is a spell, that the I mean, you know, at this point, I'm hoping that they see like the entertainment is a spell, but like, even in that case, you know, so like to even go down to the fact that your very existence, they trying to fucking take your soul, your body, put it from head to toe, like rituals, like these rituals have been encoded into things. And it's like, you know, if you can't see it at this point, it's like, you know, but it blows my mind because, you know, like that, like I come from like a background where it's like words and language and all this type of stuff. And like, so it's easy for me to understand that point, but I'm like, if people cannot see the fucking deep magic, like the occult, the black magic of it all. Like, you is not out here nothing about any of this history was about your soul and saving you or nothing. Like, it was indeed the very opposite. So like that is like, if you don't get nothing out of that, like you like, this information is invaluable. Like, you just blew it open, and I'm sure you're going to continue to blow it open because I can't wait for you to get into the Black Sun and all that type of shit, because, you know, all the religions link back to that and all that type of shit, and the governments and all of that. And so thank you so much, Brother Odel and the family, because yes, everybody in the chat that be adding stuff in, and it really just like, it's like you can't get this, like we created this community to provide this information for each other. And like this shit, you can't go to school to learn. No. Obviously, you know, if our families was there to hold us down, we wouldn't be in this situation that we're in now. So it's like, you know, this energy that we vibrating on and coming together, it's, you know, it's for a reason. So I'm so happy to be a part of this, and I just be getting so invigorated. It's been 6 hours in, and I'm like, oh, damn, all right, it's over? Okay, I'm pretty sure Brother Odel can keep going.
I've got more left over.
Right. I mean, we really did 6 hours tonight.
We'll
it's like,
for another time.
That's a job. So
for sure. So yeah. Anybody questioning if a motherfucker should be compensated for just it? Like, can you do this? Like, just like, you know, have you put together the research and made it make sense and did it freely of your spirit? You didn't just like, you know, come out here trying to like motherfucking sell people some shit or convert people. It's like, yo, this is just like this information is like about your soul. Like this came from his soul. Like nobody just does this. Like and like, what does he get out of it? You know, What does he get out of it? So like, you know, we should be very, very much grateful to the brother. And so, yeah, I love you guys. Peace and love to the family. My sis Sandra, sis Tamika earlier. And yeah, I'll see y'all next week.
Okay, thanks, son.
Yeah, I'm coming back next week.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna be on the
I'll be back with you next week as well. Looking forward to coming and listening to the Jesuits system.
Okay, yeah, and I'm gonna check my email, brother.
Yes, please do, because I have emailed you in real time. I've done it already. You know me, I don't mess about. So
okay.
I've emailed you in real time. So hopefully you get that email, and yeah, and we'll converse, and yeah. At some point we may better speak, or maybe I'll better give you a call over and we'll have a quick chat.
Yeah, because once I get your email, I'll send you my number.
Yeah, definitely. We'll definitely speak.
Okay.
I'll definitely give you a call and we'll sort something out. It'd be nice to speak to you.
Absolutely.
Directly. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, well, brother, love you much. Thank you so much, brother.
Yeah, thank you very much, sister. Thank you for providing the platform.
Okay.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Peace and love, everybody. Thank you very much for having me on again, sister.
Okay, thank you. Everybody sending you love in the chat. So thank you very much, YouTube family. Thank you to the family that was listening to us live in YouTube world. Thank you to my YouTube chat. We love you all very much. Y'all be throwing them lightning bolts down, as Brother 832 say. I be looking out my little side eye, catching it. I'm a little side eye, catching it when I can. So sending you all love very much to my family chat as well. So we appreciate you all. Sorry, Brother 832, they kept kicking you off. I don't know what that was about tonight. So we'll be back next week. We're going to get back on the, we're still just on the first war between the French and Britain. So we're going to get back into that next week. And so during the week, y'all got a lot of other podcasts coming up that I've been working on the research on a couple of ones. And I hate to even say what I'm going to do, because unfortunately, folks will try to beat me to it and half-ass a little information. But anyway, we have some more great podcasts coming up for you all as well during the week. So appreciate you all, family, very much for your support. I'm going to rock out tonight with our brother that gave us the banger of his original song, Soul of a Warrior, Tavis. That junk is hot. So we're going to rock out with that again, family. So I love you all very much. Thank you all for your support. It's much appreciated, fam. So peace and love, family.
Peace and love, everyone.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your mercy nation. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking Joe, and so far the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of warrior, I will. Dominion, I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano, loco, man. Yes. Egyptian fits my description. Yes. I'm training hard for the mission. Yes. I'm a country boy from the south, and mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. Born with the soul of warrior, I will remain a contender. Born with the soul of warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, let me hear you say, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey y'all, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey y'all, hey y'all. Somebody wanna yama see me break it down, down. Watch me break it down, down. Watch me break it down. Somebody know that yama see we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down, down. Yeah, we break 'em down. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. No giving up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I